views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Max's tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now.
Copy that.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey bro, I have to tell you about our vacation. I'm sure you'll love this place.
It all started with an insane road trip and breathtaking views at every turn.
We hopped on the Racer Seaside and it was beyond exciting.
We visited a valley full of giant cacti. It felt like something right out of a movie.
We enjoyed every swing with the sun shining over the ocean in front of us. Golf just doesn't get any better than that.
I discovered a stunning bay while kayaking.
And the best part? Finding experiences for everyone to enjoy together as a family.
San Felipe opened the door to a one-of-a-kind adventure.
We can't wait for you to join us next time.
San Felipe.
This is power without limitations. Lighter weight, smarter tech, superior power for serious riders. Tested, trusted, and ready to rip. Optima, the ultimate power source.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time now for the 39th running of the King Shocks Score San Felipe 250. We are looking forward to this one. It's going to be a great day. You know, for nearly 4 decades, we've been competing out here in the deserts of San Felipe. It's some of the most brutal miles that they'll put on these trucks all season long, and it's all courtesy of the San Felipe 250. We're just steps away from the beautiful Sea of Cortez, and it is race day, baby. Ken Stout here. Welcome to the desk, sitting right alongside 5-time score champion. That is Wes Miller. Fabricator extraordinaire sitting down at the end, Jason Hurd, and then up there on our action desk, we will have Rich Minga, who is another score champion as well, with some 40 years of experience behind him. We're looking forward to this, and we have some great talent here on this desk, including myself here, to get everybody through this. And of course, we're going to bring you all the action live right here. We're looking forward to this one, guys. It's how we kick off the season here. It's the 53rd season for Score, and this is baby Baja, but it is a brutal. This thing has some teeth.
Yeah, definitely. I think San Felipe is such a great way to kick off the Score season because it is brutal. I went down there. I've pre-run the course. I've talked to a bunch of the drivers, went to qualifying, and I think one of the key things everyone was saying is how tore up this race course is and how difficult it's going to be. So we're going to have one heck of a race for you guys today.
Jason, what do these trucks have to endure out here? What do they have to do to prepare these trucks to survive this 250? What is the actual miles here? I think it's 281.5 miles.
Yeah, it's arguably one of the worst races to prep for because of 2 reasons. Not just the terrain, but the pace that you have to actually hold. These guys push so hard at the 250 that it is ridiculous. It's basically a qualifying pace the entire race.
So, and then upstairs at our action desk, Rich Minga, great to have you with us, my friend. I know you're up there in the studio. There's a lot of action going. Look at all the screens behind him. There's a lot going on there. But what are you looking for today as well, Rich?
Well, I'm looking to get some information, guys. Thank you so much for having me. The 39th San Felipe 250, the season opener is going to be an exciting day. We got a bunch of feelers down there at the action desk, and I'll be getting some live data and information throughout the day. So I'll be glad to share it with you guys, and hopefully it'll be an awesome day and a good, safe event for everybody.
So we look forward to Rich having some live interaction with our competitors. That's where you were at the 1,000, Wes, and you know what it's like to actually get those guys on the phone, catch them right after they climb out of the truck or just before they're going to get in.
Yeah, I think as technology has progressed, it's just amazing. Everyone's got Starlinks. You know, we're actually able to send text messages to co-drivers. You know, I think today, if things go well, we may actually be talking to some drivers during the race. And then as soon as guys are either getting in or out of the vehicles, we're doing Zoom calls with them. And then just with the Star Streams or all the in-car that we've got, the coverage that you have nowadays, it's just never ceases to amaze me.
Let's take a look at our live stream schedule, I should say. It's going to be a busy day out here. We're going to bring you some action from the motos here in just a couple of moments, but they kicked off at 6 a.m. bright and early. At 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., this is all Pacific, of course, we'll kick off the big trucks. The all four-wheel drive classes will start off approximately 11 a.m. The motos will finish. We'll take you out to the ramp there, and I believe Salt will be out there at the ramp, and we'll hopefully get a chance to chat with some of them. And then we expect approximately 4 to 5 hours later, the four-wheel trucks will be finishing up their battle. We expect about a 4-hour race or so. Does that sound right, guys?
I think it's going to be a little bit longer than that. You know, as far as average mile per hour, I'm estimating 60 to 65.
Yeah.
You know, we're just under 300 miles, so that's going to be more than 4 hours. But
3:15, 3:30, roughly p.m.
Yeah, I haven't even calculated the time, but yeah, like mid-afternoon, I think we're looking at. But you know, as far as average speed, I think 2 years ago, I was amazed. We were almost 75 miles an hour. It was just over 74. The last year, it was a little bit slower. This year, I think, again, we're going to be a little slower than that. It's more technical of a course, and there's just not areas where you have long straightaways. We've got Diablo, where there's a dry lake bed. They'll be hitting 130, 140 miles an hour there. But outside of that, there's some new sections, and again, it's just really tore up. There's a lot of square edges. There's a lot of rocks out there, so the drivers are gonna have to be careful of not getting a flat, you know, not having any mistakes. Because in this race, as Jason said, the pace that they're running, it's a qualifying pace for the entire race, and one flat could cost you a win.
Well, as we said, the motos kicked off at 6 a.m. this morning, so we're going to bring you some highlights of their start, along with the quads.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 King Shots Maxxis Score San Felipe 250. The bikes are ready, the crowd is building in, and it's set to be a great day. Not much wind right now, but it's supposed to pick up a little this afternoon, which will be great for all these competitors out there. As you guys that watched our coverage the other day at qualifying, there was no wind and the dust was hanging, so we're hoping for a little bit of wind for these guys. Other than that, it's absolutely beautiful out here this morning. What you're looking at there is staging right now. We've got over 40 plus bikes registered this morning, bikes and quads. You're looking at our top Pro Moto Unlimited. That'll be 15X Damon Wolfslayer out of Mona, Utah. Will be our first one off the line here. Caden Lynn and Shane Logan sharing duties on the Husqvarna. Special shout out to Maxxis for stepping up big this year with our bike categories. Up next in Pro Moto Unlimited is the 12X out of Scottsdale, Arizona. That's Alex Trapp. Hutchinson and Ashton Wilkinson. It's another Husqvarna. You see the count down there in front of us. That's a way to start it off there. Right, a wheelie on the way out. Up next, another one of favorites here, sporting the 1X plate, meaning defending class champion. That's Tyler Lynn, along with Carter Klein and Sean Prechter. They're on that Monster Energy Honda. Pretty special this year is the course extends north for these bikes, so they come in a different trajectory than the trucks do. So it's nice, good safety feature filled in. Great job by Andy Kirker. And there goes Tyler Lynn. Now, some of these guys are going to make a quick change when they leave the start. They'll go down, about a couple hundred yards or so. They'll do the quick driver change. Most of these guys are 3- and 4-man teams, splitting up their riding duties. Up next is the 3X team. Karen Nairn, Lyndon Snodgrass. That's the Hero Racing team. They're on a new bike this year. It's a Ducati. I believe it's the first Ducati to race in the open class in a long, long time. Karen's from Huntington Beach, California. See the countdown in front of you there. Now we're right here along the Malecon. It's a little timed event once they get out of town and around the corner, and then as soon as they hit that dirt, they're on it. Pro Moto 30 is up next. Lee Gill. Out of his Morgan Crawford, Justin Lott, and Greg Bardenex. It's a KTM. Have Jack waving the flag going here today. And there goes Lee Gill. We're moving into our Pro Moto 40. And for you guys that are new watching us here, that every rider in this class is age 40 or older. First up, Jason Miller, Shane Esposito driver of record, Shiner, Texas. Also on this team, Francisco Septium, Eric Magana, and Jim O'Neill. Pretty worthy team there on that. 420X is what we're looking at there. That's George Contreras out of San Diego. Ryan Stevens, Jason Mount, Pete Anderson, and Dave Pally sharing the duties.
And so a good look there at what happened at 6 a.m. this morning out here on the West Coast as all the bikes were taking off to get out here on this course. Certainly one that we're going to have to keep our eyes on would be the 1X of Tyler Lynn out of Utah. Last year swept in the Pro Moto Unlimited, won all 4 races, of course won the championship along with that, and he is out on course. And in the Pro Moto 40, the same thing for Shane Esposito. He swept as well, so a couple of pretty impressive efforts from 2025.
Yeah, definitely. Watching the tracker here, we have our Pro Moto leaders are basically on Diablo Dry Lake Bed right now, so right around race mile 200. You can see here if I zoom in on the tracker, we're showing 1X and 15X. They haven't updated for 5 minutes, so the last I saw, the 1X of Tyler Lynn was ahead of 15X, and he hasn't updated in 5 minutes versus 15X has been 2. So I believe 1X is still ahead. The one question I have is what's going on with 3X, because that's Kieran Niren, and that is another really fast team. And I don't believe their tracker is showing. So they could be in the mix right here. We're trying to get some updates from boots on the ground, and we'll keep you guys updated if we get any other information. But I do think that is a question that I have, is what's going on with 3X, because we haven't heard that they're out, so I think their tracker's not tracking.
Wes, help me out here just a little bit. What were these? You've won championships on quads. I know it's going back a few years, but how differently do they have to set up for a course like this that has so much sand, so much silt, in comparison to the 1000?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I think is working to the bikes and quads advantage with this is score in these shorter races to make it safer for the bikes. They have deviations. And so if we go back to the course here, I can go a little wider on this map. I think we're showing the start still right now. But basically, the blue line here, when they take off south out of town, they come down through Percebu, and then at Ejido Delicias, they cut over. So they're missing this whole lower loop, which that gives them kind of a head start over the four-wheel vehicles. And then when they get up north here after Diablo, they're almost to this deviation at the Powerline Road near kind of Borrego, top of Diablo. They stay on this blue line, go through Borrego Wash, and then they run way up north, which none of the four-wheel vehicles are doing. So that isn't going to be as tore up as everything that's been pre-run by all the trucks, buggies, UTVs down south, which is going to work to their advantage, because I don't think they want to be in those big square edge holes.
Jason, any experience with this stuff at all? Have you worked on any? Have you?
I am very limited on bikes and UTVs. I've always been four-wheel vehicle on up, so to me, I can't ride. So I am definitely more like cage and safety.
Let's take a look at some of our bikes on social media as well. There's a beautiful shot right there. Check that out. Looks like a gorgeous day out there as well.
With them starting so early, you always get some great sunset views while you're out on the race course.
There's a look at the 1X of Tyler Lynn, who swept 1 year ago. Great run for him.
They have a very solid team. It's kind of a
Oh, man. Did he eat it right there?
Yeah, that's not how you're supposed to do that. And that looks like that's like right in the dunes, right out of town. So I'm going to say that guy just crashed in the first mile or two of the race.
Warmed up, ready to go. I mean, it's brutal out there for these guys, and I think that's a really good example of what they deal with.
Hey, I got some action up here, guys.
And let's get it back up to Rich. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? So I got some intel from San Felipe, and the tracker of the 3X team, they're down right now. So they're physically 4 minutes behind first and 2 minutes behind second. Just got that intel.
So a good run for them, and we see these guys are already approaching about the halfway point.
Yeah, so I mean, that means that we've got a three-way battle between 1X, 15X, and 3X.
That's right.
And sounds like they're within a couple minutes of each other. So with adjusted time, well, Wolfslayer was first off the line. Lynn was actually third. So that's actually, on adjusted, that's going to help the 1X team at Tyler Lynn.
I think it's also worth mentioning, and I'm guessing these guys pre-run just like everybody else, but the pre-running started just 1 week ago.
Yeah, it did. That was a change for this year. Normally they've had 2 weeks or more to pre-run, but SCORE kind of shortened that up because the courses are getting so deteriorated from all of the pre-running that they wanted to shorten that gap or shorten that time period and try to keep the course where it wasn't getting the big holes and all the rocks in it. But from what I understand, everyone just pre-ran more and more every day, and it's still pretty rough out there.
There is an actual Ironman class, but I would think that everybody here would be riding this entire race on their own without sharing, at least for the most part. And Rich, you had a great tagline for these guys. They're not really Iron Men, they're Iron Legs because they're standing the entire time.
That's right. I was telling you guys earlier, man, it's the Sand Felipe 250 because I call it, for the moto guys, the Stand Felipe 250 because they are always standing, and it's going to be a long day for these guys.
One of the things that I like to say is, I think that everybody that races a four-wheel vehicle should have to first do it on a two-wheel or a quad to just earn their stripes and have the right to be out there in a trophy truck. Some of the trophy truck drivers might not agree with me, but I think, just to show how tough you are, go out there and get one of these done on a dirt bike or a quad.
Boy, there is no question that. And not only does it take a ton of talent, but it also takes a lot of strength. I mean, the physical ability out of those riders is nothing short of exceptional. Okay, we're off and running here. We're looking forward to carrying out some more action. We'll have that coming to you in just a few moments. Stay with us here at the King Shocks San Felipe 250.
Best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires, built for whatever you're chasing.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, They say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey, bro. I have to tell you about our vacation. I'm sure you'll love this place.
It all started with an insane road trip and breathtaking views at every turn.
We hopped on the Racer Seaside and it was beyond exciting.
We visited a valley full of giant cacti. It felt like something right out of a movie.
We enjoyed every swing with the sun shining over the ocean in front of us. Golf just doesn't get any better than that.
I discovered a stunning bay while kayaking.
And the best part? Finding experiences for everyone to enjoy together as a family.
San Felipe opened the door to a one-of-a-kind adventure.
We can't wait for you to join us next time.
San Felipe.
This is power without limitations. Lighter weight, smarter tech, superior power for serious riders. Tested, trusted, and ready to rip. Optima, the ultimate power source.
San Felipe 250. Obviously a good look right there at our studio and the desk that we are working at. Wes Miller sitting alongside, and of course Jason Hurd down there on the end. We have Rich Minga up there at the action desk. Getting ready to start things here. We're not too far away from rolling the trucks out. They roll out at 10 a.m. here Pacific time. So in the meantime, we have plenty of stuff that is packaged up that we want to get to. And one of those is a highlights reel from the Baja 1000 from 1 year ago. It was a brutal race. It was very, very exciting, and no shortage of drama at the end of this one, which we will expand on in a moment. But first, let's show you some highlights.
Right, it's the big one, Baja 1000.
Track's very rough. It's got a lot of rocks, got a great sections. We'd love to have it no other ways. You know, you want the most difficult, roughest, Baja 1000 ever.
We got to survive. How they say it, don't let Baja beat you. And that happens a lot down here. I think I've snatched up 3 of these things, but I need to figure out how to get a 4th one.
This is my son's first Baja 1000, and if we pull off a win, man, that'd be memorable for sure. It's something we could share for a lifetime.
We try our best to be here, and it pays off when we get the checkered flag and get the trophy tomorrow.
It's crazy the pace that we're running, how fast we're going. One small mistake and your day's over. So my hat's off to my whole crew. Christopher, Orrin, my co-driver, did an amazing job. All my sponsors, Red Bull, KMC Wheels, AMSOIL, Toyota Tires. What a redemption to come back and win this one.
It was such an exciting race to call. Congratulations to Christopher Polvoorde, of course, the young gun grabbing his first ever career win at the Baja 1000. He handed it over to Bryce Menzies, and Bryce did what Bryce does at the nighttime. He was back after being injured. It was great to have him back inside of the truck and perform flawlessly. They did have some issues, though, before that race was done. But before they had their issues, the pace, guys, was absolutely unbelievable. And the top trucks, I mean, you guys were sitting up there saying, you know, I really don't expect anything to end until the last couple of 100 miles of this race, which we also had looming weather as well. We thought the leaders might get pounded with some weather. It didn't come in for them. It did a little bit later on for some other competitors. But what an incredibly fast pace that they had for this race with the equipment that they're using.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to how far these trucks have come along. You know, the all-wheel drives, when they first came out, they weren't the most reliable vehicles out there, and you still had two-wheel trophy trucks winning. Now they're so dialed in. Almost every race last year, we were talking seconds. We're dividing, you know, San Felipe last year, I think our top 4 were a minute and a half apart, and even something like top 6 or 8 were like 3.5 minutes apart. So every race is just a battle. And the 1000 was the same way. And, you know, we had Toby and Paul battling it out with Christopher and Bryce all the way to the end. And, you know, it worked out great for Bryce and Christopher, not so great for Toby and Paul.
They had some issues, and Toby was able to get around them, but then disaster hit.
Yeah, and you know, so that was a heartbreaker. I actually was at qualifying and talked to Toby, and we have a little piece with him talking about what happened there. So let's have a look at that.
The Baja 1000 is still a bit of a sore point to this day, and I think it will be for the next probably 20 years of my life. But yeah, unfortunately what happened there was at the refueling spot we had picked out, basically, yeah, the guy filled the truck upside down. So instead of putting the nozzle this direction, he was that direction, and the venting of the fuel system, yeah, it gave us about a bit over half a tank, and we needed a full tank to get to the finish line.
Yeah, 20 years, my guess is a lifetime. That's one of those things you just never forget when you have a race win that big laying in front of you.
Oh, it's going to eat at them for a long time. You know, the best way to get over that, though, is to come out and get another win under your belt. Unfortunately for them, their Gen 2 Mason's not done yet, so they're bringing a knife to a gunfight. A knife to a gunfight, yeah.
A knife to a machine gun fight.
I was going to say it's maybe not a knife, but because you do have, you know, drivers go out there and do well in a trophy spec, but it's just you're not really in the hunt like he would be. You know, Toby qualified, 31st, I think out of the whole field. Versus, you know, generally he's our top qualifier.
And ironically enough, I think 7th in class or something, 9th in class, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how that pans out. But he's not going to get that win to wash it away here this week, and I think we all feel pretty comfortable with that. However, one person that might grab that win is one Mr. Alan Ampudia, and he has a chance to catch one other Mexican national who is the only Mexican national to accomplish 3 wins out here at the San Felipe 250, and that is Tavo Vildosola. So we'll see if Alan Ampudia can get that done. He's looking to repeat with what he did in 2025, and that's come out of the gate winning the first 3 events. Let's take a look.
It was so much fun. I just want to give a shout out to my team. They worked out so hard all day yesterday until 3:30 a.m. last night, fixing all the components from the front diff. I didn't even know I was going to race last night. Being here is amazing, and thank you to my teams of fans, sponsors. Glad to be here. I had a couple really fast Australian boys starting in front of me, and it was super fun. Toby got me a little bit in the first half because it was super tight, and then I knew in the coast that he had me by like 2.5 minutes or something like that, so I had to go out and send it, and we did that and came out on top again. We had fun battling with all the boys all day until, you know, the steering decided to let go, and we lost a lot of time and just had to change the mindset and just bring it home to get the championship one more year, so we can hit the red plate one more year.
And of course, he was looking to be the first person to sweep the entire season here in the trucks. Did not accomplish that. Was a player at the 1,000, but he is a back-to-back 2024, 2025 trophy truck champion. They are an extremely talented team. We had a chance to watch him in qualifying. We're going to bring you some highlights of that in just a moment. It's where we're going next. But boy, that team is switched on. They're motivated, and they're just as good as ever.
One of the things that stands out to me is I feel like Alan Impudia, when he first was desert racing, he came from kind of a short course background, and I think he was kind of known for being a little wild, pushing the vehicle a little too hard, being hard on things and breaking stuff. And I think he's just matured as a driver, and it shows now. He knows where that edge is, where he can push extremely hard, but not go over the edge and break the truck. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Jason?
He certainly knows his steed, and you know, just like everything, these trucks, to some degree, they're all fickle. You have to find where that spot is, and clearly he is right on that line. I mean, that last year was pretty much proof, but even at the 1,000, he was pushing that thing just right to the line each and every time. Yeah.
I love watching him drive, and anybody that watched qualifying, that in-car with him and his banter with his co-driver was awesome. And yeah, you may have had to put some earmuffs on for some of that, but it was really cool to watch that. And he's just really fun to watch because he pushes that truck so hard. If you watch him driving, he is on the ragged edge, but he doesn't make mistakes. And I think he's in that kind of comfort zone. As a driver, you kind of, once you start clicking off wins, you start to expect it, and you just kind of get in that zone. And I think Alan is in that zone right now.
I think he gets comfortable with that speed that is required to win, kind of that muscle memory, if you will. I think Kyle Kraft might have been his navigator, if I'm not mistaken, during qualifying. Speaking of qualifying, we're going to bring you some highlights of what happened, and that is a big part of the story that we're going to see here today.
Are you guys ready to get started? I think we're ready to go.
Oh, holy smokes, look at this guy.
Yeah. Here we go. First car off the line, Brendan Gaughan, the 162. Oh my God.
There's buggy things right there. You got no hood to hide
that.
Yeah, brother.
Oh, and he's also got a lot more dirt in the front.
These guys should put hoods on these things.
213, right on the same. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no. I'm telling you, that's the spot. It's
going to catch you and spit you right out.
Wow.
You guys look all nice and polished. And
we're dialed in now.
Soft that is too.
Oh, he's giving Big a good show there. Him and Jason. Oh, brother! Oh no! That hurts. Way out there.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What are we getting? Both getting out. So unfortunate there for Christopher. Oh man, look how rough that's getting. Yeah. There it is. I love it.
Dang.
And as they should, they edited out just a little bit of the action that went on. The fist pumping that you saw right at the very end, that was Alan Impudia. It was very, very exciting to watch the onboard of that for sure. But as I mentioned before, this is going to be a massive part of the story here, talking about qualifying. Here's what happened. They started off, they're mixing the classes up, basically. Whatever time you had after you qualified, that's where you're going to start. And for the first time ever in the history of this race, we're going to have a Trophy Truck Legends truck truck that will start this race first out of the gate. Congratulations to Gus Vildosola and, of course, Ricky Johnson. Those guys do. Ricky Johnson was the one that was doing the qualifying. He came out with the fastest time and crushed it, absolutely crushed it. But we have 4 classes inside of the top 13 that are all going to be competing, and they're all mixed up together. It's going to be a tough day.
Yeah, the qualifying course for this year, they moved it back down by the airport into an area, some people call it the sand pit. And there had been a local race there a couple weeks ago. It was really tore up. I actually went out and did a sight lap the night before, and there were some corners that were getting pretty silty and loamy with nobody even on it yet. And we just watched, there was a major advantage to if you started earlier in the day to later in the day. And what happened is you had we went class 1 to trophy legend, and you got a driver like Ricky Johnson who can drive the wheels off of a truck in a Mason all-wheel drive, and he went and threw a heater down. And I was watching that in the method tent with Christopher Polvoorde, and Christopher was like, that's going to be the fastest time of the day, and sure enough it was.
Wow, pretty amazing. And as you talked about, he's so talented. I mean, RJ's so talented. And I know one of the things we want to touch on, we don't want to go down this road just yet. We want to get back and talk about Christopher real quickly. But we're all, as we sit here at this desk, curious if the strategy is going to change now for Ricky and Gus, because before they were going to do a swap at 140. But now, if things lay out to them, Ricky might drive the bulk of this race.
Yeah, from what I understand, I think if Ricky is up front, they're going to push that driver change probably as far as they can. Yeah. And try to have as much of a cushion as possible and see if they can get an overall. Now, RJ did put out a video saying that they just want to win the Trophy Legends class. They're not going to mess with the trophy trucks. RJ, I kind of call a little bit of BS on that. I think that you want to win the overall. So thank you for putting that out there.
I'm with you on that one.
But I don't believe you. You're too much of a competitor. You've won too many races. If you're up front, you're going to try to stay up front. So.
Let's talk about Christopher Polvoorde. Disaster struck very early on in his qualifying lap. The lap was just 3 miles long, so you couldn't have anything go wrong, and unfortunately for him, it did.
Yeah, Christopher, he's had some tough qualifyings, and I felt really bad for him. I went up to him after that happened and said, hey, can I get a little soundbite from you? You're not going to want to do this. But he was cool enough to do it, so let's have a look at what he had to say.
Yeah, race strategy definitely changes. I'm going to go look for a lot of lines now pre-running. I'm going to have to pass a lot of slower vehicles, which, yeah, I don't agree with the rules that Score does, but that's racing, ups and downs of it.
So obviously he wasn't real happy. I talked to him for quite a bit after that, though, and one of the things, last year, something similar to this happened to Toby Price. And Toby started 25th, and he was able to work through the pack and was right in the mix on adjusted time for the overall win. That's what I kind of tried to convey to Christopher is, hey, look, you're not starting where you want to start, but you should be able to really work your way through the pack. And I think he's starting 45th.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a bunch of specs, ones, legends, all ahead of him. But he should be able to work through those specs pretty easily. And the thing we discussed now, and he just talked about right there, is that in San Felipe, there are a lot of lines. And your preferred line is going to be faster. And so if he's trying to make a pass on a Luke or an Allen or a Tavo, Bryce, yeah, you're not really going to make that happen. But if you're doing it to a spec, now you can get creative, use these other lines, and he's going to have the horsepower and the all-wheel drive to make those passes. And I think we're going to see him move through the pack. And I don't think it's out of the realm of reality for him to still get a podium out of this.
I texted him a good luck this morning. I said, hey, it's going to be a target-rich environment. Go get some. Yeah. So it should be and could be a very exciting day. I mean, a lot of times these days are the most rewarding. You might not grab the overall, but it could still be a very, very rewarding day. With all that said, it's time to get out to San Felipe. The color guard is ready to go, along with the national anthem for some opening ceremonies.
Mexicano salido de guerra, el acero a prestar y el bridón. Y retiemble sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiemble en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria tus sienes de oliva, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanar con sus plantas tu suelo, pienso, patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos a grito de guerra, el acero a prestar y el bridón, y retiemble en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y la tierra al sonoro rugir.
A continuación, escucharemos el himno de los Estados Unidos. And now we will hear.
And a beautiful day down there as they sing the national anthem. When we get ready to start, we're just a few minutes away from the first truck rolling off the line here. In the meantime, we want to bring you some updates here for the bikes and let you know how things are going with the motos. A couple of players, wow, that's way back there at road marker 9, it said. So, some of the social media, my apologies. See the sun just rising. Doesn't look like it's real windy here either, guys. The dust's kind of laying there.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be warm too. It's been really humid down there as well. When I was there earlier in the week, there was fog in the morning, which you don't see a whole lot in the deserts of San Felipe.
Our Maxxis Tires Moment update as we keep an eye on some of the social media for the motos. We appreciate all of Maxxis' support here for our motos, jumping on board with us here at the King Shocks Score San Felipe 250.
Hey guys, got some new news.
All right, let's hear it, brother.
Some more action. The 1X team just did a wheel tire change, fuel top off, the whole deal at 173. Sam's going to get on the bike at 215, and he's this brand new rider, just brand new to the country, came over from Australia, top guy there. And they're 30 seconds when they left the pit. They're 30 seconds ahead of the 15X, and the 3X team is another 5 minutes back at this moment.
So kicking off things right where they left off, as we talked about Tyler Lynn with a sweep and winning the championship a year ago, and now we'll share the driving duties with Sam, so hopefully he can close this thing out. They're very close to the end already.
Yeah, they're up in that kind of Borrego area right now running the moto deviation. So, it looks like got a pretty good little battle there, and I think 1X is looking solid, but they've got 15X and 3X keeping them honest.
All right, we have a map for you as well to give you a look at where they'll be competing, the route that they'll be taking here today.
The 2026 King Shocks Score San Felipe 250 map preview. This year's race course starts on the Malecón on the waterfront of San Felipe. As it exits south, it heads past the airport in Punta Estrella, through Percebu, Ejido Delicias, where the Moto Quad cutoff is, down to Old Puertecitas Road, and Highway 5 into a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone. Through there, it goes down the pavement to a turnoff to Matomi Wash, heading west to a new section from race mile 53 to 73, which will test the competitors in a new wash. From there, it goes back through the Narrows of Matomi, El Paral Wash, and Rancho El Carrizo. Crossing over to Guatemote Wash and race mile 140 at BFG 1. From there, it continues into Chinate Wash, crosses to Amarillas, and then back through the Badlands into Upper Chinate Wash, where it goes back through the mountains and then parallels Morelia Road. Continuing to Morelia Junction and Check 1, the race course proceeds to Laguna Diablo across the fastest section, over to the Powerline Road and Cuevitas Wash, continuing through the mountains, coming out south of Three Poles. It crosses back over to the Powerline Road, over Llano de Moreno, down to Zoo Road, continuing to skirt the Sierras de San Felipe and into the finish back on the Malecón.
So a good look there. Great job, by the way, Wes. And Wes and I were just chatting, and he said, man, I wish I'd have scripted that instead of winging it. But you'd never know that you were winging it, man. Great job. I know that you spent a lot of time down there taking a look at that course. Give me a feel for what you think the conditions will be like here today.
I think a couple of the key components here on conditions is it's every driver I talked to said the course was just getting twice as rough every day that we went on. Everyone was talking about how it was beating them up. It was beating up their equipment. All the hoops are getting big square edges in them. They said there were just rocks popping up all over the place. And there were some sections too where there's just giant rocks off the side of the course that can take a corner off the car if you're not careful. The other thing though I think that's gonna play into this is heat. And then also it's really sandy. So the sand will play into fuel economy and pit strategy, and heat. You know, Jason, I mean, how does that affect the vehicles and how you have to approach this race? It's gonna be 92 to mid 90s and maybe even hotter in the northern section. How do you plan for that?
Torque converter temps would be my biggest concern. You're probably going to see some guys having to back off, relax a little bit sometimes, let her climb a little bit, then let it back off. But you've got kind of the worst case scenario. You got sand, you got heat, and the humidity. She's not going to be happy, and you're just going to have to manage that. Some of these trucks can do that better than others, but most likely all of them are going to struggle a little bit. Yeah.
And then as a driver and a rider, you gotta, stay hydrated. You gotta, make sure that you've got good nutrition, because you're gonna be sweating a lot. You're in these driver suits, these vehicles, it gets really hot in there with the temps from the engine and everything else. So it's gonna be a tough race, and I think you need to be in shape for this.
That's from a 5-time score champ. But we want to hear from the drivers themselves as well to see what they're going to do to prepare for today and what they feel about this course.
This year's race course it's a technical one, man. There's a lot. It's rough. There's some really high speed sections. There's some really slow sections.
Man, this year's race course is brutal.
It's rougher than your typical San Felipe.
It's going to be tricky. It's probably the first 100 miles is quite stony and rocky.
Race course is nasty.
Super fast, a lot of straight lines. It's starting to get really rough.
Very strict with the VCP, so we got to just stay on course.
It's San Felipe. It's nasty, it's rough, it's silty, it's sandy. Go as fast as you can without breaking your truck or without making a mistake.
It'll be exciting, and as I talked about at the top of this show, it is truly some of the most grueling mileage that they'll put on these trucks all year long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so one of the things I always like to do before we start one of these races is talk about our storylines that we are going to be watching as the race plays out. So we talked about conditions. I think how rough this course is, the temperatures, that's going to play into this. I also think every time that the course runs clockwise and heads to the south, it seems like fuel economy is always a problem. A lot of people end up running out of fuel. I've done it myself where we missed a pit by 15 miles. Like, how did we underestimate this by that much? But you think you're going to get, say, 5 miles a gallon, and you get 3.5, the trucks are going to be getting like 1, I think, or less.
1.82,
Yeah.
1.7, maybe 2.2, depending on the setup. But you're going to have tire spin, and that is very unpredictable in the race pace.
And so that affects pit strategy. Also, when it runs this way, that southern section, it's hard to get in there to do visuals, to have chase trucks where you have tires. So as a driver, you need to kind of look at this of risk versus reward. How hard do you want to push in some of these areas where if you double flat or something, you might not be able to re-rack some tires for quite a while.
Yeah. Or on the rear-wheel drive stuff, you're going to burn up the rear quicker. If they're pushing such a hard pace that they're coming out of each turn pushing even harder, which means they may accidentally be getting more wheel slip than they account for. So all of a sudden, you have 6, 7, 8% more fuel burn by the time you get down the road.
Definitely. So the other things I was looking at, can RJ and Gus actually win the overall from in a Trophy Truck Legend?
Very possible.
Can Polvoorde, with what happened to him in qualifying, how far can he move through the pack? That's going to be really fun to watch, and I think if you're watching an in-car, that's the one you want to watch.
The thing is, in that truck and his skill sets, he can wiggle through that course pretty rapidly around a lot of these guys. So that is a big advantage.
And something else that we didn't really talk about is San Felipe is really sandy. So like a Baja 500, 400, where you're up in the mountains a lot, the silt is a lot worse in my opinion. It's hard to make passes. You don't have lines. San Felipe, like in all these washes we're running, like Matomi, Chinate, and Almerias, in those, you can kind of close up on somebody because the silt's not as bad, or the dust, and there are other lines that you can pop out into. So I think he's going to knife through the pack.
Now, here's the other thing, too. You have to remember he's in the all-wheel drive. He has front CV boots and other bits. Very susceptible. So if he noses into a rear-wheel drive truck too hard in the wrong spot, that's a lot of debris incursion, and right there could be an easy DNF. So you got to be very careful with the all-wheel drives coming up on some of these two-wheel drives.
Right, and so that's something he's got to take what comes to him and not be over-aggressive. But I do like in San Felipe, there are lines, and he has a helicopter with him too. So they can kind of be calling out
and he just mentioned
where people are at and what's going on.
And he literally was like, his mindset right away went to, I'm going to wiggle through the course. I'm going to find where I can wiggle around guys, and I'm going to capitalize on that, because he can pull out of a corner faster. He can pull through something faster than a spec. So if he just times it right, he'll just wiggle right around, and you just keep doing that through the course. Yeah.
All right, guys, let's take a look at our starting order here, the top 20. As you can see there, it is going to be the number 1 Legends truck of Gustavo Vildosola Sr., and of course Ricky Johnson will be behind the wheel of that one, as he was a qualifying driver, followed up by an extremely tough multi-time champion and winner Luke McMillin, Alan Ampudia, Tavo, Vildosola as well, and the top 5 there will be completed with Eric Husted. Another Legend truck.
It's a stack field.
I mean, every name you look at there is pretty impressive. And then take a look at the spec trucks that have worked their way in as well. Jason McNeil there, starting at 12th.
And you have Parkhouse in a Class 1 in 13th, with Reed right behind him. So, you've got a great mix. I love this because I think this gives your specs, your ones, a real shot at battling to be top 10, maybe even cracking a top 5 overall.
Yeah, and look at where Griffith is. He's up there. That's a new truck to him as well. That's phenomenal placing. I'm pretty happy to see Parkhouse. One of the things that I thought was really cool is Householder. Often you're not like, oh man, I qualified 10th and you're stoked. But in that case, man, that is phenomenal for him. That is a new truck to him. That's Toby's old truck. He's still learning that truck. And man, if I was in his shoes, I'd be so stoked to be in 10th place right now, because that's a rough one to come out here against this top talent and play so high.
7 trucks, 7 spec trucks inside of the top 20. And you didn't just see any, you saw no two-wheel drive trophy trucks inside of that top 20. The number one qualified trophy truck, two-wheel drive trophy truck, is Rob McCachran in 27th place. He's got his work cut out for him here today, as do everybody inside of that class. Okay, it's time for some picks. Who are we going to go with? Let's go to the action desk and start off with Rich. Rich, who are you going with today?
Oh, you know, I got to go with Luke McMillin, but Justin Lofton's right there in my brain too. There's a few things happening. And then, of course, Ricky's my buddy, so there's a lot going on. There's top 10 guys. I'm going to go with Luke.
Luke McMillin it is. Let's go to Jason.
I went with Husted. So as soon as I saw him in the top 5, I was like, underdog, oh yeah. That's a 20-year-old truck with some modifications. It's a mid-engine all-wheel drive. Igor's front end, and yeah, I'm going to go with him.
Wes?
It was a toss-up between Luke and Alan for me, but I think Alan is in that sweet spot where he knows how to win, and he's got a great program. He knows his vehicle, his truck, and I'm going with Alan.
All right, so I was struggling with Luke and Alan as well, but since both of those are taken, I'm going to go back with my buddy, my longtime friend, former colleague in the booth. I got to go with RJ and go with Gus. You know what? Let's make some history here today. Let's see if a Legends truck can win the overall. Their number one qualifier, their first one off the line. It should be a very exciting day for sure. We are just moments away here from kicking off our first truck.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Orange Top Lithium deliver.
Intercool method racing. They are off. Our first trophy truck is on course.
And I talked with Ricky Johnson, who's taking the first step today. His goal is to maintain a good pace for the fast guys. Get them out of the way. The only goal.
And next truck to the line out of El Cajon, California, and another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive. Driving for Monster Energy. Properties, BF Goodrich tires, Red race wheels, VP. Works class on that machine. Number 83, Luke McMillin.
He's thinking it's going to be fast, probably an average rate in the 64 miles an hour range.
Yeah, and Kevin talking to him as we were walking down there. It's one thing to start out front, but you got to set the pace. It's a job to find that pace, try to make their way up through and figure out what time it is to get it done and charge through. So up third, multi-time score World Desert Champion to get it done and charge through. So up third, multi-time score World Desert Champion out of Ensenada, driving another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive, driving for Monster Energy, Toyo Tires, King Shocks, Papa's and Beer, KMC Wheels, four-wheel Bart, RPI, Baja Designs, OMF, La Familia Presidenta, Numero Uno, Alan Empurio, El Chingon. Up there on that top spot, but it's not crazy. They're fast, but different class. But Alan Empudia, last year's World Desert Champ right now, he solos all these races. So that's something a little bit different. The Iron Man Ivan Stewart would be proud of what this young man is doing, and he's ready to do it again. We're talking to him, and he says, we're here to get it done. And we are just moments away from him taking that green flag. Number 1, Papa's a Beer, Monster Energy, TT, Alan Empudia.
Yeah, up next we have Justin Lofton coming. Yeah, quite a bit down there. 2 more back is Justin, so Tavo's up next.
Yeah, we got Tavo Vildosola. His dad qualified first with Ricky Johnson, but he is 4th off the line. I spoke with him as well. He said, that's really where I want to be. Like I was talking about setting that pace and just figuring out what time it is to make it around. Another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive. Number 21 leaves the line. Tavo Vildosola.
Now another truck up next, another surprise to a lot of people. It's our second Legends truck. and they're in the 5th spot overall, Rod.
Yeah, 2 legend trucks in the top 5. That's insane. That just shows people talk about, and you got to be 50 years of age or older. That's what the legend trucks are all about. He's out of St. George, Utah. This is a custom-built machine driving for Max's King Shocks and ELE Motorsports, teaming up with Derek Bradley, number 38L, Eric Husted. Taking the green flag. Let's go racing. The battle begins.
I like how he didn't have his back fenders on to start, so no big deal there.
I think he lost those in qualifying. And up next, teaming up with his dad out of California. Teaming up with his dad, Robbie Gordon, in that Geyser built. 2 motors, 2 trannies. Oh, excuse me. We're Justin Laughlin. I'm looking at the video here. We're starting a little bit further out. He's out of Lockney, Texas. The all-beef Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive. Driving for Fox Method Race Wheels. Danzio, Justin Lofted Foundation, VP Racing Fuels. Number 41. This is Justin Lofton. And Lofton's smoking off those tires as he heads his way out. Up next, now we're to that number 5, 2 motors, 2 transmissions. They're out of California. It's that Geyser-built truck, the Geyser brothers. When Clyde Stacy said, hey, I want 2 motors of 2 trannies, they said, unbelievable, but we can do it. Driving for RPM Off-Road, Geyser Brothers, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, Rugged Radios, KMC, and Speed UTV. Behind the wheel here on the start, taking that green flag, number 5, Max Gordon, the Madman. Going green. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, he's got a brand new Mason all-wheel drive Gen 2 coming up, but he's racing his old truck here. He drives for Red Bull, AMSOIL, Toyo Tires, KMC Wheels, Fox, The Source, and Baja Designs. They're not going to need him. Number 7, Mr. Bryce Menzies.
And speaking with Bryce this morning, he was in mindset. I might expect to be back here this afternoon around 2:30.
That is super fast. Yeah, we're expecting these trucks. More time down here. The whoops are getting deeper, but they're going fast.
Let's do it, bro. Yeah.
Taking the green. And our next truck up, also in the legend.
Beautiful.
Out of St. Louis, Montana, teaming up with Larry Rosler in the Mason Motorsports truck. His shop is in Temecula, my hometown. Number 61L, David Payne.
Yeah, David Payne's there. That's third Legends truck in the top. Third Legends truck. Again, before it was like Legends, but now they're right up there. When they run these short courses, don't qualifying it, that changes it up a bit too.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing this year, and as well, just qualifying all the trophy trucks, obviously Class 1 in the spectrum. David Payne right now taking that green flag, and he's behind the wheel. And back with a vengeance, fresh off a huge win in one of the state races. He's also driving that Basin Motorsports all-wheel drive. New truck to him, driving for Householder Motorsports, Inc. Fine-tuned suspension, BF Goodrich tires, Pro-Am wheels. Joe Gibbs Motor supplying the power steering solutions, and GTR Industries teaming up with Trevor Illingham. Number 24 out of Placentia, California, Adam Householder.
Like you said, he's been on fire lately.
Yeah, good to have him back. They got that new truck to them this year, and stoked to see him spreading his wings and coming out here. But Adam's on course. And up next, teaming up with Harley Lettner, another legend in a Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck, driving for King Shocks, BF Goodrich tires, KMC wheels, Baja design, another Joe Gibbs rocket ship motor in that bad boy, Trauma VP Specialized powder coating, number 70 had a new. I'm looking for a podium position from Kevin and Harley there. These guys have been battling the last couple of years. Had a little bit of bad luck. They had some issues, but they got this truck dialed in, and Kevin is on course.
And now we're seeing something else that's changed too. Spec trucks qualifying with the big boys, and right up here, 12th overall is our first spec truck rat.
That's right, and one of the best, multiple championships, teaming up with Vildosola, doing some racing in the big boys class. Not that this isn't a big boys class, but Mr. Fiberworks himself, sponsored by Fiberworks, Toyo Tires, Raceline, Fox Shocks, Baja Designs, FK Rod Ends, Powder One, SDG Rapid out of Lakeside, California, teaming up with Connor McNeil and Eric Clay, number 234, our first spec truck off the line in the mix, Mr. Jason McNeil.
Yeah, there are some people that didn't like it, but that's inherent. A lot of times people just don't like change, but to see the change, qualifying once, if you're fast, you should be up there, is the thinking most people have.
Well, that's how it happens. Like, you know, some of these guys, they say, hey, we have to work our way up to these slow guys. Let's all, like, qualify together, which we've started doing, which is absolutely insane. But this next driver, lots of championships, lots of wins down here in Baja with Score. He's out of Long Beach, California, driving that Jimco Class 1 car, driving for Parkhouse Tires, BF Goodrich Tires, BFG, Fox, Maxima Racing Oils, Impact Baja Designs Method Race Wheels, Ibach, and a Jimco chassis, number 127, Cody Parkhouse.
This is our back-to-back Class 1s here. I know you know this next driver well.
Absolutely, Apple Valley. He was a 2025 World Desert Champ, coming back for more, and you see his qualifying position within the big boys here. He drives for BF Goodrich Tires, Raceline Wheels, King Shocks, Pro-Am, Baja Designs, Weddell Industries, Coyer Racing Engine, keeping that beast on fire. Number 168, Cody Reed. And such a class act. His mom won the first female in 2016. She won the overall in Class 1. He's taking over duties, and he won Class 10 that year. So a family with definitely a lot of legacy down here and a lot of championships.
Now a big fan favorite. Our next car, another Class 10, the Green Army.
Absolutely, Justin Davis out of Colton, California, driving that Tisco. Rocking the new livery on the side. It's good to see. King Shocks, Toyo tires, Pro bearing, Titan 7 wheels, Hook and Cleaver Ranch, Maximo Oils, Buggy Whips, Digits, Workwear, and Dirt Co. Hooking him up, number 285, another legendary driver down here with a lot of wins under his belt in multiple classes, Class 1, but that top spot, or top championship spot, has eluded him, and he's here for that this year, Mr. Justin Davis. Our next driver up also in another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive, teaming up with Adam Carpenter and Ernesto Figueroa. He's out of Downey, California, number 253, Mr. Ray Griffith. Calm, cool, collected. You would never know he's as fast as he is. He's so mellow, but he knows how to get it done. He's got some big wins under his belt in the States, and looking for a San Felipe win, his first one here. Hopefully he'll be able to pull it off and step up onto the top of the box. Ray Griffith. Goes green.
There's another one, speaking of fan favorites. This guy's got people cheering for him everywhere. And now he's going to this spec class. He's hoping to pull a title.
That's right. He's got 3 World Desert Championships under his belt, driving for RPM. Back in his Brenthel ride this year, driving for the Brenthel Industries, teaming up with Fox Shocks, Yokohama Tire, Method Race Wheels, FK Rod Ends, Sheet Coatings, Baja Kits, Maxima USA, and Hawk Performance number 273, the young gun, Mr. Abdali Lopez and his dad has just won a lot of races down here, but he's stoked to be on this Brenthel team. You know, they do the full support for him, hook him up with the truck, and he's ready to take this green flag and get it done as he goes to battle. In another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive out of Costa Mesa, California, driving for Earth Basics, Delta Media, VP Racing Fuels, Fox Shocks, Raceline Wheels, OMP, Vibe Organic Kitchen, Troy Lee Designs, Baja HQ and Baja Designs, PCI Radios, keeping him hooked up with his crew, number 212, Travis McCoy. Seen this kid come up. He used to, just since he was a Grom, racing the trophy carts in the Lucas Oil Series back in the day. Great to see him stepping up into this trophy truck spec, and what a good looking truck. Look at that shot right there. It's crazy. The only form of racing where we show up and these things are completely ready. We beat them up to death to get to the finish line, and Travis McCoy leaving the line.
Now, some more entries here with, you know, historic, legendary racing family of the Herbs.
That's right. And this next driver, he's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, teaming up with Jeremy Munyon, a 1.9 Industries built machine. If you haven't seen their shop, it's better than NASCAR shops. They're out of Vegas, driving for Terrible Herps, Monster Energy, BF Goodrich, Fox Shocks, Method Wheels, Borla Exhaust, and VP Racing Fuels, keeping that thing rocking and rolling. Number 219, Pierce Herbs.
That 1.9 Industries, the Herbs people, it's a well-oiled machine, like the McMillin said. They just got everything in order.
You know, the top drivers, look at their programs, and that's what really helps. It's about doing your homework down here, pre-running, and having a good team, and they definitely got one dial in. But this next driver, one of the locals out of Baja from Ensenada, he's got a Chevrolet power plant in it. number 297, Jorge Sampitro. Looks like he's got a new sponsor. They're not written down here, but JS on the side of it. A little bit of a different scheme. Love the new livery this year, looking dialed. Got those dual Starlink, massive Starlink on the top. I love it. Good spot for the numbers. And you're going to be able to track all these racers. You can go to their page. You could actually pull up and follow each racer. Or just watch the live stream. And we'll normally try to like click in. The boys back in the studio will make sure you're getting all the action when passes are going on, or something crazy is about to happen right now. Jorge leaving the line. On to another class. On to another Class 1 car at a Long Beach. Top lineage. He has been around a long time. His whole family, third generation racer. Cunyon, Lee Wood, Parker. It's the Alpha machine driving for Wilson Motorsports. King race wheels, keeping that thing through the whoops. Number 108, Brian Wilson. And kind of crazy, he doesn't have the Wilson wrap on it. Normally, you guys know the yellow, blue, and white with a little bit of fire on it. The brand new car never had time to get it wrapped.
It's off a bit. We saw it pull up there. That's who it is. Now, excited for this next driver. All the years of winning and racing in the cards all the way up. Power in the wheels, the holes aren't as big. He thinks it's going to take one or two races to get going, but he's super excited about it, and he's 100% ready for this one.
That's right. Last year he was in that Class 10. He's raced a lot. He raced for that Honda Talent team in the past, but he's in a Brenthel Industries TT spec this race. Driving for Tom Watson Inc., Yokohama. Fox Shocks, number 233 out of El Centro, California. Another young legend, has so many races through short course. And Baja, Mr. Elliott Watson. And in their second truck, his dad's racing. He is driver record of this Chevrolet power planted machine, driving for King Shocks, Maxxis, Baja Designs. He hails from Hurricane, Utah. Number 210, Colton Husted. He's teamed up and drove with his dad. I believe this is the first full season as driver record. It takes a lot, to come down here and talk about programs and what it costs just to get these trucks ready to come down here and go race. And it's a lot of work, so I'm sure they've been definitely banging elbows and turning screws and getting it done. But two trucks, and this is the second truck, number 210 of Colton Husted, another young gun that is just one hell of a driver. As he gets ready to leave the line, he's going green. Another 19 Industries truck out of Las Vegas, Nevada, teaming up with Wes Leffler, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, VP Racing, KMC Wheels, 19 Industries built bad boy, Baja Designs lights, which they're not going to need if everything goes good. They're 4.5 hours, top drivers getting here. Rugged radios keeping him locked in with his team, very important. And Baja Nicky Enterprises must have hooked him up with his accommodations down here. It's tough to get him. But once again, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, number 227, Jack Olegas.
Yeah, he's got that bright orange Fox wrap around it, so it's easy to see out on the course.
Yeah, new color this year. Last year, I think he was white and had the gold. But good to see Jack on course.
Another one of our spec trucks coming up next. A 246 here. Hagel Lumber, Ben Hagel, he's excited too. They're looking for big things this year. They think they got everything dialed in. They're expecting nothing less than a podium finish.
Oh, absolutely. The Hagels definitely know how to drive the Hagel Lumber Company. I always tell them, and I don't know if they use it, but making trees to trophy trucks, that's what they do. Sponsored by Maxima Racing Oils, Baja Design, Sparkle USA, Universal Forest Products out of Somis, California, teaming up with Ruben Garcia, number 246, Ben Hagel. As he puts down the wood right there, getting it done. Ben Hagel leaving the line, our next driver up. Out of El Cajon, California, driving a Tisco-built machine. Driving for DLM Properties, McMillin Racing, Method Race Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, Howe Performance, Milwaukee, BTS Equipment Unlimited, Rock Ridge Crushing, and SDG Suspension. Dan McMillan's going to be sharing the driving duties as well, but this is number 242, Mr. Bryce Swain. Good to see Dan out here racing, not in a McMillin truck, but obviously supporting this truck. But Bryce Swain, another great driver, and Dan is another one of those drivers. Never count either of these guys out from being on the box.
Is our first in the trophy truck two-wheel drive category.
And one of the winningest drivers in the score, Sam Felipe 250.
Hey guys, we got some news up here at the action desk. So, hey, we got some good news and some bad news, folks. We have some information down there at San Felipe. I told you got a lot of people online. And Steve Lewis, team manager for Vildosola, just contacted me, and Ricky has rolled over. Everybody's okay. They're seeing what they got to do. They got some chase trucks coming in to see what they got to do to get the truck underway. And we'll be back to you. We'll be back to you soon.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the update. We were certainly keeping an eye on that, and Wes, that's exactly what you thought you had put together there, that they had some sort of issue.
Yeah, on the tracker, we saw the 1L had stopped and fallen back, so thanks for the update there, Rich. Man, I can't believe RJ rolled the truck.
Yeah.
That's just so unlike him, because he's such a seasoned veteran. For him to have be clean air, be out there, everything in front of him, and then roll a truck. I would love to hear from him later on as to like what happened, but that really sucks for him. Now, the thing that happens here, though, is now Luke has clean air, and we're going to have a heck of a race between Luke, Allen, Tavo, and everyone else. But I think that battle, Luke, Tavo, and Allen, is going to be nuts now for the next 4 hours or so.
If you're racing against Luke, the last thing you want is him to have clean air.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
You know what's funny is a lot of times Luke says just straight up that he doesn't want to qualify up front. He wants to be like third or fourth and let other people set the pace. When I talked to him sitting in line at qualifying, I was like, so, what are you doing? And he was actually talking with Rob Mack, and Rob was kind of coaching him on how to handle some of the corners. And, Luke just had this look in his eyes of like, he's going to go throw it down. And he just kind of smirked when I said, so do you want to qualify first? And I just got this sense that he was going to like go put a heater down, and he did. And I think he's got to be really happy with where he's sitting. My gut was that this race was going to come down between Luke and Allen. I think we could have some other people like in the mix here, but I feel like it's going to play out that way.
Speaking of Luke McMillin, we're keeping an eye on him right there. That's who you saw on the screen down on the bottom right-hand side. Obviously, you see the starting line as well. But talking about Luke, so accomplished, 33-year-old driver, Mason Motorsports truck, Gibbs Power, 5-speed X-Track, Fox, Method Wheels, BFG, 3-time score champ, won here in 2023, was second last year. He knows this place. I mean, they have a lot of pre-run. They have the best equipment that they can get, as do all the guys in that category pretty much. And he's now, as you talked about, been turned loose.
Something that just kind of came to my mind is, as we have Tavo in the mix here, is the shock packages that these teams are running. Luke, you mentioned, is on Fox, but this is the King Shock San Felipe 250. Tavo and RJ have new live valve King Shocks that they've been working on. Do you know much about that, Jason, or you want to kind of touch base?
I have not personally touched those myself. And so I don't know enough on it, and I don't want to speak on it just yet, because what I know, I don't think is specifically what they're doing. Yeah.
I remember when we had a Polaris that had that on there. I remember watching it work. I mean, and it was mind-blowing. Obviously, it wasn't a race setup, completely different. You've got to be able to control all of the aspects of that, but very, very technical. And I'm sure the rocket scientists that are on board with Christopher Polvoorde, for example, I'm sure that system has to be just incredible.
I do know that King is approaching it differently than Fox, just like they do with their sensors and data acquisition and all that fun stuff. I also can tell you that there is still a big subset of guys that like the traditional or non-live valve stuff as well. So we'll see where this lands.
We're going to go back out to the start and let you watch some more of the action.
BF Goodrich Tires, ORH Wheels, PWR, K&N, Can-Am, Dixon, and Fist. Also Paul Wheel, he's going to be driving with them once again. They're out of Queensland, Australia. Number 46, Toby Price.
So all you watching at home, if you have the tracking up, keep your eye on that 46 truck to be moving up in the field.
A good call there. Yeah, they're going to be passing some people starting this far back. And I didn't hear what happened to him, but that's not where he wants to be. But he's not going to be there for long. But our next driver up out of Highland, Utah, driving for FX Construction in a 1.9 Industries built Score trophy truck, teaming up with Cody Johnson, Preston Brigham, Kyler Christensen, and Trevor Ramuson. Number 282. The crazy cowboy, Mr. Brent Fox. And he had a win this year in the States. Solid win in the last race he raced, so they're coming back and they carry that momentum. A little bit different racing down here. People don't realize, like, the races in the States, they're gnarly, they're hardcore, they're off-road, but there's nothing like the World Desert Championship Series as Brent Fox leaves the line. Out of Torrance, California, in that Geyser Brothers built machine, driving for Smiley Motorsports, Geyser Brothers, Walker Performance, Raceline Wheels, Ebco, McMillin Fab and Trans, James Lynn, Klein Motorsports, Fuel Factory, Eibach, Flowin' Films, Nacho Lights, teaming up with Chase and Gaunt, number 42T, Maverick Gaunt.
Like when you were talking there, Rat, they had that camera zoomed in on his face. He looked ready. Very determined look on his face there.
Yeah, you see the focus. I mean, this is where the Chupacabras, a.k.a. butterflies, are going down. But once this green flag drops in 2 seconds, it's all over. As they get their way out into the Baja deserts to do work. Coming in hot. The motor, you hear that power plant. Driving for 2 brand. Emmy's Auto, BFP Fire Protection, teaming up with his dad, Paul Broughton, and Gavin Mays is going to be doing some navigating for him as well. At Lompico, California, number 2T in the 2-wheel drive class, Chad Broughton. Great to see them. Recently married his lovely wife, Paige Soren, now Paige Broughton. So it's great to see them back down here. This is what they love. This is what they do. This is what they're gonna do as the green flag drops, is go out and kick some ass. Broughton's on course. In this custom-built machine, driving for Spy, Fox Shocks, Maxima Racing Oils, teaming up with Hudson Hall, Evan Weller, and Matt Martinez. They're out of New York. I'm sure they're glad to be out of that place and down in this beautiful place. Number 236, Michael Marcel. And if you don't follow his social media, these guys do some crazy stuff. See him in there. We'll see if they're going to be dancing during this race. Well, they're dancing either way because this is San Felipe. If you're not dancing, you're not going through the whoops. Pin to win. It looks like a new glass package on there. We're having Michael Marcel is on course and doing work. Last year's two-wheel drive score trophy truck champion, Mr. Sam Baldy, is up next. Brand new livery, Mother F Energy, Top Line Industrial, Lava Proper Propane, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fuels, Ultra Wheels, BF Goodrich, X-Track Suspension, Vance & Hines Exhaust, King Shocks, and Titan Fuels. He's out of Beaumont, California. They built this truck. They rocked this truck. They won the World Desert Championship last year. His navigator is Robert Llewellyn in the 1T. The champions coming back for this round. Number 1 of the World Desert Championship Series 2026, Mr. Sam Baldy.
We're just rolling right through them here. This is our 37th starter so far, and there's much more coming, Brad.
Absolutely. He's out of Yucaipa, California. He's having a brand new truck built right now, so he's in his current old truck, and his company representing for so many great sponsors. His company, MCC Pipeline Inc., ODR Motorsports, KMC Wheels, King Shocks, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich Tires. His lovely wife, Daniela Munoz, is going to be navigating for him. Number 294, Vincent Munoz. Great to see them working their way up in this trophy truck spec class. And he's off to the Thunderdome up next. At a Litchfield Park, Arizona, a Chevrolet power plant in that bad boy, driving for Maxxis Tires, Fuel Factory, Rugged Radios, Hamburg, MagFlow, Rugged, Dynamic Motorsports, Kinetic, Turn 2, and Hostile. Number 277, teaming up with another young driver coming up through the ranks, Mr. Luke Knupp. This is Travis Williams. Maxxis representing huge on the side. They're down here, one of our contingency sponsors. We thank them and thank all the rest of our sponsors. You see right there, BF Goodrich being our main sponsor throughout the year. But Travis Williams is on course.
Another fast young guy coming up here.
That's right, his dad. They have Romo Race Prep. I thought it was an Ensenada, but now they're from Mexicali. I'm not sure if they moved. He's driving for Coast Aluminum, Coast Manufacturing, Romo Race Prep, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, Car Tech Mexico. His dad is going to be sharing the driver duties, Mr. Roberto Romo, but this is the young gun, a fast kid, well overdue for a podium position. Number 33T in the two-wheel drive class, Roberto Romo Jr. Shout out to JJ Snar. He hooked that sponsorship up, and he's out here hanging out and representing, and I think so. JJ's going to be proud. Let's make this happen for this young gun and the Romo family.
And talking about crowd favorites, here's another one, Mr. Cameron Steele.
Probably one of the biggest ambassadors of off-road right here. He hails from San Clemente, California. He drives for Monster Energy, Yokohama, Fox, Raceline, Baja HQ, VP, Baja Designs, FK, Curve, Bell, OMF, Baja Bound, Prime Fabrication, Ibach, and Pro Eagle. He is the general of the Desert Assassins himself. Make some noise for number 16T, Cameron Steele. Two tires, two Starlings. He's ready to go racing. Lots of years down here, second-gen racer. And Steele leads the line.
This car might look a little different. I believe it has the biggest tires to ever run in an off-road race down here in San Felipe with those 42s.
That's right, he's rocking those 42s. We saw Luke McMillin did some testing and said, yeah, we're not really ready. We don't have the time to put in, but the evolution, the tires get bigger. He's rocking those BF Goodrich 42-inch. Bad Boys, sponsored by South Point Hotel, Justice Brothers, City Lights Shine, Glen Helen Raceway, Wicks Racing Engines, Walker Evans Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, PCI Collins Motorsports, teaming up with Jared Ingram in this HMS built machine out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Number 162, NASCAR legend off-road Mr. Brendan Gaughan. Our next driver up in Las Vegas breeds some fast drivers. Making his trip from Sin City, driving for DDR, King Shocks, Redline Racing Oil, Toyo Tires, Baja Designs, Dirt Life Wheels, and Gear Works. He's going to be sharing the duties with Alejandro Malgoza and Carl Spender. Number 205, Joe DeLucci. You see the focus. There's nothing better than being on the starting line of a World Desert Championship Series here with Score. Dropping that lid down, focus. He knows what he has to do. He's got a lot of vehicles in front of him, and it's working his way up through the field as Joe DeLucci leads. And now we're on to our second Hagel Brothers machine.
I like their color scheme. It's sharp.
It is sharp. And we talk about trees to trophy. There you go, one more time. And he's going to be matting that wood as he makes his way out of town here. And kind of cool this year, we've done it before, but it's been a few years. We're heading out of town. We're going southbound, so we're going the reverse loop what we normally do. We're going clockwise, and then come back and make our way back through Zoo Road. So is what that does. It sets up the whoops are all going to be square-ish because we've been racing a lot of these lines and a lot of new stuff out there as well, but it's going to be pretty crazy. So right now, brand new truck. He's out of San Marcos, California, driving for TE Motorsports, Toyota Escondido, Hyundai Escondido, VP, BF Goodrich Tires, Electrotech Powder Coating. Adam over there is the man. SDG, Fox Shocks, Raceline Wheels, and Vasterone Motorsports, number 69, doing it right, Mr. Andrew Myers. They just moved their shop at Toyota Escondido. If you want to buy a truck, a Tacoma or a Tundra, and you want it completely dialed in, they'll do it all for one payment. That's what I love. It's a great program they got going on. But right now, as Andrew leads the lines in that TE Motorsports machine.
And now here's another guy we talked about earlier with Toby Price. Here's another one who is not used to starting this far back in the pack. I believe what happened is they lost a belt at qualifying, which is putting him back here.
Absolutely, yeah. He got hung up. That was hard to hear. You know, he's fresh off his King of the Hammers win. He's out of Heber, Utah, driving for Optima Batteries. Brand new Red Bull sponsorship this year. Stoked to see that after teaming up with Bryce last year. They said, hey, we got to have you on board as well. Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels, Borla Exhaust, Ford Racing, Rigid Industries, Decked, K&N Filters, VP, Fox Shock, FK Rod Ends. His navigators, Mike Kim, number 94. This young man is this is another truck you better keep your eye on. Working his way up, Mr. Christopher Polvoorde.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to follow and see how him and Toby are moving up through the ranks today. Remember, Polvoorde starting off the line 45th. But right now, we're looking at the 46th spot off the line.
That's right, and he hails from Las Vegas, Nevada, teaming up with Thor Hirth, his brother, Kyle McDaniel, and Caleb Marshall in another 19 Industries Bad Boy Trophy truck, driving for Terrible Herbst Motorsports, Monster Energy, 19 Industries, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fuels, Borla Exhaust, and Baja Nicky Enterprises hooks them up with their housing down here. Number 19T, another legend down here in Baja, Mr. Tim Herbst. Excuse me, that's his son, Thor Herbst. He was last year's champion in the spec truck, so kind of odd to see him driving in that truck, but that's the way they're doing it. But now his brother, another one of Tim's sons out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving with Josh Montoya as his navigator, and another 19 Industries built Score TT spec, driving for Terrible Herbst Motorsports, Monster Energy, 19 Industries, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Method Racing Wheels, Baja Designs, VP Fuels, Borla Exhaust, and Baja Nicky Enterprises, number 283, EJ Herbst.
2026, 39th angle.
Well, that's number 263. EJ sharing some duties with his other racing. Great to see him out here. Get it done, Herbst. In another 19 Industries built Score Trophy truck, two-wheel drive. Driving for BN 3 Dragonfly, Troy Lee Designs. C-Span, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Method Race Wheels, and 19 Industries doing all the prep work, keeping him dialed in. He's at a Foothill Ranch, California, another legend down here, second generation racer, 32T, Mr. Ryan Arciero.
That's a great shot you just saw of his face, and again, the focus and the confidence, just sitting in that cab, just knowing you got 280 some miles of wicked desert in front of you, but they're ready. He's ready.
The desert's not even tough. It's the racers ahead of you and behind you. Definitely a battle out there. The Thunderdome's got nothing on Score Racing. And Arciero leaves the line.
You're looking at that Patriot Campers truck, that beautiful, I don't know what color green you would call that, but I just like it. You know, they standing out good, and Justice Montesalvo, he's been around for a bit now, a couple years with us here, Matt.
That's right, and they're out of Australia, out of Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, making the trip. The truck's built, prepped over here, so they just fly over and come down, do some testing, and go racing. Patriot Campers, as you mentioned, is his title sponsor. That's a Tisco truck. Great chassis right here. Tisco built some of the best machines. Number 280, Justin Montesalvo, ready to do it done, the Australian. Let's go, man. Out of Fort Davis, Texas, in a Geyser-built Score Trophy truck spec. Driving for Maxima Oils, K1, UPR Racing Fuels, Method Racing Wheels, Fox, and rugged radios. You got to have rugged radios to keep your communications on point. That's all you have between being stranded and getting back. Number 280, number 241, Stephen Beal. Also driving with Preston Schmidt. Sean Geyser's going to be in there, and Jeff Geyser. Okay, the Geyser boys are in it. They built and prepped this truck. This is all in-house in the Geyser team. So good to see them getting in. And, hey, if you're going to have the builder be with you, that's who you want if you have any issues. But these Geyser trucks, for the most part, do not have issues. So they're getting out there and doing work.
And that's our 50th truck off the line. And we're still coming. Speaking of crowd favorites, and this race team in particular does so much for the people of Baja, and in particular here in San Felipe. Great to see them back here in this 250.
Absolutely, Kevin. They do a lot of stuff down here, and it's great to see them back down here out of Manhattan Beach, California, in that ES Motorsports Class 1. Another Class 1 in the mix. Driving for FK Rod Ends, Ibach, Raceline Wheels, Maxima Racing Oils, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich Tires, Fuel Factory USA, Maglock USA, Action Tracks, Lawrence, Weldon High Performance, and Mihan Motorsports is going to be out there doing all the chase. What a legendary team to have chasing you around. Number 150, the Cops Machine, Mr. Morgan Langley. Yeah, they don't even have Cops as their sponsor, but I know who pays for it. You could still watch Cops across somewhere.
Sure, it's on now. But watch the race.
Out of Jupiter, Florida, in another Brenthel Industries built Score Trophy truck, two-wheel drive. Driving for Off-Road Development Center, BF Goodrich Tires, Nacho Off-Road Lighting, which they're not going to need if everything goes well. Number 74T, Shane Lewis. Another new scheme this year. Great to see. You know, sometimes you can't tell the trucks. You're used to seeing one livery, one scheme, new sponsors. But Shane Lewis looking good. We'll see how it looks at the finish line. And this next truck up is another Mason Motorsports machine in our trophy truck spec division. Driving for Gruos y Equipos Industrias. Number 275 out of San Luis Rio, Colorado, Sonoro. Making his way across the bay, Luis Angel Huerta. We talk about our whole series down here. Each race is pretty much like a Super Bowl in Baja. And we have so many, as you heard us reading them off, so many fast drivers that are actually from Mexico. So it's great to see the evolution of people getting into it down here. So many fast drivers, so many championships won by our Mexican teams, and love to see it going. They definitely well-deserved and some of the fastest in the world.
Yeah, Sonora, Chihuahua, Mexico City even. Baja, of course, is well represented down here.
Out of Reno, Nevada, another Brenthel Industries built Score Trophy truck, two-wheel drive. Driving for DNA Carpentry, Reno Motorsports, King Shocks, Method Race Wheels. Teaming up with Paul Ziegler and Brent Udi. Number 15T, David Ziegler. It's a family affair, nothing better. Off-road racing is predominantly a family affair. That's where you bring everybody down, whether they're chasing, and we see so many father and son teams, brother teams, sometimes father teams, lots of stuff. But Ziegler, he's going out with the family right now to do work. Out of Hillard, Ohio, in another Brenthel Industries built, scored trophy truck, two-wheel drive. They got a lot of trucks out here. Sponsored by Columbus Steel Erectors, All Crane, R&M Management, TL Speed Shop, Brenthel, and Method Race Wheels, keeping those tires on the ground through these crazy whoops. Number 99L in the Legend class, Mr. Sean Runyon. Also teaming up with Dawson Lotmer and McRae Glass, Ja Budka and Tana Schritter. I would imagine there's going to be 2 drivers and 2 NASCAR. And Runyon's on course.
Most of the folks that we talked to yesterday at Tech, they were saying if they do 2 driver changes, a lot of them are doing it at race mile 140.
Out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, in the Geyser Brothers built machine, driving for Pioneer Sports, Vision Wheels, Walker Performance Filtration, RPI, the King Shack, Maxima Racing Lubricants, and McNeil Racing holding down the glass on this bad boy, teaming up with David Kache and Cameron Paris. Number 40T, the Killer, Chris Miller. Cantina Racing, they do so much for other people. It's great to see what they do for some of the other racers. I think they spread around a little bit, but Chris, just what a great guy for sure. So our next driver up, he's got the Chevy LS motor power plant, teaming up with RJ Stidman and Will Timberg, driving for Villante Racing, King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, Dugan Racing Engines, Rancho Drivetrain, PCI Radios, 19 Industries built, score, trophy truck, two-wheel drive. Baja Nicky's hooking him up with his accommodations as well. Number 78T, Tracy Poole.
It's good to see the breeze out there, as we talked about. The dirt just stayed and hovered. Seeing these flags moving is a welcome sign, even though now, if you look off into the distance on our main coverage here, you can see the dust out in the desert already.
And this is number 299 out of Austin, Texas, in another Tisco, driving for Ligo Mezcal, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich Tires, Maxima Oil, Ultra Wheels, and Down South Motorsports in San Diego. Check them out. Out of Austin, Texas, number 299, Charles Dorrance. Got the new black and white scheme this year. As he's out, he's going to have to pull some people over to make his way up through the pack. And up next, in their second truck, coming out of the Olaga stable, driving for Fox Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, BP Fuels, Dugan's Racing Engines, Geyser Brothers, RDE, KC Highlights, Howe, Rugged Radios, and Pro Eagle Jacks, teaming up with Ronnie Leachman, Dasher Walker, and Mark Newhan. They're out of Las Vegas, Nevada, number 51T. His son's racing, and he's going to chase him down, Mr. Steve Olagus. Got the same scheme, too. I love it. So both I think it's the opposite. I think Jack's truck might be orange on the front, but either way, they're dialed, they're looking good, they're ready to go racing. As we count it down. out of Ensenada, driving a Tisco Score Trophy Truck Spec. Oh, excuse me, I jumped ahead. Out of Long Beach, California, in the Jimco. Lots of championships for this young man. He's a new dad. He drives for Wilson Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Wix Racing Engine, DC Power, Fortin Jimco, Neo Oil, and ZLT. His uncle was our Grand Marshal. We're stoked to have them be down here. Just a legendary family. Third generation racer. And he's actually out there dropping the flag. 138. Brad Wilson on the gas. And now we're going to move on to our Ensenada Local. He's got the Tisco. He drives for Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, KMC Wheels, Las Lomitas Racing, Papas and Beer, Tisco, Baja Design, SDG Suspension, Turnkey Engines, Rancho de Valle, and Panderas Racing, Guio Vinil, and Lawrence. Keeping him on course out of Ensenada, number 209, Jose David Ruvacalba Adame.
Hey guys, up here at the action desk again. I got Steve Lewis, team principal for Vildosola Racing, on the phone here. What do we got, Steve? Give me a heads up.
Starting out as a rough morning. Whitell rolled at race mile 14 at 15-ish. They got pulled over and they're up and running again, so we'll start reeling in the other legends.
Okay, so minimal damage you can report on, and the drivers and co-drivers are fine.
Everyone's fine.
Excellent. All right, well, how's your other truck doing?
It seems like Tavo's doing really well. Physically, at race mile 17, Luke was, 19 seconds ahead of him, and Tavo, on my corrected time, was in first. So, looks like it's going to be a good day for Tavo.
Good. Well, it's a long day, but it's a short day for us typical Baja racers. So good luck, and we'll talk to you again. Hopefully I won't talk to you again. Hopefully we'll see you at the finish line soon.
Thanks, Rich.
So that actually brings up a couple of things. As you see, they're rolling back over, and they'll get going here one more time. Keep in mind, this team was coming off of 16 consecutive wins, so it will most likely break that streak, I would think. But much more importantly, a shot at the overall. We all know Ricky Johnson is as seasoned as they come. Would really love an opportunity to talk to Ricky at some point and just figure out what happened here. But we all speculate that maybe the pressures of going off, and Ricky will want to get me in a corner and beat me up when I say this, but maybe the pressures of being out front and having a shot at that overall, he was pushing just a little bit too hard in this case.
We just saw in that in-car shot of what took him out right there. Well, not out, but put him on his side. There's a big G out right here. You can see he's pushing hard coming in this, and then it goes black. And right
left
there.
Side, yeah.
That looked like a massive hole right there.
That
must have been the shocks.
The way that was, it almost looked like that was a line to me a little bit because it wasn't super burned in. Mm-hmm. Like, see how that's not a really burned in course? Like, I almost wonder if that's a line. And, yeah, that's something that there's that hole right there. But
when you say that, what do you mean that's a line? How is that different from?
So people that maybe don't know desert racing that well, you have virtual checkpoints that you have to hit. Racing in San Felipe, we've run down there so many times that what happens is the main course gets just rougher and rougher, and people start running to the sides of it. Mm-hmm. And you look for smoother ways to get through sections, or if there's kind of an S turn through it, you'll sometimes try to make a straight line through it.
Right.
And that kind of looked to me like it wasn't super burned in, that maybe was a line.
So maybe something he had not pre-run. But they knew about and thought it was a better option.
Or had just kind of come up with, the I talked about earlier, Ricky made a video on social media that he had posted about how yesterday he was going to go out and run the first 40. And I think that's because you want to have fresh eyeballs on that. And I just feel like he wanted that overall win, and he was just kind of pushing hard, and it just snuck up and bit him. And it's so unlike Ricky Johnson to do that because, I mean, you talk about a seasoned, accomplished driver. Ricky Johnson is that person. So to crack under the pressure, it just seems out of place. So I really would love to hear from him when he gets out of the truck.
We'll hear from him a little later.
I think we all have that same opinion, Rich. You as well. I mean, we all hold him in such high regard as he's just that guy that never makes a mistake, and he's proven that through his entire career.
You know, we drive at 10/10 when we're in these events, right? So, you know, it doesn't take an inch to make a mistake, and it happens at times. It happens to the very best of them, like it did today. So these things happen, and they're going to recover. It doesn't look like the damage was too intense, so I think they'll be okay, and they'll be at the finish line, and they'll get some good points. Like I said, it's season opener. They got something. They got a different game plan now. They had to go from Plan A to Plan C, but they're going to put it together. It's a good team.
I think they still have a shot at winning the Trophy Legends too, so they may still hold that streak. Yeah, because they have the raw speed that they can run down Rossler or Husted and some of those guys. So I mean, they're not totally out of the hunt for that. Something I think we need to talk about though is our actual race leaders right now, which Luke McMillin is out front physical, followed by Alan Impudia and Tavo Vildosola. And there's a really good battle between them. On adjusted time, it looks like they're seconds apart. I don't know that we're getting all of Luke's updated info on our leaderboard. Like, so we're on the current leaderboard we have on screen here. We're showing Luke is a minute 19 down, but then I'm also on the tracker showing him quite a bit ahead.
We're going to stay out here on course and keep up with this story here and the people that are racing. For the people that want to keep an eye on the starting line, you can go to the website, of course, the Score International. Keep an eye on it there at the starting line cam, or also, I believe, on YouTube and Facebook channels as well. So, but we're gonna start following the racing action here, which I know we've been chomping at the bit to get back out here, as we're, I believe, more than 25% in, or about 25% into this race now. And talking about Tavo and Alan being out front, back to our four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive trophy trucks, which we kind of expected it to be. Of course, we wanted to see, you know, RJ and Gus do a great job and stay out front and kind of build that drama. It's just not going to happen here today. But if you take a look at the players there in the top 8, I mean, that is the who's who.
Yeah, it's, you know, we keep showing Tavo in the lead on adjusted, so I think he has closed a little bit of that physical gap onto Alan, and that's why he has that. But also, you know, we've got to keep an eye on Harley in the 70 Kevin Thompson truck, as well as Adam Householder. And then even Bryce, I'm showing that Bryce has gotten by Lofton, so that may give him a little bit of clean air where he could maybe kind of close up too. You know, and
I think it just showed Bryce there ahead of him. Kind of curious what happened to Luke, if he has fallen down a few positions here.
On the Racer Redefined tracker, it shows Luke physical out front. I believe that he is. I want to look at the score tracker and see how that reflects.
He's behind on score.
Yeah, it's just tough to say here. Right now, they're in that new section. So they've gone all the way south, went up Matomi, and then they turn out. And from race mile 53 to 73, that's a totally new section that Score has never run before. And when I was out there before pre-running had opened, you could barely even tell where the course was at. From what I understand now, there's 3-foot ruts and berms through there. So I think it's pretty burned in, but it's not as hooped out and kind of tracked out as some of the other sections of the course.
Look at the fans lined up on either side. An incredible turnout here. Beautiful day. Wes mentioned it earlier. We're expecting temps to be in the lower to mid 90s throughout the day. Look at the Sea of Cortez off in the distance, but the race course itself absolutely packed with fans.
Something I'd like to see if we have it is some in-car with Luke, Alan, Tavo. Okay, so we're in with Luke right now. And we believe that he is our physical leader. And this is kind of the top of that new section where you're in a wash. He kind of had to pick his way through there, and then it opens back up. And he should be pretty close to making a big sweeping left hand coming out of this wash and then looping back around. And then they're going to head south on the course that we normally race through this area. And they'll go back to Matomi.
Maintaining speed right there in third gear. You can see some of the information that's coming back. Jason, I want to work you in here as well. I was able to watch the qualifying lap, and Bryce Menzies comes to mind here when I tell this story, but he was shifting gears in that thing like a two-stroke motocross bike. I mean, bop, bop, bop. The gearing was so tight inside of that truck. Now, I don't know if it was just set up that way for qualifying or if they'll race that way here.
Well, they're not changing the gearbox per se in that aspect. So the gearing would be the same as far as the gearbox goes. They might change a final drive ratio or something between qualifying and a race, but what you're seeing is they're going to be racing in that gearbox. To change that out between qualifying and a race is quite a bit of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll stay the same. I'm guessing, do they have an option like a drop gear to change a final drive?
In these, not so much. That might change with the new Gen 2 per se or other variants, but in this, it is what it is until you actually start to change something. But for the most part, they're dabbling with different things. They'll either spin the front tires faster or the rear tires faster, depending on who you talk to and what they want to do. So they might change that between the two, they might not. Yeah.
And pretty wild here as I go to you guys, Wes. First gear, second gear, we see a bunch of the rocks you were talking about. Gnarly section of this course.
Yeah, as we're watching here, it kind of skipped around a little bit. So I don't know if we're seeing this live or if we're getting.
It was kind of weird, wasn't it? Like two different areas.
Yeah. There was a shot there where it was something totally different. And where I'm showing him on the tracker doesn't correlate to what we're seeing. So I don't know if we're seeing this live. Because he should be out of the wash.
Still
right
great
now.
video, though, nonetheless, to show what they're dealing with and how difficult it is. I mean, let's talk about this area of the track.
Well, this right here is the new section. Right here is where you come out of the wash.
Yeah.
And then he's going to make a big kind of sweeping left. And so this is pretty close to where I'm showing him on the tracker now. So I think we're pretty close.
Video is live.
Yeah, and now he's out of the sandy wash and you're onto more hard packed dirt. And this is going to kind of keep looping to the left. And I call this section miserable. Because they're just a bunch of cross grain. It's really hard dirt. There's rocks in it. He's going to come up onto a section here. This should be, it's race mile 73. So I think about 75, 76, there's two dangers that are marked there. They're big G outs. And those are some of the things you got to check up for.
Well, I think one of the visuals that we have to talk about here as well is look at the dust just hanging there. I mean, way back behind him. So everybody that's in line now will be dealing with dust, it looks like, as well.
One thing to note is he does not appear to be driving that hard. If you remember at last year's Thousand when he was gaining time, man, he was really on it. Right now, I would say he's only at like 85, 90%. He's very comfortable.
The other thing that I'm noticing here is we don't see Alan behind him yet. So that's what I want to watch is, and in fact, I'm going to set up a stopwatch, is what's this gap? So if we see the same shot now where that rocky wall or outcropping is behind him, if we see Alan come through there, we'll get a sense of how the trackers and the leaderboard is looking compared to what we're seeing here from visual shots from this drone.
Incredibly talented driver there. One of the few that have won 3 consecutive, has won out here in San Felipe on a couple of occasions. So Luke McMillin, of course, that infamous family the pedigree that he has behind him and the support behind him is nothing short of extraordinary. And out here doing what he does best, trying to win the overall here. Great qualifying lap. He was first in class, second overall. Very, very fast.
Yeah, I think just from all the other races, you watch Luke through here, like in a Baja 1000, and he makes so much time up in these San Felipe sections that, you know, I would consider him one of the hot shoes.
To say thank you for
San
wiping
Felipe.
off the onboard. lens. Great presence of mind. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's his co-driver, Jason Duncan, who's been with him forever. And luckily, those guys are very seasoned veterans, so he knows if they're going to have good shots. The other thing, he might be actually watching us on that phone or something else at the same time here.
It's a good chance, right?
So here's Alan. I think that's about, there's that rock outcropping right there, so that's a minute 34. So he started a minute behind, which means to me on adjusted, that would put Luke up by 34 seconds.
I think another thing we see here too is the track looks really, really clear for him. Of course, clear. I was talking about him running in the dust. Clearly is not in the dust at this particular point yet.
And Luke does not appear to even be remotely close to overdriving the truck at this point. So if he just maintains that, man, that thing's high probability he will have no mechanical issue.
On board with Alan Ampudia, of course, the reigning champ, the reigning two-time champ.
I was curious if we have audio with these guys on the onboard, because I would love to hear the driver, co-drivers talking if we have that.
I'm hearing that production is working on getting the audio. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you that before things are over with.
This is not a bad shot, too, to kind of showcase how tough it is to read the terrain, especially with the sun.
Yeah, for these drivers, I always feel like it's easier to drive the course early morning, late afternoon, not necessarily when the sun's in your eyes, but just past that where you have deep shadows. Once the sun gets directly overhead, it gets really hard to read terrain because the lighting gets really flat. And this is the miserable section that I talked about where he's making it look easy, but you can actually see how much the truck is articulating through this. And,
right there.
Like right there. And if you're like in a UTV or a 1600 buggy or something, you're getting the crap beat out of you.
In this particular instance, when you're driving a truck like this, he's up to fourth gear here. I'm not sure that we saw Luke get out of third gear, but nonetheless, do you just kind of let the truck do what it does, just kind of float? I mean, you don't have to react to every single thing that it does, and you get comfortable with how the truck is going to move?
Yeah, you do not want to overreact, that's for sure.
I think when you're driving off-road in general, but especially in these trucks, you're kind of just keeping it pointed in a general direction. You know, it's not like you're on a road course like an F1 car where it just turns on a dime. You don't have the same amount of traction you do on asphalt, so the truck's just kind of floating and you're guiding it where you want it to go, if that makes sense.
And you find that comfort zone of how much you can let it go before you need to react.
Correct.
A lot of driving by the seat of your pants.
Right. Good look at two of the top competitors here that are out on course battling now for the lead. Luke McMillin down on the bottom right-hand side and Alan Ampudia.
I don't know if we got a shot from that drone to show us where Tavo was, because that's the other thing I would like to see is where is Tavo in relation to Alan? Because on the tracker, it looks like Tavo has closed a little bit.
You were talking about 2024. Alan won this race with an average speed of 70.73 miles per hour. Incredibly high average speed, something we haven't really touched on. You mentioned a little bit about going clockwise, but for the first time in 3 years, they went south at the start this year.
Yeah, this is the first time that it's gone clockwise in 3 years. And so it is more unique to run the course this way. And I think that our average speeds are going to be in that 60 to 65 mile an hour range. We'll see where things end up. But I don't think we're going to see that 70 to 74 mile an hour that we saw the last 2 years. You know, and okay, so now we're on board with Tavo and Luke, it looks like. And okay, so I think Tavo, that looked like danger 1 to me right there. And you've got those are those big G outs I was saying you got to make sure and check up for. All of these drivers, it looks like they're just kind of hanging outside of the dust. Like both Tavo and Alan, it didn't look like they were close enough to where dust was a major issue as far as slowing them up.
Yeah, the gauges up there, if you happen to catch those in the top right-hand corner. Unfortunately, the mile per hour is not working, but the gear selector was, as was RPMs, and it looked like pulled it into the to a pit here.
I'm thinking this might be like Husted or something, but
race mile 73 would be a bit early, wouldn't it?
It would, so they might be racking a tire or something. I did get news from the Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner team that they had lost a spare tire because a ratchet strap had broken. So they had to re-rack a tire. I believe they did it in the speed zone. So I don't think they lost a lot of time, but that did cost them some time. Okay, so he got out of the pit just ahead of the next vehicle that was coming. And now you can see the dust right there. Yeah. Now, as a driver, that drives you nuts when you almost make the pass and then it just goes total whiteout and you know that
I can
you
see the
missed that
frustration for sure. It's like, are you kidding me, man? You pull right back out in front of me.
Does that look like...
That's close.
Wow.
Jesus.
Oh, that's Bryce.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Bryce that had stopped.
Chase truck was close.
So I'm going to say Bryce had to rack a tire, which means that he probably had to stop and change a tire, which would explain
this definitely is not a fuel stopper.
Yeah, which would explain this time gap.
So that might have been Max Gordon that was coming up behind him.
Yeah, that I think is Lofton. According to what I'm seeing on the tracker, that would have been Lofton, would have been right behind him. Which Lofton started ahead of Bryce, which means Bryce had passed him, but
yeah, and ahead of Gordon as well.
Yeah, I'm showing the number 5 with Max and Robbie a ways back. So I'm thinking that they had an issue. Is that Lofton?
Nah, I can't tell.
The other thing here is, like, Husted should be in the mix somewhere in this. So we've got our all-wheel drives, but then we also have some Legends mixed into this.
Some engine audio there. It's a step in the right direction, at least let you hear these things. We saw RPM before on one of the gauges, and they were up there relatively high as they maintained gear selection. Also saw some brake and throttle action as well as he was heading into one of those G-outs that you were talking about before. It was hard on the brakes for a moment.
It's getting a little siltier here, so you can see the dust is hanging a little bit more. It also, to me, I mean, I think it's the silt is hanging, but it also looks like Alan may have closed up a little onto Luke.
Yeah, courtesy of Luke. Luke's dust there.
I believe that's Lofton.
Looked like Lofton to me.
Yeah.
Would the strategy be here to get up to the dust and kind of sit right there for a little while and see if it comes to you? Or is this race so short where you've got to go?
I think if you notice, he keeps leaning left. So I think he's going to utilize leaning towards the left of the course to get as much open air as he can. See that?
Well, yeah, you want to stay upwind. Yeah. And it looks like the wind is blowing from driver left to right. As well as there are some lines over to the left a little bit.
So I was just going to ask you, I wonder if this is part of the strategy. We start pushing now because we know we're going to have a line to the left coming up here, and maybe we can take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think
He's definitely to the left of that. See that? Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with the trucks is the main course is generally the shortest from point A to point B, and they go through the big bumps so well that really the only reason you'd want to dart out would be if the dust was so bad. But to your point, I think most drivers, like right now, we're not even 100 miles in. The risk that you have to take to push through someone's dust versus being able to make it's just not worth it right now. To me, I think if you're Alan, hang just right off of his dust where you're not taking those risks, but you can still see what you're driving over. And then when you get into the washes, they're going to drop back into Matomi, and then you still have Chinate and Amarias. Those are the areas where you have a lot of different lines, and you might be able to get a run on Luke and actually make a physical pass.
And I think to your point, you never know when something might happen to them, and they'll just give it to you. So why risk it all so early?
Yeah, or just keep pressure on Luke and hope he makes a mistake or gets a flat, and then you get an easy pass.
Caution, left 5, right 5, a little twisty. There you go, a little twisty.
There we go, getting some onboard
Then
audio.
stay left, then cut right 4. Now cut right 4. Good.
Thanks to our production team here, digging into the
Straight
audio.
over, and a blue left 4.
This is definitely my favorite team to watch between co-driver and driver
Airplane left
relationship.
4. Airplane right 4.
Race mile 85, all good.
Right 5.
Jason Duncan is who you're listening to, the navigator, seasoned navigator, has been doing it for a long, long time.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Top left is Alan Ampudia.
And this really illustrates the importance of that relationship between driver and co-driver, and having good notes, knowing how to read each other, you know, the driver knowing what the co-driver is calling out. You know, they're using kind of rally style notes right there, and you know, being able to trust what's being called out, because you know, a lot of times if you're going off of what's being called, you're almost over driving what you can see.
Airplane right 5, left 5.
Well, there's two sides to that table. So if the co-driver were to overcall or undercall, you could either lose speed through turn, or you could, in theory, overshoot something and cause a problem. So when he calls a 3 or a 4 or a 2, the driver has to understand that. And if that correlation doesn't get there, then you could easily come up with a problem.
But to your point, the timing has to be dead on, so it makes sense to the driver.
Correct.
And it has to be so consistent.
Yeah. And that's where you build that relationship. And the more races that you have under your belt together, you become a cohesive unit.
Left 5, WFO. Airplane left straight through.
Pulled fourth gear, they're starting to build some real speed.
They're getting pretty close to coming back to Matomi. So they're going to come out of this section, and then they'll make a right hand into Matomi Wash and head up towards the narrows of Matomi. And for people that aren't familiar with what the narrows of Matomi are, Matomi is a pretty infamous wash here in San Felipe, and it gets hence really narrow, and there's a lot of rocks, and you have to kind of pick your way through. Looks to me like Alan is pretty dang close to Luke. I thought I could almost see Luke when they were turning a little bit there. I think Alan's making a run at him.
Another Mason all-wheel drive truck, Dugan's power for Alan Ampudia. Another 5-speed X-Track, much like the Luke McMillin truck. However, King shocks underneath that one, KMC wheels and Toyo tires for our back-to-back champ.
Okay, so I think
And let's go up to Rich on the action desk.
All right, guys, so we got some more news up here. You know, there's a lot of these trophy trucks and unlimited cars. There's 82 of them, but there's 75 UTVs. And one of our stars of the one of our stars of this event is Eva Star. She's a score champion. She just moved into the unlimited class in the UTVs, and she rolled and crashed, and she's out of the event right now. And that's all we got for now, and we'll move back down to the desk.
Yeah, tough break there. Hate to hear that for one of the best out there. The UTV categories have become so incredibly competitive, and some of the largest categories out here in excess of 20, 23, 26, 28 competitors in the different categories. Pretty impressive.
So looking at Luke's tracker, he should be right about to turn into Matomi Wash here in the next 2 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, he's going to be in this. It's going to slightly start working to the left. And then he'll make a right into Matomi Wash. And that's where, if Alan's close to him, once they drop into Matomi, you do have some line options, and it won't be quite as silty there. So Alan could try to kind of close up on him. But he needs to do it before they get out of Matomi, because then heading towards El Carrizo, it starts to get dusty again.
Thought I just saw Duncan reach up there and grab like a stick or something that had flown in the truck as well, moved it out of the way. A lot of information. I mean, obviously the nav screen right there in front of me. You pointed it out, the phone there to the left of him. And there's all the gauges that are right there next to the nav screen. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there for the navigator to keep an eye on, obviously, so the driver can stay focused on the road.
So right here, he kind of is going into a little wash, and then this is what leads into Matomi. You can see how close some of these trees and bushes are, so you end up doing a little bit of tree trimming.
I mean, it's super narrow, yeah. I mean, it's a great onboard video, and I agree with you on how precise these drivers need to be. They're using up everything that's there.
Okay, he's really close to dropping into Matomi right here. So he's going to make a hard 90 right. You see that berm built up there. Now he's back into Matomi. Now, if we could go to Alan's in-car, I'd like to see how long it takes Alan to drop into Matomi.
First on course there as Luke McMillin goes sailing by at speed.
And you can see how it's opened up now, and they're in a big sandy wash.
Yep.
And how about that? The navigator actually taking him, it looked to me like a little bit different line there. Just for that one short question. He's saying, yep. So.
Stay right, go straight.
So
this looks like what you were referring to me earlier as a line.
Well, in this section, there's so many different lines through this wash that the key is to linking them together and finding the fastest combination of lines. And that's what I think Luke is really trying to do right there, is link all of those and hit them perfect where you have the fastest possible time that you can have through. So here comes Alan. I think he's. I tried to do a stopwatch on that, but I didn't get exactly to where he drops in. But I think Alan is just outside of a minute back on him.
Which means he would have picked up about 30 seconds somewhere in there.
Yeah, on our leaderboard, we're showing Tavo and then Alan and McMillin. I think they're within a stone's throw of each other on adjusted, which is basically what we're showing. Is, Alan is 1.1 seconds back and Luke 6.5 off of Tavo on adjusted, which basically means they're all about a minute apart physical on course, which is right out of someone's dust, pretty much.
Yeah. Obviously, as you take a look at that leaderboard there as well, you can see the bottom part of the board is scrolling through the other classes. There's a look at trophy truck two-wheel drive. And it appears, though, Herbst is leading that one. Rob McEachran's the #1 qualifier inside of that category. If, in fact, that is correct there, it would mean that Herbst has caught up with him somewhere about 20 seconds possibly behind at the C. I believe, as I recall, Rob McEachran qualified 27th. Cameron qualified 40th overall, was 7th in class.
Something else I'm kind of looking at here is we've got Luke at race mile 95 and Christopher Polvoorde is just at race mile 50. So he's 45 miles back due to where he started. And we should see some splits here. So let's see at 50 where he pops up. I think he hasn't cleared there yet, but I'm kind of curious to see where he shows up on a leaderboard at that point.
Yeah, it'd be great to take a look at the split for Christopher.
Okay, so Christopher just popped up. On adjusted, according to the leaderboard, we're showing Polvoorde in 5th place on adjusted time.
Wow, how about that? And that's exactly what you had talked about. If you're just joining us here, Polvoorde had a big issue in qualifying very early on. One of the belts came off. I believe it also took another belt with it, which was controlling the oil pump. Lost oil pressure, had to stop immediately, try to fix that. At the end of the day, it was a 3-mile course, so he did complete the course, but he ended up dead last, so he had to start in the back. And Wes, as you documented, had a nice conversation with him and said, hey, man, this is going to open up some opportunities for you to use some other lines and get around some of the slower trucks that are in front of you. And if you do your job, you can pick your way forward. It's all on corrected time. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing that you start in 45th. You still have the same opportunity to win as the guy that's starting 3rd or 4th.
He's going to be someone to watch this whole race. And I think there's a lot of washes in this beginning section, which is going to allow him to make a lot of passes. And, I said at the beginning of the race, I think that he could still make it onto the podium from where he's starting, even though he's starting way back, at 45th.
Rich, from your point of view, what are you seeing, my brother?
Well, up top here, we're getting a few more reports. Goodness, Eva Star's doing okay. Her and Sean are fine, Sean Malabanan and Eva, but my goodness, man, their car is totaled, and we're hearing they're going to need some sponsors to kick up. So their car is totaled, but they're doing okay, and that's the latest.
Yeah, well, that's great news. I mean, it's terrible that they crashed, but it's great that they are okay. We can always build another race car. It's all part of people hanging it out here, and I think it's important to know, when you see people like a Ricky Johnson that can crash, just how hard they're pushing, just how tough it is out here. And for the people at home, I mean, these are the absolute best in the world that are going at it, and they are pushing the ragged edge on a really, really difficult course. Shortest race of the year,
yeah,
but one of the most difficult.
Yeah, especially when you have a brand new car and you just go to the season opener. It's just a really tough way to start the season.
Right.
Feel very, very bad for them. It's really sad.
Racers are a tenacious group.
Especially young girls that compete in such a man-dominated sport too. She's done so well and been so successful. To see this happen is heartbreaking for me. They're very good friends of mine.
Once again on board here with Luke McMillin. Saw him wiping off the visor rather than pulling a tear off.
Yeah, in these races, most of the guys aren't really running a lot of tear-offs because you're not getting mud.
I said that and I looked, and I'm not sure if he even has a tear-off on.
Yeah, it's...
maybe with where he was starting, he was like, I really don't need him, which surprises me. I mean, I know dust can get in between those things and actually cause an issue. But I would think that you'd have a couple.
You can run laminated tear-offs, which then you don't have that issue, but But it's just easier to wipe your shield than it is to, it's not mud that's going on there, it's dust. So you just wipe it with a towel. So there's Bryce. Looked like a ratchet strap or something hanging off the back of that. You see that, Jason?
Definitely.
What do you think that was?
Probably a strap would be my guess.
Well, and you had talked about it before when he pulled over the pits and possibly losing.
Yeah, we saw him have to rack a tire,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe part of that strap now is hanging off the back.
I couldn't tell if he was one tire down in the back or not. There was
It looked like
dust that I couldn't see that.
I thought I saw two, but we only saw like a quick little glimpse there. So everyone at home, don't hold me to it if it's not in there.
Well, if one side of the strap broke, they have the other side hard mounted. They're just going to leave that on, let him ride, grab him out of the chase truck, strap the other tire down, and let him go.
So I know we have a drone set up in the Narrows, and Luke should be coming to that area here pretty soon. So I think that's when we cut to that shot that was just in the canyon. So this should be pretty cool to watch our leaders come through the Narrows of Matomi. And he's getting up to that area here pretty quickly. A section that I don't think we have a camera at, but we'll be able to see in car that I'm looking forward to seeing is in Huatamote Wash. That's probably the most technical section of the race course. I think it's around race mile 128 to 130. And it's really, really rocky in there. And I want to watch how these guys get through that area.
Once again, on board here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we see dust here. So Luke is coming into the Narrows of Matomi right now. He's going to straight line this. So you kind of see how there was a line that looped through there, but he just went straight through.
Yeah, shortened it up a little bit. I'm sure carried more momentum.
These guys do a lot of corner trimming out there.
Jason Duncan, as we talked about being Luke McMillin's navigator, also served with Jimmy Johnson here just recently at the Mint.
So right here is where this is where the Narrows start. And you'll see the rocks. There's a couple pinch points that you gotta, like right here is one.
Oh yeah.
That you gotta kind of really just check up, cruise through there. Jason, so what are these guys watching for on the underside of the truck with these rocks?
The main thing here is just don't hit the drive line. These are left-hand drive line drop on these Masons. That would be my biggest concern. Other than that, the steering.
Oh man, he just went straight right up over that rock.
Yeah, you don't want to hit anything that's going to try and disrupt your engine or your drive line. That primary engine skid plate in the middle of the truck is susceptible. But
look at the boulders there in the middle of that course. And I know, Wes, you kept talking about the rocks. I mean, this is a great example. It's so funny. Whenever I think of San Felipe, I just think of loam and sand the whole way. This never comes to mind, but this is brutal.
And these rocks are nothing compared to what they're going to hit in Huatamote. So he's pretty much through the bulk of the really rocky area now. And then he's probably 2 miles or so from coming up out of Matomi. And then he'll be up on a plateau heading over towards El Carrizo. All right, so here's Alan coming through that same area. Our top 3 drivers, they're spread out enough that dust isn't really affecting them.
They could also be pace matching intentionally. Yeah, it's very early still.
Little pit or
right there, that one right there, that could be bad on steering.
Curious if he goes straight or if he goes around this rock as well that we saw. Here it is right here, I believe.
He's going to go straight through.
Yeah, he went straight, yep.
That looks like a pretty clean shot.
A lot of times I feel like you're better off to just square up and go straight over a rock than to try to dodge it and then hit it with a sidewall of a tire or something like that. Or side load an axle, or you're you're just better to go straight over things as long as you have the clearance to do it, in my opinion.
But if you wanted to do something, I would put that rock under the co-driver. Drive lines under the driver.
If you're going to hit anything, you want it under the co-driver, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Jason, man, you make it so personal. Well, why'd you have to use the co-driver as the example?
Well, on the mid-engine trucks, you have to put the drive line on one side or the other. So
sure,
on these, they're on
I get your example, but you have to use the driver as the co-driver as an example. There's a great shot of that that little area right there.
But subconsciously, the drivers will typically protect their side of the truck more. So uniball bearings and stuff like that usually wear less on the driver's side by default.
That's pretty funny.
Something that I feel like we noticed here is, I didn't time this on a stopwatch, but it does seem to me, just judging when they came through that rock, that the gap from Luke to Alan was bigger than the gap from Alan to Tavo. That mountain off in the distance, that's where he's going to come up out of the wash here and then up onto the plateau. And the thing is, right now they're in sand, so you're not getting a lot of dust to hold you back, but then once they get up onto that plateau, it gets pretty silty up there.
It is impressive how comfortable he is right now. This is the complete inverse of the last half of the 1,000 where he was just completely on it. I mean, he's just cruising right now.
It's a nice Friday drive.
Yeah.
You know, cruising along, or Saturday drive, sorry.
Yeah. I'm curious from you guys, as much experience as someone like Luke McMillin has he driven this particular area of the course before?
Oh, he's probably been through this 100+ times.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's got to be up there.
Not
It's
just
in the
from
hundreds.
pre-running here, I'm talking about from years previous.
This area is raced through quite often. So like a Baja 1000 will go through here. Why did Luke put his hand up in the air?
He's done that a few times, but I don't know if he was slowing down or not. I don't know. They cut away right before that because he just downshifted rapidly. I don't know if you caught that.
When we first went on board with him, he did the same thing. Yeah,
correct.
I noticed that as well.
So it'd be nice to have the in-car to see if he's complaining or bitching to Jason about something.
What was funny is when we came back to Alan did the exact same thing. He put his hand up in the air as well.
See, the camera in this is a little off to the right. If you notice on Luke's, they have it right over his shoulder. It almost gives a little bit better view.
So that same mountain I was talking about that was off in the distance, you can see how it's closer here to Alan. So they're getting near where you're going to come out of the top of Matomi there. So this should probably be Bryce. No, Tavo.
So based on what we're seeing here, it seems like the dust hangs for about a minute and then starts to clear out. Maybe a little bit different here in some of these washes depending on wind current.
Yeah, it depends where you're at. In the washes, it's more sand and less silt, so the dust isn't as bad, doesn't hang as long. But then, like I was saying, when they come up onto that plateau and it gets more silty, then that dust is going to hang a lot longer.
Carrying a decent amount of speed through here. There's the tight area.
As we're looking at the leaderboard here.
And that is Bryce.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Tavo had already come through. That's why I was a little
that is Bryce.
So,
and it looked to me like Bryce carried a little more speed through there. Maybe it's my eyes.
Strap that's hanging off the back.
Yep.
Yeah, just in case somebody wants to do a little sandboarding behind his truck, you just grab on and.
He's slowing down for you
Cruising
right
up
there. You
the
grab a
wash.
hold.
Yeah.
Bryce so accomplished, of course. You talked about him having a new Mason truck on order. We do not believe that he is in the new Gen 2 6-speed X-Track for him. Dugan's power. Not much he hasn't accomplished. Of course, he was co-driver with Polvoorde to win the 1,000 a year ago.
So both Bryce and Toby and Paul are waiting for their Gen 2 Masons. Jason,
correct.
What's going to be different with the Gen 2 Mason, and how do you think that's going to change the game?
Well, they are still mid-engines, they're still portal trucks, so there are some similarities in there, but they have completely different steering system, completely different rear drive system, very similar rear suspension, but they did change a lot of that up. So it's not a traditional live axle like we see with a third member. It actually has members and technically on kind of both ends of the housing, and then there's two drive lines that come up to like a, best way to describe it would be kind of like a W-style assembly where the drives come out of the gearbox and rearward, and then they have a massive gearbox forward of that to the front drive. So it's very similar to a Gen 1, yet also very different. So it truly is a ground-up platform relative to the Gen 1.
I actually meant to ask Royce, our producer, to grab a couple still shots, and I don't know, maybe the guys can't up there in production, but I was able to, we were talking about it yesterday, you bring it up, Jason, that transmission, that Mason-O-Matic, it is incredibly large. I mean, it looks like a massive piece of jewelry, but I mean, it literally looks like it's 4 or 5 feet in length. It's a huge piece, but pretty cool, man. Very, very impressive.
We had, before these shots here, we were in car with Tavo, and you could see that he was up on that plateau heading towards Rancho El Carrizo, and you could see that the silt was hanging a lot more in the air there.
Justin Lofton. Another Mason Motorsports truck. Danzio, I believe a 641 inside of that one. And a Mason-O-Matic. We were just talking about the Mason-O-Matic. Fox Method, BFG, all on board. 3-time Met 400 champ. Won the 2009 ARCA Series and the 2012 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Charlotte. So he's had a little bit of oval track experience, of course, very good at that, and very good at what he does out here as well.
So as far as engine packages, Luke is in a Gibbs.
Correct, yeah.
And then we've got Alan in a Dugan's, and then Tavo's a Dugan's as well? Is that
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure Lofton is the only Danzio.
Yeah, and then we'd have Lofton in a Danzio.
The only other Danzio that I know of is Robbie Gordon's twins.
Correct.
Truck. I believe there's a pair of Danzios.
But I don't know if those are Danzio
and Tavo
engines.
does have a Dugan's power plant, yeah.
So we have 3 Danzio engines in the race.
Yeah, 2 trucks,
just
3
2
engines.
trucks. Yeah.
But I believe those are more like an LS base, like it's not an actual like ground up build Danzio, whereas like this is a ground up, I'm sorry, Lofton would be a ground up Danzio engine. Whereas like you can order the 6100 package from Dugan's, but it's not like a Dugan's engine per se, you know.
Gotcha.
So on board here with Alan, this is coming into Rancho El Carrizo. And at that point, they're going to turn and they make a right-hander, and then they're going to go in a straight line through some big sand whoops with a barbed wire fence on their side. And that's where Luke is, I think, right now. And then that's going to lead them up over to Guatamote, to the top of Guatamote. They'll cut back over towards the Cia Cortez. Who are we on board with, or who are we showing?
Payne.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Rossler is driving right now.
I don't think they did a driver change. I think he started. So
yeah. I'm pretty sure Rossler's in the truck right now. So again, very seasoned driver / rider. In fact, I don't know that anybody has more races under their belt down here than Larry Rossler.
Yeah, wins on moto, obviously wins, I think, in Class 1, wins in trophy truck. But I think much more importantly, we have to talk about him coming back off of his injuries not too long ago. I mean, he was really, really hurt. Very, very concerned that he had broke his back at the time. But fortunately, that did not happen. But great to have him back inside of a truck and being competitive.
Yeah, I had a funny talk with Justin Lofton at qualifying, and I was asking about the course, how it beats you up. And we got Harley Letner there. And he was talking about when you're in like a UTV or a buggy, it's like fighting Manny Pacquiao. And he said when you're in a trophy truck, it's like fighting Mike Tyson. So he's like, you're not getting these little hits, but when you do get a big G out or something, it's like just getting a knockout punch by Mike Tyson, which I thought was a pretty funny analogy. But so when you hit a big G out, which is what happened to Rossler, you can compress your back and actually fracture vertebrae. Same thing happened to Sean Geiser during qualifying for the 1000. He hit a rut and actually fractured vertebrae in his back.
And you wonder, I mean, speaking of that, we have to take that in consideration with what we saw Ricky Johnson go through, at the start of this race. I mean, it's a real possibility. So I think we heard that Ricky's okay, but hopefully no serious injuries there.
For sure, his ego's hurt. But yeah, I mean,
he can get over that.
I mean, anytime you put one on its lid, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, well, and we saw that visual. It was enough to knock the camera out. I mean, it looked pretty serious. I mean, a high rate of speed as well.
I think he hit that, and then the rear end compressed, bucked on him, and he probably did kind of a slow rollover to the side because there wasn't a lot of damage to the vehicle from what I could see. If he would have barrel rolled or something, that whole body would have been tore off.
Yeah.
So I think he probably hit the G out, did a nose wheelie for 100 yards or so, and then put it on his side. Okay, so Luke is on that section I was talking about where you're just straight in the big sand hoops with a barbed wire fence on your side. You go a couple miles on this, and then you're gonna make a 90 right heading towards Watamote. There's some pretty good hoops there. It's just ridiculous how well these trucks get over this because this does no justice to how rough that is right there.
Yeah, so let's talk about this for a minute, Jason, because I remember whenever I went to San Felipe, it was many, many years ago, and one of the big issues at the time was cooling the oil for the dampers. And since they've gotten much better, obviously, at that, the dampers, I believe, are a little bit larger, 4 inches in diameter now. But is that still a challenge to take care of these dampers?
Yeah, these trucks, I think almost all of the Gen 1 Masons are running a 4-inch bypass up front, possibly a 4.5. And obviously, yeah, shock temps are always going to be in question. There are two different styles of systems between King and Fox, to be fair. And so depending on your flavor. But there's no way you can get around the fact that you're going to have a lot of piston speed and movement through these sections. And those shocks build heat. But
what would be a preferred maintained temperature for that shock oil? Obviously, if it gets too hot, it gets thin, it loses its viscosity, and you lose the dampening out of that shock that you need to get through there.
Oh, that is a great question, and you're going to have debate in that between the tuners, drivers, and teams. And I've heard stuff all across the board, and some guys will let her cook pretty hard, and some guys get really weird about it getting even remotely hot. So there's others that will literally tune it to where until it reaches a certain temperature, they're not even happy.
Right.
So you're opening up a can of worms on that one.
The viscosity of that oil is you want it at a preferred temperature, I would think, and too cold, it's going to be too thick, too hot, and it's going to be too thin.
Correct, and then obviously you're battling or you're setting that up appropriately relative to your piston, all these other metrics, right? So like I'm saying is you've got a lot of debate in between the different trucks and tuners on that specific question.
And they are being put through their paces right there.
Yeah, you talk about a suspension test right here. You've got, I think it's maybe like 4 or 5 miles of just wide open across 3-foot deep sand hoops.
Yeah.
What type of coolers do they utilize at this point to keep that fluid cool? I mean, in comparison, say, to a radiator.
Well, these are pretty much just going to be a fin-style cooler on a reservoir. They're not really doing too much other than that these days. And frankly, they don't really need to. For the most part, I know this looks pretty violent and crazy, but these guys have got this stuff so dialed that frankly, I don't think shock temps are much of a concern for them anymore, or as much of a concern as the 10 other things that come on the list.
Man, look at Ampudia. He is being beat up right there. Co-drivers.
A lot of times when they're tuning the shocks too, you tune the shocks for operating temp. So when they first start off, it actually might be a little stiff, but then once they get up to operating temp, the viscosity thins a little bit, and then then it comes into its tune, if that makes sense.
That's what I was trying to refer to, is like there is a very wide margin here to answer that question, to be fair. And there's also, you have to remember, it's the person in the seats. Someone like a Lettner famously will have stuff a little bit more harsh because he drives into stuff so hard relative to some of these other guys. So again, huge variance, even though they are mostly all the same Gen 1 Mason, they're going to be a pretty wide variance in those answers.
Unfortunately, the speed gauge there not working. RPM, if it is in fact accurate, is that engine's being put to the test here. I'm really curious from you, Jason, or Wes, either one who can answer this. If we watch the throttle gauge there, is his foot actually moving that much in there, or does he have it pushed through the firewall to make sure it doesn't do that?
I don't think that throttle gauge is correct based on the RPM stuff I'm seeing. So this Dugan's realistically is going to be at 7,000 max. Ray really doesn't want you pushing close to like 6,800 and change. So that's why you're looking at that gauge. As soon as it hits 7, that's red.
Copy.
And a lot of that modulation in RPM is because the hoops that he's going over.
You are correct.
Where you're getting wheel spin, not wheel spin, wheel spin.
Oh, gotcha.
So
your foot.
Let's get it up to.
And your foot actually does move on the throttle as you're bouncing over stuff a little bit. So
well, that's what I was referring to.
Hey guys,
that's
we
what I
got
was
some
wondering.
news up
Let's
here.
get it up to Rich. What do you got there, Rich?
Well, we got some video that just came in with Evastar's crash. Looks like she went a little hot over the jump right off the start. So sad.
That is a
oh,
big
man,
moment.
what a hard tumble. So she must have lifted a little bit when she came off that jump, and then the car caught on fire, and the spectators all ran over there and started dumping sand on it and got a little flash fire out of it. But her and her dad are okay, and just really crushed with the damage, of course, and right off the start, season opener. What a sad day.
That is a big moment, no doubt.
Now,
unfortunately, that is a great visual of what you were talking about with Ricky, where it kicked the back end up in the air.
Yeah, and I got some other news. That 26T, Dave Taylor, also is out of the race due to a fire. So we don't know much more about that yet. I'm looking to get more details to see if how bad the truck's burnt. But the driver and co-driver got out without any burns, so that's good.
Yeah, that beat Dave Taylor and the 26T in the two-wheel drive category. So we're glad to hear that they are okay. And we're really glad to hear that she's okay with her father. I mean, that was a big ride.
Hey, Rich, have you heard anything on Householder? Because I'm hearing that he had power steering issues around race mile 45 and that they're working on getting going again.
Okay. So I saw them struggling, but I have not heard more about any details yet.
Yeah, so from what I'm hearing, Householder's having power steering issues right now, which that would be in the old Price wheel truck.
Correct. Yes. Yep. All-wheel drive Mason, Gen 1. Yep.
Well, not to cut you off right there, but was Tavo just stopped right there in his in-car?
I missed that. You might have picked up on something I missed.
No, he's moving now. Maybe the screen may have been froze, but just for a second there, it looked like I saw him stopped. And he's right in the dust of Allen, and I don't see dust in front of Allen, so that makes me think Luke has kind of gapped him a little.
Yeah. Luke's capable of checking out. I think he's playing his deck of cards just the way he wants. I mean, it's still early in the race, but this is a sprint, as you know, Wes.
And Luke is into Huatamote, so this will be fun to watch as they get into kind of that race mile 128, 130, it gets really rocky. It's off camber. They're gonna have to pick their way through there. So I want to watch there's a couple line options through those rocks of what these guys do in that section.
Yeah, that's a real technical section. Definitely slow. There's no time to be made up there, but a lot of time to be lost.
Yeah, if you put it on its side right there, that's where you're going to lose the race.
For sure.
Great to have both Rich and Wes in here, both multi-winners out at the 1,000, multi-time champions as well. So you guys have been out here, you've dealt with what they're dealing with right now, and probably look at it a little bit different than the rest of us.
So watching Toby there, that looked to me kind of like the section I called miserable. So around race mile 75 or so, and that's where I'm showing Polvoorde. See if I can get any leaderboard info that would show us where Polvoorde might be sitting on adjusted.
Yeah, and worth a mention again, if you're wondering why Toby Price is back where he is, he unfortunately is not racing the truck that he was in the 1,000 with. He is in a spec truck, basically their pre-runner, because unfortunately his ordered truck from Mason Motorsports did not make it.
And our leaderboard that we're showing right now at check 2, Polvoorde hasn't come through there yet, but at race mile 70, where Polvoorde had come through, which is just before check 2, I'm showing Polvoorde again 5th on adjusted, 5:15 back. So he's
and a lot of time to continue making it up. I mean, and if anything happens to the guys up in front, I mean, a podium here is certainly not out of the question.
Definitely. Yeah, I think Christopher's just got to keep his head down,
Those
be
two
consistent.
are very close here together.
Is that Max ahead of somebody?
Yeah, I wondered. It almost looked like Gordon's truck.
Yeah, it looked like the orange speed truck. One car?
Class 1 car.
Yeah, is that Reed?
No,
no.
That's
Wilson, right?
Correct. Yeah. That's the
I don't
Alpha
recognize
that's been, that's an older Alpha that was modified and updated at ID Designs.
Just don't recognize it without the normal Wilson wrap.
Correct. It's like a silverish wrap that they got on there.
Yep. So we're on board with Toby. Just trying to see where he is sitting.
Right 5.
So it looks like he is getting pretty close to dropping back into Matomi, which honestly means that he's doing really well, I think, on where he's sitting, considering what he's driving and where he started.
Right 5.
And for those of you that might not know what I'm referring to there, Paul Wheel and Toby Price, Paul sold his truck at the end of the Baja 1000, which Adam Householder bought and was racing in this race, expecting that they were going to have their Gen 2 Mason ready for this year, but they don't have it yet. And now they were forced to go in their practice truck, which was a trophy spec. Yeah, it's a Tisco 6100.
Yeah, consequently, he qualified way deep. He qualified 31st overall and 9th in class, so that's why he was back there, like you said.
And to be,
so there's Ricky Johnson coming through. He was not getting through that clean. Does he have a flat?
Did he just get a flat tire from that?
Yeah, something's not right.
That left front looks.
Well, what you might be seeing too is he could have a bent rear upper link that would be causing some wonkiness from that rollover.
Oh, that's a great point.
So to me, it looks like that housing is tracking left more than normal, but it's hard to tell with the body.
He's trying to get out of the way.
Yeah. He just, the way his truck tracked when he went over that rock, something, either got flat or.
Yeah. Well, in the rollover-ish that he had, right? It wasn't a full rollover, right?
Yeah.
You've got two primary things: sector shaft up front and rear upper links. Those are usually what's going to go first. So if you slightly bend a rear upper link, she's going to track a little weird. But this is looking like something else up front. This could be steering.
Steering rack or something?
Well, if he damaged a sector shaft or anything in that first little rollover, this is the worst area to be dealing with.
Yeah, he's having a hard time turning that wheel to the left.
So, because if you clip one of those rocks, man, it's going to put force right into that pitman arm.
Well, and that right front took a little hit. You can see.
That's what I'm saying. Is, yeah, it's
Well,
putting.
he hit that first rock. He hit with the left front square instead of being able to center that up.
So I bet you they bent a sector shaft and they've got some wonkiness that he's fighting. Because typically, like, you're not going to bend a swinger. That would be odd. Typically, the actual tie rod is fairly stout. Like, those usually are not bent unless you physically hit a tie rod, you know. Now, another point, too, is Mason actually fired up Bryce's truck today while we were sitting here. So technically, Bryce's truck is running at Mason. Yeah. That was like 20 minutes ago.
So 2 hours too late.
Well, I mean, that's just firing it up. You still have quite a bit to do.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of testing.
Getting the engine to run is unfortunately the easy part.
And if you didn't hear us from the top of the show, that is our number one qualifier. Ricky Johnson qualified that in the number one spot. First time in the history of SCORE that a Legends truck had qualified number one overall. Unfortunately, early on in the race, he G'd that thing out and went for a ride. As you can see, a little bit of damage there to the hood as well. But rolled that one over on its side. They had to get him turned back over, and it has gone downhill since then as they are obviously battling with some more issues now.
And just to be clear, so everyone knows, this was Ken Stout's pick to win.
It was. It was. Did I jinx him? Did I jinx him, man?
I don't know if you jinxed him, but I just had to rub that in a little bit.
Thanks, buddy.
Definitely the worst place to try and address a steering issue. So I feel for him right there. That's rough.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can fix that, because that's not a easy retrieval out of there either.
I can tell you this, they're not replacing a sector shaft right there.
Yeah.
But typically you can bend the sector shaft a decent amount of degrees. Your steering wheel will be off, so now you're shifting up and down.
Yeah, I was thinking they could get it good enough to get out of there.
It's definitely plausible.
Because if you could get up to Rancho El Carrizo, you can come down Morelia Road with a chase truck or something, and have parts or fix the truck. Because that's the other thing is, we were talking about this win streak that they've been on. And what is it, 17, I think, that they've won?
16 previously, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
16 consecutive there. And
this would have been their 17th.
He just had a bit of an issue there, too.
Yeah.
By the way, we're hearing that Rob McEachran's having a pretty good run. I want to check him out on the tracker. Rumor and the rumor mill is maybe tracking up inside of the top 10. That would be a massive run. After I said if he could get in the top 15, it'd be pretty impressive. Keep in mind he qualified 27th overall, going by RJ and Gus right there. So that is the 297, it would appear, of Jorge Sampitro out of Ensenada. Qualified 20th overall, 7th in class in the spec trophy truck.
Yeah, they got.
What do you think they're looking at, Jason?
Right now, if I was a betting man, I think they have a left-hand bind issue, because it seems like he is struggling to turn the wheel left. Also, this is like the worst kind to do this, because that power steering pulley is really not putting out a lot of pressure at idle. So you're asking a lot of the system when you're sitting here like this. But yeah, I'm assuming this is a pitman arm type deal. That pitman arm is right where he's looking at. They also definitely, looks like they knocked the toe out pretty good. Look at that. So that could have been from previously, or he could have just tagged it right now and pulled that out.
We'll see anything really bent underneath there.
It's difficult to see. Everything's tucked up in there. But
that's a CV boot protector that we're seeing?
Correct, yeah. Outer CV protectors.
Yeah.
Something to help deflect debris away, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just taking a lot of pressure off, and it still doesn't want to turn left. Frustrating there.
It's very frustrating because they're not carrying those parts on board. This is, you need a chase truck with a few of those bits to legitimately start replacing stuff. Being stuck down in here, I mean, this is rough. But you can just see how it definitely knocked the toe out at a minimum.
Obviously, Ricky giving us some signals there. They're struggling with power steering, as we see as well. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with more great racing action in just a moment. Stay with us here for the San Felipe 250.
No matter what you drive, Optima brings power that never quits. Red Top and Yellow Top AGM or Orange Top Lithium deliver for your ride. Tested and trusted by the best. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
Somewhere in the world, there's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance. It's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you could make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what what is just part of daily life for us. For you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey.
And we welcome you back to the King Shocks 39th running of the Score San Felipe 250, all part of the 53rd season for Score, as we take you on board there and show you what the suspension is dealing with out here on this brutally tough course. Rich, that is pretty impressive right there.
Oh man, there's 4 things touching the ground: tires and shocks controlling them. You got 2 of the most important things we do in off-road, for sure.
Pretty impressive shot there. We were talking about Rob Mack a little bit earlier, and he is apparently making his way forward. It is worth mentioning that, of course, so accomplished, but he has won this race 10 times. Pretty impressive. Of course, everything in his career has been pretty impressive, but he is he's leading the 2-wheel drive category as we go on board here with Luke McMillin pulling into the race pit. And this is where they were expected to do driver changes, that they were going to do a driver change and certainly will refuel here.
So yeah, we're at mile 140-ish, and they are, most teams have that strategy in mind with pits here. I know Robbie Gordon does. We were talking to him a bit ago. And yeah, Luke's in here, and let's see if he can get out clean and get a good caption on the truck, get the crew to look at it real quick, get some fuel. 30 seconds, 100 gallons. Yep, there you go. Pressure Pro fuel system working good. Crew did their job, and they're off and running. Jason and Luke are happy.
Yeah, nicely done. Obviously no driver change here with this particular team.
That's right. Awesome. And Mark's above them in the helicopter for safety. They got their medic and Mark, the team principal, and Dad. And champion too, boy. I'll tell you what, I think he's got more than Wes and I put together. He's quite a champion.
Yeah, crew chief and lead mechanic here on this truck as well. Max Kramenhoek has been with this team for 20 years. So as you know, Rich, the chemistry, having the right people involved with tenure is a huge piece of the puzzle.
Well, sure. You know, that confidence really resonates in your ability to drive the truck fast and resonate the information and feedback back to them to make slight adjustments, whether it's during the race or during testing, which these guys do a lot of. And you know, I always say your daily routine dictates your future. Well, especially in off-road racing, Luke puts the effort in. Rob McCachran puts the effort in. A lot of other people put the effort in. And that's a big deal.
Right up to speed here, as you can see, 4th gear, some big mile per hour as he gets right back after it. And the mental aspect of it for the driver here, Rich, it's got to be a comforting feeling knowing, okay, man, I'm at the halfway point. Everything went pretty good in the front half of this race. Let's close this thing out and bring it home.
That's right. Yep. Getting to the halfway point's one of your first benchmarks. Now, who's this coming in?
Looks like Alan
it's
pulling in.
It's got to be Alan, right? Okay. And let's see what I think. My tractor's a little different from some of these other ones. This is one technology that's not as consistent as
Talk to me about what you see there, all the hoses where they're refueling.
Yeah, right. So the hoses are fuel hoses. Then he's checking oil in the accumulator right there and filling it up. They're probably getting ready to go. They're right there at the 35-second, 40-second pit.
I thought I saw the better part of 3 hoses. Is there a fuel hose
cone,
and an overflow?
Yes, there is, exactly. The cone just came off, and they're off. The pits are so safe and so much better. You know, the technology, I mean, almost every team, especially every team that wants to win, is running a Pressure Pro fuel system. And like I mentioned, over 100 gallons of fuel in 30 seconds.
That's incredible.
That's incredible.
That is high flow, no doubt. Also worth mentioning, once again, Alan Ampudia behind the wheel of that #1 Team Papas and Beer Ford Raptor. Yes, the #1. He is flying that red plate, which is oh so important.
Yeah.
The all-wheel drive truck there, trying to join Tavo Vildosola Jr. as the only Mexicans to win the overall of the Score San Felipe 250 3 years in a row.
Right, right. And, you know, and it's another father-son thing. Look at him passing that quad. That quad's way back, man. He's way back.
I'd be scared to death if I was on that quad, I can tell you that.
Right? And
I mean, to the point that I would just pull off to the side and let him go, man.
Right. And Alan also is like Luke. He's so blessed to have a father involved and have his father that's a multi-champion and a friend of mine for many years as well. But Rodrigo Ampudia Sr. and his mom are so active in this, and they support their kids so well. And Papa's and Beer Truck is always one to watch out for.
Yeah, and outstanding. And speaking of Rodrigo, of course, his brother, a standout in short course off-road racing, oh so fast, and they've been involved for so many years. But you're exactly right. That family just absolutely loves their racing.
Yeah, Alan's brother, I talked to him yesterday, so he's holding down the fort, running the Papa's and Beer store, bar and restaurant there in Rosarito. And I was just telling him how proud I am of Alan and how much he's mentored his brother. Because, you know, it's hard to get along when you're brothers sometimes.
They're all very, very competitive. But Aaron Ampudia, I'm not familiar with Aaron.
Aaron, too. I don't know Aaron,
and
he's also
Aaron is one as well.
A force to be reckoned with, right? Yeah. I mean, the genetics, it's like the McMillins. If you're a McMillin, whether it's Jessica or Andy, Scott, you know, everybody and the brother and every son of Corky and Vonnie are everybody in that family is just capable of winning races. I'll tell you what, it's just born. They're born with it. Just like the Ampudias, you know, they put the effort in and they have it in their blood.
On board here with Alan, out ripping, of course, the back-to-back champion, won the first 3 races of the year a year ago, hoping to start this one off in the same fashion. If memory serves, I believe he finished 5th at the 1,000 or somewhere right in that area. They had some issues in the 1,000.
I think he backed it off a little bit when he knew the race, the overall went away. He backed off a little bit and took the championship.
I agree, 100%.
That is a huge, huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It was a smart decision to make. Just take care of business.
Tires looked good coming off. Tires looked good coming off. Normal wear and tear.
Turn this shit off.
Oh, he's talking to his dad, and maybe not the best light there. I heard Mark's voice come through.
You're going straight through, my left.
So it sounded like maybe something was coming through that he did not want to hear.
So at times there's some confusion because the co-driver is talking to the driver, but there's also the crew chief can talk down to both and or one or the other. So there's some switching that had to take place to mute Mark out of the equation, I think. Hate to say that, Mark, but sometimes you got to let the boys do their thing. You know, it's really nice. So Alan's got a co-driver, Kyle, that's been with him for quite some time. And of course, Luke's got Jason Duncan with him, and they have been best of friends and co-driver for quite some time as well. So it's really nice to have that confidence and that knowledge go for both of them. Cameron Steele here.
Yeah, Cameron, unfortunately, as we talked about for the two-wheel drive trophy trucks, qualified pretty deep inside of his.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was 7th in class. Yeah, he qualified 40th overall, but was 7th in class. Finished 3rd in the points a year ago. Of course, a former 1,000 winner as well. 2 wins and a second in 2025. I mean, he was really in the running there for another championship with the 3 podiums, but unfortunately DNF'd at the 1,000.
That's right, and that's a double points race, if I'm not mistaken. At least it used to be. So that's going to put the hurts on him. And Rob McCachran was back there and moving way up the ranks too. I'm hearing. I'll have to look at the tracker in a little bit and see how accurate it is. when it can refresh. And of course, you know, Ken, the motorcycles have now finished, I believe, so we'll have to go to the ramp fairly soon. I don't know when that'll happen, but we definitely got to give our viewers a heads up on the motorcycle finishes. Of course, it's unofficial, but the motorcycles, at least a handful of them.
Tough to hear you, Rich, over the audio from the truck here. Audio of the truck sounds great as we go on board here with Christopher Polvoorde, the reigning Baja 1000 winner. Also won at King of the Hammers. Mason truck, Dugan's Power, 6-speed X-Track for him as well. Fox Live valve on this truck, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. Some brand new technology there with the dampers that is coming to light. Method wheels, Toyo, and want to give him a shout out. Just became a Red Bull athlete. Congratulations to him there. I mean, that is quite an accomplishment. Did a nice big photo shoot. I think they had the Formula One cars in front of him as well. So the kid's living a pretty cool life right here, and he's worked really hard for it. He's earned it. As we go on board, speaking of kids, Max Gordon, another young gun that is coming up here through the ranks. That's in the Twins truck. We were talking about that as well. The twin engine truck here, a couple of turbo 400s as well to send the power to the wheels, but a couple of Danzios that make really good power. And Max Gordon had a really good run at the 1000. I said he finished up 4th at the 1000. He came on really late in that race, but they were digging hard. Robbie kicked it off, and then Max got on the truck, and he closed it out like an absolute champ. I've been around him a lot in Stadium Super Trucks, as my son had competed there, and I was really able to be around Max for about 3 years, and he's a great kid, and he is super talented, and he's starting to show. He's flexing his muscles.
Wow, you talk about a chip off the old block. So I talked to Robbie yesterday, and Max is planning on. So Robbie's in the truck right now, Ken, and Max is going to get in at the next fuel stop up here at 140. And we have a few options for talking to them, and we're going to work on that.
You know, that was the way I understood it to be as well. So we heard them whenever they left the line. They said that Max was in the truck, and it kind of caught us all by surprise. I know Robbie qualified, and he told me that Max would get in at the 140 mark. So I'm inclined to believe what you just said there, Rich.
That is correct. That is right out of his mouth last night. So yeah, no problem there. Look at these guys. Boy, it sure makes me want to put a helmet on looking at watching this stuff. I'll tell you. You know, Wes was talking about this section. Oh, this is the hell section. This is like the worst section. I'm thinking, no, this is the worst. Watching it and not competing in it, that's the worst. I miss it.
We're hearing that the bikes are getting close to finishing. We'll take you over to the ramp whenever that happens. It'll be coming up here in the next minute or so. Talking about Cody Parkhouse, 38 years of age out of Long Beach, California with a Jimco car. 2025 won the 400 and won San Felipe here going back to 2023. Qualified 13th overall in the one car and first in class, finished up 4th in the points a year ago. Another very accomplished driver out here. Didn't he and his father, another family legacy, didn't him and his father do great? Yeah, they did wonderful. And then we have Cody Reed in a four-wheel drive Class 1 car, so that's a nice program as well. Yeah, that all-wheel drive Alumacraft, right? Croyer power, big block in that one. He qualified 14th overall, second in class, but he is the reigning champion in the Class 1 cars. That's right. I believe that was Luke down there in the bottom right-hand screen, if I'm not mistaken. There's a look, if I'm not mistaken as well, at the finish line. We'll get down there in just a little bit and show some of the first motos that are coming across. As a stuntman, did you ever do any work on a bike, Rich? Yeah. So I got a little bit of breaking news up here. We've been watching the 1L. He stopped at mile 103,
And working on steering issues as the boys were looking at before they went off break. I know Wes and
yeah, it's going to be a long day there for the 1L truck.
It's been confirmed it definitely is steering, obviously.
Caden McCachran, it looks like inside of the top 5 in the UTVs. We go to a spec trophy truck and Brent Fox. He's out of Highland, Utah, 57 years of age in a 1.9 Industries car. When we head down there, our first moto racer presented by Maxxis Tires has will officially cross the line. We appreciate all the help from Maxxis jumping on board with us this year for the King Shocks San Felipe 250. Brent Fox won the 1,000 in class, was 6th overall, had a great run there at the end of 2025, was 8th in the points, qualified 32nd overall, 15th in class. He was 5th at the 400.
Yeah, he's racing a lot. You know, he's racing NORA, he races other races up here in the States. He's got a program, and he's just the happiest guy. Very, very kind, always.
Had a great run in 2024, finished 2nd in the points in Trophy Truck Spec.
Oh yeah, he's always at the top of the field for sure. He does pretty well. Man.
Well past the halfway mark there of the 281 and a half mile marks. And my colleagues have joined me back here on the desk, Wes and Jason. We're not going to turn their microphones on yet. They're still on break. Some sort of union thing. And again, in the Trophy Truck Spec category here, the 246 of Ben Hagel. Qualified 11th in class, 25th overall. Ruben Garcia, part of this program as well. Get some help from Hagel Lumber, Baja Designs, Maxima Racing Oils, Universal Forest Products. Great to see some support come out here.
Yeah, and their dad, I don't know these guys, but the Hagel family, boy, in the 80s we raced against, I would assume it was their dads, possibly grandfathers, who knows, but they were always had really top-notch equipment, and they were always fast guys in Class 10 and Class 1.
Yeah, a couple of them in the category here. Ethan Hagel as well, in an Alumacraft inside of the category.
Yeah.
Looking out of the back.
It's so neat that so many of these racers come from a lineage of families and cousins, and you know, it's just such an addiction. It's hard to break loose.
And of course, you can hear the difference in the engines whenever we're watching the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, and for that matter, the two-wheel drive trophy trucks in comparison to the spec. These things are limited in power, so they're producing about 525 horsepower. Yeah. That is the big limitation there in terms of the big trucks.
Yep, absolutely.
Makes it much more affordable.
Yeah. Yeah, the pocketbook is definitely something you can hear in the RPM. And the
yeah, they can make 525 horsepower out of these things pretty easily now. Put a turbo 400 behind it, and they're bulletproof and go here and survive. Okay, our first motor race presented by Maxxis Tires is officially crossing the line. Let's go down to the ramp.
Back here at the finish line, first bike, the fastest riders on the planet. Last year's SCORE World Desert Champs, and this year it's presented by Maxxis Tires. Pretty cool, but we'll go over here. Let's talk to Tyler first. Tyler Lynn, rider record. He was first off the line this morning. First of all, congrats, dude. You guys, I think it was like an hour lead you guys brought up. We got them stacked up because we had to stop you outside of town, but you guys came out and just dominated once again. How you feeling?
Yeah, no, we're feeling really good. Obviously, we did what we came here to do. We put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, us as riders, but our whole team as well. So, you know, we come here with the job on mind, and, you know, that's what we did. But we're stoked. You know, Carter and Sam both rode amazing, and you know, we had a little bit of problems out there, but other than that, like, just these guys was safe, and it was sick.
Hey, you guys are sick for sure. Hey, that's what you're looking for. One race, one win. It's going to be a long series. You want to maintain that number 1X red plate for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The 1X plate comes with a target on our backs, but, you know, I don't think I'd want it any other way.
That's right. And I know, before we talk to these guys, I know you got some talk about people that support you. You got a lot of names on the side of this bike and on your jerseys. You want to thank them first?
Yeah, obviously, first and foremost, the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But Mark Samuels for putting together an awesome team and giving us the opportunity to race down here in Mexico. Bobby Young, San Diego Powerhouse, for building us an absolute rocket ship of a bike. And Honda, Southern Power Sports, Showa, Dunlop, Fly, Heatwave, Alpine Star, VP, IMS, ODI, ASV, and man, just everybody else, thank you.
Good work. Hey, congrats. Anything else you want to say? You have any problems? You pretty much smooth. We'll talk to Sam at the end. He had a little bit of problems, but he said, hey, no worries, mate. A little bit of blood. It's cactus. It's Baja. That's the way it is, but a huge win. Any issues on your section?
No crashes, no nothing. I had a super easy morning. I feel like I was in the dust for the first 50 miles, passing the lead, and then just set sail from there. But no, we had an awesome day.
Set sailed for sure. Well, great job. Congrats. We'll talk to the rest of the guys. We'll talk to you shortly.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll go over here. Carter Klein second. He rode the middle section. This guy has been around, been going fast too. Between all of you guys have won so many races. So Carter, tell me about your section. Any issues on your ride?
Not too many problems, but it was good. Tyler gave me the bike with a bit of a lead and hit the lake bed and got to the next pit. We did front rear wheel. We changed it and had to tighten the chain, so we lost a bit of time there. But the rest of the section was super fun. Shane ended up catching me, and yeah, he kind of put it to me a little bit. I got a little more work to do, but yeah, the next race should be good. Coming a little more prepared. Definitely slacked off a little bit coming from the 1,000 to this race. I just have to admit it, you know.
Kind of like you say, you don't have to admit it. You didn't slack off too much. You guys right now, World Desert Champs round number 1, and from last year too. So you smoked a wheel and didn't get off. That's pretty serious. Normally when you tweak a wheel, there's more involved.
No. It wasn't smoked off. We run Dunlop, so the tire was still good. We just precautionary change, you know.
Oh, okay.
Got to give Sam a good tire for his first time down here.
Oh, I thought you hammered a wheel. Well, good work. Congrats to you. Anybody personally you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my dad for coming down here and chasing me, and my mom and my girlfriend. She really puts it to me in the gym. You know, she's pretty fit, so got to keep up with her. But no, yeah, Mark Samuels for giving me the opportunity to come back down here and race again. Couldn't be more stoked, and now with these two, should be a good year.
Oh, it's going to be a good year. You're off to a good start. Well, congrats.
Thank you.
All right, we got Sam. What's your last name? I know I don't want to ruin it.
Prashira.
Rashida, and you're all the way from Australia. Came out, you do a lot of racing back there, but these guys invited you out. You say, hey, if I'm going to be with the fastest team in the world, I might as well make the trip out to Baja. And this was your first Baja race, right?
Yeah, I actually moved out to the States 2 years ago, and I've been racing over in the States, National Hare and Hound and GPs, and I got myself onto the SLR team in the GPs, and obviously along with that come an opportunity to race in Baja, and you can't say no to that. So, I just want to thank Mark Samuels and, the whole SLR team for having me on, and it's a great opportunity to race down in Baja.
And I noticed your jersey, you had one little get off, but you're like, hey, no problem. That's just part of racing. Came in a little, when you as fast as you guys are going, I mean, it's just, the biggest thing is just to avoid those wrecks. But I mean, sometimes it happens, but a true champ jumps back up and gets after it. And you're not now I've seen all three of you guys bleeding at one point in my career, being up here. Not this race, Tyler. He's like looking, he's all, I'm not bleeding, but I've seen it before. I've seen him pulling cactus out. He still has some cactus in his arm, but so solid race. I know you got to be stoked to be on a team. Mark Samuels puts together, I mean, just obviously one of the best program, last year's champions, and coming out here and stepping up and continuing winning on this 1X bike.
Yeah, I can't complain with, I mean, obviously you got to wait till tomorrow, but it was a good first outing in Baja, so Mark actually told me to keep it pretty chill on the first section, and I thought I did for the first 2 miles, and then I was like, all right, let's push, and then I actually went over the bars. So it's Baja. I learned. I now know what not to do when you first go out. So other than that, it was a great day, and I just put my best foot forward, I feel, and rode my own race.
Keep it pinned. And that happened, like you said, just a couple miles in as soon as you got on the bike.
Probably at mile 5.
Mile 5. Get that out of the way. So that's like when you get a new helmet, throw it down in the dirt, right? So you did that. But this time it was your body, but you got it done. Anybody personally you want to thank, any of your personal people or sponsors or anybody?
Just like I said, Mark. Definitely Carlos. Like we raced the GP on Sunday and drove all the way through the night, got to Yucca Valley, and then drove all the way here. And I actually pre-ran Monday afternoon. So I was all week we were in the van together, just up, back, up, back, up, back. Like, I just wanted to know my section really well. So, massive thanks to him. I couldn't have done it without him. And, these guys for all their advice, Justin Morgan. Just literally everyone. There's too many people to thank.
Absolute legends, obviously. Another legendary finish. Congratulations to you guys. And Tyler, anything else you want to say? I mean, you've been coming out here. You got this team put together, and Mark's riding for Mark too. Is Mark down here? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, he's down here. I think he might be headed back to the States. He's got some other obligations that he's going to do, but no, I just want to thank, obviously, my family, my wife, for coming out supporting me, but the pit crews, the mechanics, and just everybody else that comes down here and helps us race. Obviously, us as racers, we kind of get it easy. We just get a race on race day, and everybody else has to travel and do a lot of the work that goes unnoticed. So thank you to every pit crew, every person that came down, and just every person involved in our program. We couldn't do it without any of them.
Well said, mic drop. Well, congratulations, you guys. Go enjoy. I know you're probably ready for a couple of tacos, maybe pop the champagne, maybe a cerveza or two. Well earned. You guys at round number 2, the Baja 500 in Ensenada. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
They have to be stoked winning the Score International King Shock San Felipe 250, and the moto section is presented by Maxxis Tires. We thank Maxxis for their supporting all these riders out here. Couldn't do it without so many great people, and I know the bike guys are super excited about that. With the trophy trucks, you don't want to leave them behind, because that's where it all started. These guys are the baddest guys around, so congrats to them. We got our second place bike coming up. We'll talk to him.
Linden Snodgrass, Linden.
All right, we got the 3X bike, Linden. There.
Yeah, doing all right. It was definitely a tough day. Track was pretty brutal, and yeah, this heat was definitely another factor, but no, we got through, and yeah, so it was fun.
Where are you from?
I'm from Australia originally, but yeah, kind of moved over here about 6 years ago and was racing GNCC on the East Coast, and then moved out to California last year.
And so it's always good to bring an Australian, because I do not know like a light Australian. You guys are always crazy for sure, and you definitely got it done. Anybody you want to thank for the team?
Oh yeah, I got to thank Gio and everyone involved with Hero Racing, all the sponsors that help us get down here, and yeah, there's a lot of helpers involved with racing down here, and yeah, just a whole support crew, and yeah, just can't be more appreciative of it all.
Yeah, and to be on a good team, and Gio and Paul, they put on this whole Hero Racing team. Malcolm Smith stepped up this year, and the brand new bike too. It's good to see the Ducati down here racing, and you guys have gonna definitely make them proud. I think we might have had one race here, but this is definitely the first one on the podium, so Ducati's got to be proud, and I'm sure they're going to be coming back swinging the rest of the year with you guys helping you out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Ducati's awesome bike. You know, we're still figuring it out. It's a new motorcycle, but you know, we can just keep trying to improve from here. And yeah, Malcolm Smith's obviously a big help there. And then you know, there's kind of a lot of sponsors that are behind the scenes, just helping us get here and get everything rolling. We got Hits, Sunoco, IMS, ODI. Yeah, honestly, there's just a bunch of them. Optima batteries, and you know, the list goes on. I could go on for a while. So yeah, just super appreciative of them all. And you know, this is my first race down here in Baja, so it's good to get this one out of the way.
Yeah, and good to see the Pirelli tires on there, obviously, and Henson hooked you guys up. ODI grips, you got all the good stuff. Malcolm Smith, heat wave goggles, got to have those.
Oh yeah, got to keep the dust out the eyes out there. It's quite a bit of it.
Absolutely. Well, great work. Congrats on that. Great to see you on the team this year. You're going to be racing the whole series with them?
Oh yeah, yep.
Gio's coming up. He's saying Kieran's coming up here. Here he is. He's fast. He was probably doing 100 miles an hour on the highway. Kieran, congratulations. Rider record, man. Job well done, man. You guys put together one hell of a team. And on the new bike, tell me about this Ducati.
Yeah, you know, new bike. We are every race is a learning curve. So, you know, just ecstatic that we're here and the bike's in one piece. Lyndon's in one piece. He rode his ass off today. So, you know, super stoked to be teaming up with him this year. I think today just showed just gave us a glimpse of what we're capable of. So, yeah, really looking forward to the rest of the season and so on.
Just a glimpse. I know second step's not really what you're here for, and you know how to be on the top step. So, hey, we got 3 more races. Well, great work to the whole team. And anybody else you want to thank you might have missed?
Yeah, you know, first off, I want to thank Lyndon for busting his ass off all week, putting in the pre-run time. Like I said, super stoked to be racing with him and, you know, have a teammate that's put in the work and busting his ass off. So I'm super stoked with that. Want to just thank Giovanni for this opportunity. You know, none of this would be possible without him. So, yeah, thanks to him. And then, you know, thanks to my dad for putting in the hard hours and late nights and to give us this bike. You know, like I said, every race is a learning curve, so he's building a lot of one-off custom parts for this thing to get us here, and I know he's not getting much sleep, so love you, Dad. Thank you for that. My sister, she puts the whole pit plan together and does a damn good job for a 22-year-old little girl, so, you know, stoked to have her down here, and then my girlfriend, and, you know, all our sponsors, Ducati, Motocuts, Sunoco, IMS, Troy Lee Designs, Method Race Wheels, Heatwave, Baja Designs, FMF, X-Trig, Precision Concepts, you know, everyone that helps us out, just can't thank them enough. Hits, keeping us focused and good energy, so yeah, just can't thank everyone enough.
Boom, mic drop. Well, congrats to you guys. Well done. I know you guys are going to keep moving your way up, and you guys are Get on the tracking and watch. Yes, I don't even get to like get on the tracking and watch you, but yeah, no, it was a battle out there and well-deserved second place. Congrats to you guys, and yeah, we'll see you at the next one, brother. We'll see you at the award ceremony. Hopefully, you guys will stick around.
Yeah, no, you'll see us tomorrow. So, yeah, like I said, just stoked to be here in one piece. I had a little bit of a get off today, around race mile 120ish. So, yeah, just stoked.
All right, taco time. Go get something to eat.
Yeah, definitely need to eat something. I know this guy probably threw up all he ate this morning, so need to get him some food too.
He's probably looking for some Vegemite, though. He's like, oh, tacos? No, I know he likes tacos. If you race Baja, if you don't like tacos, you need to stay home for sure. Well, great job, man. Good to see you, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Where's Gio at? Come on over here, champ. You know, you think I'm not going to talk to you? Giovanni Spinelli, you know him. He's got more championships than all these guys put together. Gio, what a team this year. You totally changed up the whole program. Hero Racing that you put together. You guys have done so much for so many other riders throughout the years, but the Ducati, that is a huge one. It was good to see one of those down here. I might have seen one, but we've never seen one that like stuck out, like on the podium. So you're making them proud for sure.
Well, this is the first year bike, you know, the 2026 Ducati. They haven't really had an off-road bike, I don't think, since the 60s. Okay. So, yeah, so we wanted to get in on the ground floor with their new program and thought we could kind of grow with them and make this into something a little bit bigger over the years. So we decided to kind of jump ship from Honda and get on a Ducati. And yeah, it's been a project for sure. The bike is a really good bike, but nobody really makes parts for it. So we had to custom fabricate our own steering stabilizer mounts and different things like that. Luckily, IMS jumped pretty early, and we got a tank and things like that. But yeah, people are still making parts for them. We're making our own parts that we can't get. But yeah, it's a new platform, and we're working hard to get it working right, and we're getting close.
Well, a second place, that's more than close. I'm sure they're more stoked to have you guys out here. They're like, hey, you know, you could build a new bike, but till you have somebody coming out here and getting on the podium, you don't really have a bike yet. So you guys are doing a great job, and I appreciate you and everything you do for these guys. And I know they're stoked because you've won so many championships. Away from Baja, so you spend a lot of time down here and really know how to teach these young guns the ins and outs. They go fast. Really paid off, and not a bad place to be. So congrats to you and the team.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good place to start. You know, second place at the first race, and then we'll work hard to come back stronger at the 500.
Rock and roll. All right, man. Good seeing you, and good to see you. You're racing, and you had that bad injury a couple of years ago. You've been out racing and kicking some ass in the States. So you're not just the team manager. You're still a badass racer. But come down here and support them. Nothing better. Stoked. We'll see you guys at the award ceremony tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, we got more coming up. Bikes. So if you notice, they're stacked up. 1X bike had a pretty good lead. I think it was like almost an hour. But we had to stop the bikes outside of town because they're so fast for us to send off all the four-wheel vehicles. So there are a few of them stacked up. I see a quad behind me, which is pretty legendary to see those guys up this far in the mix. But some fast riders out here. This is a SCORE World Desert Championship Series King Shocks presented by Maxxis. So this is what it's all about. Fastest guys in the world are here, and we're going to keep chatting them up. Oh yeah, 15X. I'm digging the new colors, the new bike, Shane Logan rider record. What's happening, man? Third on the box. What a day. You look like you're ready for a GQ photo shoot. You don't even look dirty. You're all calm, cool, collected. How was it out there? How was your race?
I had a pretty good day. No crashes. Unfortunately, right at the end of the race, like the last 5 miles, we had a tire come off, debeated. We were running second, so it's all good. You know, we're going to keep tweaking things and be stronger for the next races.
Tell me about this new Husky, though, new bike to you.
Yeah, new bike to me. I mean, I rode KTMs the first couple years I was in Baja, so this is really similar to that.
really happy to be back on the Husky. It's a lot better for me. It suits me really well down here. So yeah, it's been great. Working with Mike and Eric on the Norman Racing team has been really good. I've been also doing the NGBC series this year. So getting back to GPs has been awesome.
I've been seeing you winning stuff. You're not just racing, you're out there dominating.
Yeah, me and Damon, we won the Parker 400. We had a bad go at the Mint, but you know we're gonna keep coming back and keep going for some wins.
Yeah, so obviously the deal with the wheel, where did the tire came off? So do you have to limp it back pretty far? I mean, you're not going. Was it a rear tire?
Yeah, it was a rear tire. Thankfully, one of my chase guys wasn't too far away from me, so they just kind of hustled out. We only probably lost like 20 minutes ish, but. Yeah, thankfully it was, I mean, right there, not in the middle of the race course, but, you know, things happen. It's racing.
That's racing in Baja. Well, you guys are on the box unofficially, so congrats. And I know you got some people to think. I know Husqvarna is going to be stoked for having a bike up on the podium here at one of the biggest series in the world.
Yeah, I mean, more just personal stuff. You know, we're not really sponsored by Husqvarna at all, you know, but I know Young Power Sports, all of our other sponsors will be super stoked to see us up here.
I'm stoked to see you up here. All right, well, great work. Go get a taco. I know it's time. You got to be a little bit hungry. It's been a long day. Actually, not that long. You guys are so fast. It's like barely afternoon. You got the whole rest of the day to hang out.
Yeah. We're done now. You know, I'm probably going to head home. I'm tired, but yeah. Just glad to be safe. Glad the whole team's safe, and the bike made it.
Yeah, we're happy to see you here. Well, great work, and we're looking forward. We'll see you at the 500 coming up in June.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? You want to chat?
Yeah.
And we got
Eric Holt.
Oh, we got Eric Holt. Yeah, trying to sneak up on me. Different colors, mixing it up. Eric Holt, you've been around. You've been winning a bunch of races down here, but what a great team you guys have. You had the setback. The 20 minutes is pretty harsh. Like, you guys are all going so fast. I mean, something like that, you're not going to be on the top, but you know where you guys should be, and I know you're going to be there next time.
Yeah, over the last 3 years, we've been building this Norman Racing team, and we've just continued to progress and get better. Today, we had one of our best showings we've ever had down here. We battled with Honda, the 1X guys, all day long, leaving pit at 2:35. We were 30 seconds back, and then Shane caught him, passed him. You know, we had a battle going clear till the end. That last pit at El Chinero, they came in neck and neck with Honda and Shane, and so I mean it was just a war out there today, and we ended up losing a moose at about 8 miles from the finish here, so we had to go recover that. But you know, we're building, we're growing, we're getting better. We got great riders. I just want to give a huge shout out to Damon Woolslayer and Caden Lynn. They both put in great rides, and they're headed to jump on a plane to go race the National Hare and Hound in Idaho tomorrow.
You guys are animals. That's why you're so fast. You never let out of the gas, for sure. It's like, prep this bike. We're going racing. We'll see. We'll go put some more miles on.
Hi, guys. Got some news here from the Action Desk again, once again, with Cameron Steele. What's going on, buddy? You got me?
I got you. Can you hear Cameron?
Absolutely, buddy. We go way back, but you had a bad day today. What's happening?
Yeah, you and I were teammates back in 93, I think, or 92. If you look back here, I don't know if you can see, but we came out of this line and in these big yellow whoops, and you can see us zigzagging right here. Well, we almost went over. We actually, I've never had this happen, and we drive damn big, heavy truck, but we lost the lower front arm, broke. Oh. And it's pretty crazy. It was tucked up under, and we almost went for a ride, but Cody's okay, right, Cody? You can, I don't know, can you guys see this?
Oh, yeah.
So you can see this is the front of the truck, obviously. And the Monster Energy Yokohama FIDEC number 16 is fully tucked, as I would say. But you can see it ripped. Oops, sorry. It ripped the end of the arm off. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah. Son of a gun.
So it ripped to where the uniball is in. It just ripped the whole edge of the arm out in the upright. So
hey, Cameron,
right now,
Cameron,
yeah.
it's a little blurry, brother. Can you turn the background off or just back off a little bit? The background blur.
Yeah. How do I turn the background off?
You got to
That'd
ask somebody that's under 30 because I don't know.
Dude, I thought I was under 30 still.
You just identify as under 30.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Dang. I'm looking at the buttons. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'll back up a little bit. Is that the view from inside my truck?
Okay.
Here's the view from outside, if you can see that. Is that better? He's going to pull the wheel off right now. Can you see
no,
that?
double down. It's worse. There it is.
Oh, shoot.
There it is.
Can you see Cody now?
I do.
He's trying to get that wheel out of there. It's hanging on the front arm, on the upper arm. Anything else broken in there? I want to say
brake line either.
Happy birthday to my daughter Kay. It's her 14th birthday today. I told her dad was going to go out and put in a solid effort for a podium, and then I was going to get out of the car and come home so I don't miss her whole birthday. But now I am standing in the middle of the wash with a broken truck, and we'll see what that time equates to. But it looks like we're looking for, is it a lower arm, Bobo? Lower arm, I don't know, you can probably see me on the front cam now. But we were having a great race. We just got timing back there, our splits. Rob Mack had us a little bit on time. We had to do a little bit of work on some slower vehicles just going through the pack. I thought we were running a very conservative, smart, winning pace, like a pace that could finish and win San Felipe.
So you didn't hit anything that would have caused this premature problem?
No, well, I mean, we hit about 25,000 whoops before we got here.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. No.
Yeah, no, we never
surprises.
we never had an impact that we were like, whoa, or anything that scared us or anything. It was like, oh, that was a big hit.
Yeah.
No, none of that. It was just regular racing. Everything was going really smooth. In fact, we were just saying right here, like, you know, we got the split just under 2 minutes back. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, those are our timing, but I'm like, do you think we should go faster or should we just keep doing what we're doing? And Cody's like, nah, just keep doing what we're doing. We're right there. If we need to wake it up at the end, we will. But now we're not waking it up. You know what the crazy part is? We've been sitting here for 10 minutes, 8 minutes for sure. And only an all-wheel drive went by. That's the only vehicle we've seen.
Wow.
So,
all right, Cameron.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I know the viewers really like this. You're awesome.
I love you, to my wife and my kids, and happy birthday, Cameron K. Steele. And also I wanted to say a lot of love in heaven, Big Daddy, my dad, who started racing score in 70. He would have been 90 years old today. He's been gone for 8 years, but much love. You and I raced for him back in the 90s, Rich.
Yes, we did.
Hey, Pab, we love you, brother.
Hey, Kenny, I love you, buddy. I'm sure you guys are having fun up there talking crap about all us dummies standing around in the desert.
We've been making fun of you a lot, man. No doubt.
Hey, I'm the #1 target. Bring it on. I'm not scared. I just hope I don't have to camp here tonight because I didn't bring my trunks for any bronzing. I only have my OMP suit to wear here.
Hey, man, quick question for you. Was the course pretty much what you expected after you went out and qualifying and you saw what was deteriorating? Is it what you were expecting here today?
Yes, it was exactly what we were expecting. And San Felipe, you know, qualifying has so many turns, it doesn't really represent what the race is about. So the race course gets beat down, but it gets beat in these little smashy, sharp edge whoops forever. And it just pounds you. There's no turning. There's not a lot of turning and direction changes, but it was pretty much what I expect.
All right, brother. Sorry for the tough day, man. We were expecting, hoping you would do well. I know it's certainly in class. We want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Always missing Big Daddy as well, man. But thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate it. I think we might have lost him out there.
Box, Baja HQ, Cover Canopies, everybody that makes it possible for us. Love you guys, and thank you so much. Thanks, Mike Kraft, and all the great engineering.
Hall of Famer Cameron Steele there, and he'll end up with a tough day, laying up a little bit short with a DNF, and of course, former Baja 1000 winner going back to 2018. Certainly very, very accomplished. It just didn't go his way today. On board here with Luke McMillin. Again, you know, out front, and there's a couple of real technical areas, Wes, that I know you wanted to watch these guys get through, but he is well past that now and approaching, I'd say, somewhere around about 90 miles to go.
Turn my mic off. Yeah, so Luke has gone past check 1, which is Morelia Junction. Just real quick, while we had Cameron there, and yeah, I see that Monster Energy hat. I just want to say we're all wishing Kylie and Janie well. They're 2 Monster girls that race, and they were in a fire during pre-running. And just best wishes to you guys. We wish you a speedy recovery. From what we understand, they're going to be okay. But just want to say that.
Yeah.
With that out of the way, yeah, since we haven't really talked about racing in a while, they've gone through quite a few sections now. We went through Watamote. I don't know if we have in-car from them going through those rocks there, but I really wanted to see what our leaders did through that area. And then they've gone through BFG1, pitted, gone through Chinate, Amarillas, back into Chinate, and then now they ran parallel to Morelia Road, and our leaders are through Morelia Junction and heading to Laguna Diablo, which is going to be the fastest section of the race course now. And Luke's probably 5-10 minutes away from Laguna Diablo right now. I also have heard that Tavo has passed Allen physically on course. So I don't know if we have any in-car shots of that. I haven't seen anything of Tavo or Allen, but if we had a shot of that pass, I would love to see that. I'm looking at the lower shot there. Okay, so we got Allen. This looks like the like just past Morelia Junction to me.
I think we do have video of Diablo, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think we have a little video piece that
I
did
we do
out
that
there.
video.
So.
Do you want to go to that and kind of set it up a little bit?
Yeah, if we want to cue that up and just show people the fastest part of this course. I was out there earlier pre-rain last week. Laguna Diablo starts at race mile 198 and it goes for about 15 miles across this dry lake bed. This is going to be the fastest section of the race course, and I anticipate your trophy trucks and faster vehicles hitting 130, 140 miles an hour here. Just wide open. This is getting close to the northernmost part of the course. You go a little bit further here to about 205 or so, and then it's going to start turning east to Culvitas Wash. The course then comes in just south of Three Poles and works back towards San Felipe in the finish.
And a great visual there. Nice job, Wes, but a great visual. You said the fastest part of the track, and that certainly shows why and how.
Well, and in a few minutes here, we're going to see what kind of speeds he does hit across that lake bed. It's really interesting because you have the mountains right there and then this big barren dry lake. And something that's funny is the last few times I've been pre-running through there have been cows out on the dry lake bed, which just seems crazy because I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, what do they have nothing to eat out there or drink?
Yeah, like for the Baja 1000, they're racing through there at night, and I literally was telling people, hey, I've seen cows out there because they're really hard to see at night. They're not very reflective, and if you clip a cow going 140 miles an hour across the lake bed at night because you didn't see it, maybe
that's
really
how
ugly.
we solve the problem. We get them all a reflective vest. And
Yeah. Yeah, put some sort of reflective collar on them or something. So Luke's really close here. We should be able to kind of gauge now from Luke's in-car with Allen's what this gap is between them.
Yeah, if Allen is physical second on track now behind Luke, and see if he starts closing that gap.
And that's the tough thing here is
we thought Tavo might have passed Allen.
Yeah, from what I understand, Tavo is physically ahead of him. So, and what I'm seeing from in-car with Allen, it looks like he is a ways back from where Luke is at, so that would kind of make sense, as well as it correlates on the tracker too. Something that I've heard that I haven't been able to confirm exactly what's going on. Maybe if we went to a larger shot of Alan's in-car, is that he's been nursing temps. So I don't know if it's torque converter, if it's engine temp, what the actual temp issue is. But if we did have a larger shot of his in-car, Jason might be able to kind of take a look at those Motec monitors or displays and see if there's something that stands out there.
So,
Yeah,
Jason, do
I
they
can't
still
see that.
utilize a converter even with a 5-speed extract?
Correct. Yeah. So that's the first thing I would look at is converter temps.
Yeah.
Probably it could very well be excess of 300. You know.
Yeah, that's where oil decides to throw in the towel, right?
It's a little concerning to be at 300 plus on a torque converter temp. To be fair.
Somewhere around 340. Where's Flashpoint? I guess
That's what I was gonna say.
different oils are different. But
You're getting real close to converter fire as you start creeping up there. But you know this is converter territory, so you know that would be my first guess. And I can't see, or when it was in the other one, it's too small for me to see what is what.
Yeah,
so.
just if we get a chance, if we could do a full screen of Alan's in-car, so we could try to look at his gauges and see if we see something that stands out that he's nursing temps. But just that's what I'm hearing, and that would correlate to what we're seeing with Tavo passing him.
Well, yeah, he may have to back off. You know, as you see it climbs, you know, maybe he takes 7-8 turns hard, and then turn 9-10 he comes through slower. You know, let her crawl back down a little bit, get out of the stall. Max.
All right, so we're on board with Max. And I believe we're thinking Max is behind the wheel right now, and then Robbie's getting in around Morelia Junction area.
So that's what they said at the starting line. But Rich and I both, or Rich actually heard it from him, and I know, like I said before, Robbie had texted me, said that he was going to start. Max is getting in at 140. So we believe Max will get in and finish this race.
So Max would be in the car now because they're past 140, which would be a T1. Do we have a shot of Alan's in-car? Because on the tracker now, I'm showing him not moving.
Good look at the gauges right there for the twin engines. And again, let's get it back over to Rich. Rich, we know that RJ and Gus were really struggling with the steering on that truck. We hear you have an update.
Yeah, we got a little special guest coming in to the feed here. Hey, Ricky, how's it going?
Well, kind of shitty, to be honest with you. I'm sitting down here in Matomi to get some photos. I want to thank those guys for letting me use their Wi-Fi. But what happened was this morning, everything was going great. I wasn't going nuts. I wasn't going crazy. I just came up to a step up. I checked up. I had a full load of fuel. I'm not making an excuse. I checked up. I thought enough. I got on the nose. It just grabbed the nose and tipped me over. So it wasn't a big crash. I did roll over real lightly, but it bent my sector shaft. So once we got going, I had to adapt to that, and then didn't really hit anything else coming through the Tommy. It just wouldn't turn left anymore. So we're stuck, and so now they're bringing me a steering box because we want to finish. You know, everything at this point, it's, you know,
We lost his audio.
I rolled it. I made a mistake, and we were rebounding good, but things happen.
Right? They happen to the best of us. Just an inch sometimes makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like I said, Victor was doing a great job. The truck was fantastic. I missed it by that much. So, I mean, it's all on me. I screwed up. Like I said, Victor called it. I just hit a little hard.
Are you going to go for some points and go for a finish, or are you going to put it on the trailer?
Absolutely.
You are? Okay,
absolutely. Good. Because we had a couple options. One was have a helicopter drop us parts, and that would disqualify us. So we said, no, we want to go for the finish because that's just what Vildosola racing is about. And you don't give up. Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself and really bummed for the team, but that doesn't mean you quit.
So you've had a few good years here with this team. I'll tell you what.
We had 16 in a row. So,
I mean,
you know,
what do you say with that one, huh?
Yeah. So that monkey's off our back. Now let's go back to winning races and going good. So once again, I wasn't trying to set the world on fire. I had a good pace going and just hit a G out with the full load of fuel a little harder than I should have. So They caught me, and I just wishing the best for my teammate Tavo. I know he's dicing up there, but I wanted to give the guys a little insight. With the weather and there's really not a lot of wind, converters are really, really hot. And because a lot of us have these Dugan big blocks and so much torque, it feels better to torque the truck up these sound washes, but immediately your alarm goes on, and then it makes it, when you're in these areas with no air coming through, it's really hard to cool it down, and that's where you're seeing Alan. You know, I had to run in second gear for a long time because I overheated mine after we rolled. It happens quick. So
thanks, Ricky.
Once it bites you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for calling in. Appreciate it. Got to get back to work here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, bud. Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, as always, great information out of Ricky Johnson. Great call, by the way, Jason, on what you thought the problem might be. And then he actually confirmed that Alan was having some issues. Again, Jason and Wes, both you guys saw it, possibly the converters there overheating. Now we're on board with Luke, fifth gear, 108 miles an hour, out there ripping.
Issue. Right rear seems to be throwing a code. See that?
Yeah, on the TPMS, it looks like right rear might be a flat or at least going low. We saw him hit 134
roughly. It was hard to see, but it was in that range. So he's on the mid-range of fifth gear right now. That gear can climb more. So, and if you look at you can see his tack. You know, these will spin upwards of like 84 on the Gibbs. So he's in the mid-range right there. See that? He's not really on it.
And Tavo can't be too far behind him. It does seem like he's off pace across the lake bed right now. Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Is that a shift light? Was that a shift light?
No, that was not a shift light. That was something else. I didn't catch what it said. It's still too small for me to read per se, but that was something else.
All right. I mean, he looked like he's going pretty good right there. Sometimes that lake bed, it's not just like a solid smooth lake bed. There's some dust on it, and you can get wheel spin.
You totally can.
You think that might be contributing to like drawing down on his mile per hour?
Well,
no, I just don't think he was pushing that hard. You don't really need to. I mean, the races are won between 45 and 95 miles an hour. You're more or less chilling at this stuff.
Yeah, but if he's going 10 miles at 105 and Tavo does 10 miles at 115.
Yeah, he would, in theory, gain some. Yeah.
I mean, he was at the end there. He was 112, so one close to 115. So maybe it was some sort of condition. You just didn't feel comfortable pushing. You guys were just seeing something that looked like maybe on the right rear is possibly.
Well, there is the light on that TPMS.
Okay, so I'm hearing that those lights, that's his transmission alarm. So his trans is running hot. So
no resetting it. They must be resetting it.
And probably. And apparently that right rear has been that way all day.
So maybe that's why he wasn't pushing it at max speed across.
No, I think it's a sensor issue, not a tire issue, is what it was saying. So I don't think he has a right flat. I think that's actually a sensor. But I think everybody out there right now is managing temps. And that may be why he was a little off on the lake bed.
Right. That's what I was referring to.
Yep.
Kind of doing what Ricky said, just get some airflow across it, not stress it, not push it too hard, and get it to the end.
Yeah, let the cooling system catch back up.
83, race mile 210, all good.
It'd be nice to if it was closer, we could see in more detail what's on their display.
Stay left, sweep through, and then right 5 over. Stay right, cut right by. There's one.
So this race is going by fast. We're at 210. Actually, they're past 210. So I mean, we're looking basically 70 miles to the finish. And this upper section of the course, I was looking at average speeds. That lower section, they were about 61.5 mile per hour, but that's going to pick up through this upper section. So I think we're going to end up about 65 like we were thinking, but the pace will pick up through the northern part of the course.
Yeah, they should push closer to like 70, bring that average up to what, 64 or 65? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think when you combine the average of the northern section with that 61, it's going to bring us in that 65-ish area.
Because this northern section should be high 60s easy average.
I mean, it's going 80, 83, 84 miles an hour. There's a lot more straightaways. It's rough, but the trucks are able to get on top of this versus down south, there's more turns.
Jack out, straight over, McMillin pit. Here. And then stay left. Rock to the right
So you guys talked about the patience that Luke was showing us early on in this race, and I wonder if that's all the notes they look at. They come back from pre-running, they see what this track is going to offer to them, how hard the truck is going to have to work, and knowing that they're going to have to monitor temps all along the way. So in the beginning, he starts off so he can maintain a little higher pace, even though he has to take care of the truck, a higher average pace, if you will, because he didn't push it so hard early on.
Something else that's going to work to their favor now is I do think temp-wise, the southern part of the course is tougher for temps because you have more of the sand washes. Right here, he's running kind of downhill on a little more hard pack. It's hooped out, but you don't have these long uphill sand washes like you did Amarillas and Matomi, where there's a lot of drag and draw on your transmission and motor, which is going to run your temps up. So I think temps won't be quite as much of an issue in the northern part of the course. And there's a lot of downhill stuff too, which we're kind of seeing right now.
Yeah, Jason, chime in here, but I mean, looking at him with the RPMs, I mean, they're like you talked about before, it's kind of midway. It's not at a stress point, so he could probably run like this for a long ways, maintain whatever speed he has to maintain, not push the truck here. And then I heard Ricky mention airflow. How critical is the airflow itself across that converter? Can it actually get to the converter to help cool it down a little bit?
On the mid-engine trucks, it is incredibly difficult to get virgin air to actually enter that area. So you're really just relying on the cooling system, and you're gonna, on a mid-engine, you're gonna heat soak that whole area. So it is unfortunately just a natural consequence of a mid-engine truck, So what these ones have the cooling package more or less up behind your shoulders, etc. And so right now there's a lot of virgin air coming through that cab into the cooling system.
Gotcha. I did see the shift light on that, by the way, whenever he went from third to fourth, so it is a good bit different.
Yeah, that was an alarm. When I looked over, that was an alarm I'm pretty sure that they had hit earlier, and which could have been, like he was saying, the gearbox, which is different than the converter.
So Jason, with the torque converter, because something Ryan Arciero was telling me was if you're trying to manage torque converter temps, I would almost think you would want to lug it to be easier on it, but it actually at a higher RPM it runs cooler. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, because everyone changes their stall, to be fair, so you can go up and down on that equation, and different drivers like different things. But once you get up out of that, you're going to be in lock, and in lock it's not going to build as much heat. So downshift, keep the RPMs up. Again, now you're having to sacrifice that side of the table for driver favorability, things like that, to try and keep her from overheating.
That's a great point, yeah. So once you get it locked up, there's less friction inside of it.
Yeah, what Ricky was referring to is more of a thing almost unique to the Dugans with how much low-end torque they have. So if you have a stall that's, in essence, higher than where you like to be on some of that low-end torque to pull through some of those corners, well, you're sacrificing building heat in your converter for driver ability or driver preference. In this occasion, to save the converter, you are now going to eliminate driver preference and now drive it to save the car. So
basically, You're going to hold on to gears a little bit longer, let it rev more
Just sit higher
to
RPMs.
keep that torque converter locked.
Yeah, so if I'm at like a 5,000 on that, I'm going to sit 6,000 north. Just sit way up there and keep her up there. But again, you lose your driver favorability into some context. So now you're battling both sides of the table.
Also have an onboard here now of Tavo, and we're believing that Tavo is second on course and possibly tracking down Luke.
Yeah, according to the tracker, Tavo should be right about, and this is what it looks like to me, he should be making a right-hand turn onto the power line road here in just a second, which I think we see the power line right there. So he's gonna do a pit. So Tavo's pitting later than the other guys did. We're watching Tavo pit here at about 2:12. But I'm pretty sure Luke pitted at like 140 at BFQ1.
I didn't think they could go that far. 212.
Yeah, I think they can. But so that was a little bit of a strategy there. But this is going to give Luke, another 30 seconds, which is crazy to me that they're doing a full off-road pit now in 30 seconds, but or less sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't know if that necessarily was all because of fluid. That could have been more of a pit based on engine oil too, to be fair.
That didn't look like a full pit to me with how fast he was in and out.
But even, a few hundred miles in, you're going to need to probably do 2 to 3 quarts of engine oil minimum. Yeah.
Okay, so if this is Allen, that looks like coming off of Diablo. Yeah, okay, so we're at 211. Which would be right behind where Tavo just was.
And then rocks into the left line, left board down, rocking the right berm. Right
Missed
board
that.
airplane.
And then Bryce, it can't be too far behind him because he's coming through there's Allen's dust right now. Bryce has done a good job of kind of sneaking up in here and getting in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I know they had to stop and take care of that strap there, but clearly did not lose too much time.
Well, Bryce was 7th off the line. So if we're talking 1 minute intervals on adjusted, Bryce is probably looking pretty good right now. Let's see what
I don't know. I mentioned it. You guys didn't follow up, but even in that real tight, nasty wash where the rocks were on both sides, it just physically looked to me like Bryce had a little more speed. I know he's not going to make up a whole lot of time in there, but it's just an indicator of the pace possibly. If he's not having any temp issues or not as bad as the other guys, maybe they figure something out there. He can push a little harder. I think both of you guys alluded to the fact where if somebody can go out there over that lake bed and really push hard, you can make up some ground.
It's a pretty tight group there because now Lofton just came through.
Over airplane. You're good. Straight over. Go. Left straight through.
Well, it's starting to shape up exactly like what we thought, which is the top guys were all going to be extremely close. We talked about it from last year, the top 4 separated by a minute and a half. And it's getting the go time here.
Yeah, they're going to finish in about an hour. And I think this is playing out exactly how Luke wanted this race to go. He's had clean air. Well, he couldn't have predicted what happened to RJ. But the second he saw that, Luke had to be like, oh man, I'm going to have clean air all day as long as I don't make a mistake. So he really, when you're sitting up front like that and you know that the guys behind you to physically get ahead of you have to come through your dust, you can kind of tone it down a little bit, not push so hard, and make the other guys work harder behind you. And I think that's worked out really well for him.
He's been very calm and collected all day. This is literally the inverse of Luke at the 1,000, where he was insanely aggressive on that back half.
Well, and he had a couple flats and he had to make up.
I was just going to say, I think he had to go for it there. There was nothing to lose if he was going to try to get the win, so he opened up the gate and let it go. But here, I think control is a much better option. Or like you say, kind of controlling the race to a degree.
Well, when you are out front and you have the clean air, as long as you can keep everybody behind you, you're making them drive through your dust. And they may like close up on adjusted, but then in the last 100 miles, then you throw it down,
right.
You know, and you make
Stretch it
them
back
battle
out.
behind you. You know, and I think that's exactly what he's done, and it's working really well for him right now. So he's in Kulvitas Wash right now. It's pretty tight in this little section here. This used to be a line. The old race course is off to your right, but he's gonna drop into the main wash here in just a minute, and then it'll kind of open back up. He's doing it right now. And this wash kind of winds over to the east, and it's gonna drop out of the mountains just south of Three Poles. People that are familiar with this area is just south of El Chinero, which is where Highway 5 and Highway 3 intersect.
I mean, for somebody watching this, it's certainly the first time, this would look like a really random path, with the exception of he's going 70 plus miles per hour, and this is a clearly planned path, which goes back to all of the pre-running and all the notes that you have to have, and the navigator knowing exactly where he is and exactly what to tell him, and how fast he can take those turns either or backing out of it. I mean, to me, this is incredibly impressive to find a line through here, knowing that you could go 100 different ways, but he's doing it here by design and at speed.
G out up here, small checkup, rock on left, a little farther up this right hand. G out here. Good.
Bryce pulling those shoulder straps back down, and I could see that being a case where those things would eventually work their way loose, and you got to pull them back down again.
So I just ran some numbers here. Luke just came through 220 a few minutes ago, which was about 3.5 hours of race time. So we're 62.8 mile per hour average. It's that mile per hour starting to gain, just like we were saying. I think we're going to end up right around 65.
Straight with ball checkup.
But you watch his mile per hour now through some of this stuff, and he's hitting 70, 80 quite regularly through this section.
Nice telemetry here, giving us some good graphics.
Yeah, this is called the Powerline Road, and it is super hooped out that Bryce is going through right here.
Hole on the right.
Hole on the right, so you can see him put it over there on the left side.
It's kind of funny.
You're still at least 200 yards, Bryce.
What do you say? You're still at least 200 yards?
Yeah, that didn't sound like his navigator.
No, I don't think
that was
that's
the helicopter.
Right, it almost sounded like his dad to me.
What was funny to me is generally the trophy trucks just take the straight line through stuff, and it seemed to me like Bryce actually went out to get out of the hoops a couple times there.
Well, I saw that earlier with Luke, because Luke, I think it was Luke, could have gone to the left of one of those towers, and the line or the road went to the left, but he went to the right and took a little different line.
You're right.
So these guys, again, back to pre-running, right?
Yeah. I think that other shot, that kind of looks like Kristen Matlock in one of the factory Polaris cars. That's something while we're watching this is we really haven't talked about a lot of the other classes. You know, so we have that leaderboard up. Cody Parkhouse is leading our class ones. I think he's doing pretty well overall on top of that. And then I'll try to take a look and see who's leading our trophy spec and Pro UTVs, Class 10, some of these other classes.
Hey guys, got a little news up here again.
All right, Rich.
So Bryce Menzies, I'm getting reports that he lost both his master cylinders, and he's only using his handbrake to slow down at this moment. In this section, it's probably not going to play in as much as it will in more technical areas. We'll see how it goes and how it unfolds.
Thanks a lot, Rich. That's great information. Jason, explain that. I had no idea they even had handbrakes in these things.
So the handbrake on this is going to be exclusively just the rear. So what is happening here is the front side of the system, the master cylinders, in essence, those are going to control overall, so front and rear. And then on this, as you come back in the system, you're going to have a handbrake somewhere on that line going to the rear calipers. So it's definitely plausible that you could blow both masters completely out, yet your handbrake is still available to provide pressure to the rear calipers.
Does it operate like a cutting brake forward and left and right? Or
No,
is it just...
not on a car like this. So on a class 1 with like a limited slip diff, you can have a cutting brake. These are just going to literally just provide pressure to both rear calipers at the same time. Yeah.
A functional emergency brake, if you will, for the people at home, maybe trying to process what that's about.
There you go.
But
yeah.
they can operate it.
If you envision
freely.
pulling a handle and doing like a power slide. Yeah.
Copy.
Two left, drops over right, ball just 2 G out.
So it looks like Justin Davis is our leader for the trophy spec. And he had qualified well, so that would make sense. And then in Trophy Legends, I think we've got the 61L of David Payne, but Rossler had qualified that, and I believe Rossler had started. I think Payne might be in at this point. Okay, so here's Justin Davis.
Spec class for Justin Davis.
And he's been running the Green Army for quite a while, but they actually have El Jefe as a new sponsor. I was talking to him. He was pretty excited about that.
Yeah, he is a defending champion, too. Certainly worth mentioning here in the Trophy Truck Spec category with a great 2025 defending class champion with a win at the 500, second at the 400. He was also second here, and then unfortunately had a tough 1,000 where he ended up 11th. But he qualified 15th overall, second in class.
Yeah, he's always up in the mix in Trophy Spec.
3-time score points champion. That'll put it in perspective. Won Baja 1000 5 times. 3-time 500 winner. 2-time San Felipe winner. So yeah, I mean, so accomplished. And
so in the specs, it looks like you've got Justin up front, followed by Ray Griffith and Pierce Herbst, and then Travis Picoy and Jorge Sampietro. Then we got Rob Mack is leading our trophy truck two-wheel drive, and he's just behind Sampietro, so he's pretty close.
Is that might be Jose Antonio Contreras? Is that the 284? We were just looking at picking his way through there. Seems to be way off pace.
Yeah, I can't see a number on the one that was in Matomi there. But San Pietro, he's right by Morelia Junction, check 1. Looks like we got, that was a 10 car.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Warren?
I could not see.
Class 1.
I'm not sure what happened to Reeds. I texted Kevin.
Yeah, it looks like Parkhouse is leading, but it seems like he's kind of got shuffled back a little bit in the overall.
Speaking of Parkhouse,
there we go.
Yeah, and this is, I believe he's in Upper Chinate right now. Like kind of just past the Badlands. Let's see if I can locate our top UTVs. So in the UTVs, it looks like Joe Tarana is leading, and he's a new addition to the factory Razor team. He actually used to race the Can-Am, and he's come over to the Polaris side now, and it looks like he's followed by Caden McCachran and then Brock Hager. So 1, 2, 3 for the factory Polaris team in the UTVs. Or that's the
Caden had a tough
UTVs.
Sorry about that. I mean to step on you. Caden with a tough San Felipe last year, DNF, but then finished second, and first.
Yeah, he redeemed himself at the 1,000, which if you're going to win one race out of the year, the 1,000 is the one you want.
And of course he's been battling with Brock, and Brock is just absolutely killing it with 3 wins to kick off the season last year and won the championship. He ended up 5th in the 1,000. But both of them teammates, and the team itself I think the team itself has been like undefeated for a couple of years.
They've been undefeated since they started racing down there.
That's a great point.
Yeah. On board with the one car, Jason, as we're watching this, what's the difference between driving a one car through this versus a trophy truck?
The main thing right there that I would be looking for mainly is going to be whoops that are rutted out. You know, these things have transaxles and they're tail draggers, so you got to be very careful not to tap that guy at speed, otherwise she's going to want to kick. And then you can find yourself in a real bad position. So otherwise, they are very similar to some context, you know. But you can never take the buggy out of the buggy no matter what you do, unfortunately.
That is the 284 of Jose Contreras. We saw him picking his way through there before, way off pace, and now has pulled off to the side.
Hey, Rich, if you're listening in on us, I'm getting word that Jason McNeil may have been involved in a crash. You want to put some feelers out and see what we can find out?
Excellent. Thanks, Wes. Let me work on that one. Thank you so much.
Well, hopefully Jason is okay, and maybe we can find something other than that. Winner of the 400 last year.
This spec truck class puts out some of the best racing out of any class out there, I think. And you have a very large field.
36 trucks, I think.
Yeah, and then I think a lot of really good drivers and very evenly matched trucks.
Yeah. Being a limited class, you have to follow very strict rules. So all of these guys have very similar platforms by default.
Although, that said, the funny thing is our unlimited trophy trucks, it's almost a spec class because they're all in very similar basins.
That's a great point. Very, very expensive spec class.
Exactly.
Kind of like IndyCar, that's an expensive spec class. I have not heard from Trey Gibbs here. I haven't had an on-board with him. Trey, very accomplished in short course, cutting his teeth out here in the desert. Once again in that spec class.
I believe this is Polvoorde's old
Yeah,
truck.
I believe he bought Polvoorde's old two-wheel drive trophy truck. I agree 100%. Trey Gibbs out of Marietta, California. 12 short course wins, championship in Pro Light, qualified 30th overall, 14th in class. Running the race here with Chris Escobar.
Looks like we've got Luke coming through race mile 235. So he's less than 50 miles from the finish. This is starting to look, well, it's been this way for a little while, but it really starting to look like this is Luke's race to win or lose at this point. Yeah, if he just holds the pace he's got and he has the experience.
On board here with Sam Baldy, we're going to take a quick break here, and we will be right back. We have a lot more action getting closer to the finish here for the 39th running of the Score San Felipe 250.
This is Power Without Limitations. Lighter weight, smarter tech, superior power for serious riders. Tested, trusted, and ready to rip. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
Hey bro, I have to tell you about our vacation. I'm sure you'll love this place.
It all started with an insane road trip and breathtaking views at every turn.
We hopped on the Racer Seaside and it was beyond exciting.
We visited a valley full of giant cacti. It felt like something right out of a movie.
We enjoyed every swing with the sun shining over the ocean in front of us. Golf just doesn't get any better than that.
I discovered a stunning bay while kayaking.
And the best part? Finding experiences for everyone to enjoy together as a family.
San Felipe opened the door to a one-of-a-kind adventure.
We can't wait for you to join us next time.
San Felipe.
We're back here with the King Shocks 39th running of the score, San Felipe 250. Ken Stout, Wes Miller, and Jason Hurd all sitting at the desk. Of course, Rich Minga up there at the action desk helping us out, staying in contact with a lot of the racers as well. And one more time, we will go on board here with one of our Spec Trophy trucks, and Jorge Sampedro is out there on the lake bed trying to make a little bit of hay. It's been having a pretty good race going here.
Yeah, it looked like we had a drone shot. I think Luke's right at race mile 240, so we might have an exterior drone shot of him. Jason, did you see that the red lights flashing on there on his Motec?
I just missed that. That could have been the shift light. He could have let it hang out a little too much from second to third, because he does have that he has two dots set up for his shift lights.
Cut right, rock on the right, right 5, left 5.
So I think the way he has it set up is it goes green, maybe yellow, and then the red for must shift.
Yeah, when he went, I'm not sure if it was him or Alan, but it went up, it had like a flash of, I thought it was white, but it might have been a yellow-red, but it was a real quick boom, boom, and then you shifted forth.
Guys, I got a little more action up here, guys.
What do you got, Rich?
Well, it looks like 234, Jason McNeil, one of those top runners, and he's had a great day today so far. It just went to an end. We've heard he had a rollover, and he's being towed out at mile 185.
All right, so basically, coming into check 1 at Morelia Junction there. I guess if you are going to roll your truck, that's a good place to do it because it's an easy retrieval.
It's an easy access, yeah.
Do we know, is Jason okay?
Yes, I believe so. I haven't heard otherwise. There didn't seem to be any urgency to the matter, so we're going to assume he's fine.
Okay, well that's always good news.
And again, this is data I'm hearing, and it's not always confirmed, so I will be checking in on that.
Well, the reason I asked you to check on it is because I had heard from another team that had happened. So I'm pretty confident that you're confirming what we had suspected.
Yeah, well, thanks for the heads up on that one, because I wasn't getting that one until you said something.
That's why we're a team.
That's right. Thanks, Wes. Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Wes is well connected. Once again, picking his way through here in this wash. And I love to watch this. I mean, it's pretty wild to me that they can navigate their way through there at the pace they run.
Okay, so this should be Luke at, or is that Tavo? Maybe Luke's already come through here? Yeah, that's Tavo. Okay, so Luke should have already come through.
Getting down towards the last 30 miles of this event.
What's crazy is on the tracker, I show Luke not being to that area yet.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that there was a couple of trucks that it would lose them for a little bit.
Yeah, Luke's tracker's been working so all day, so I don't know that I trust it, but it's just weird that we didn't get a drone shot of Luke coming through there prior to Tavo. But I think the way that this is playing out is it's between Luke and Tavo right now. I think Alan's dropped off. I'm going to say that he's just had to manage temps. He's probably had to back off a little bit.
Flat tire for Luke, right front. Look at him prepping right now. Jason's
oh,
about to get out.
Yeah. Okay, so let's stay on this because we got a tire change coming up. And this could be the race right here.
Mm-hmm. Crazy how it goes. I mean, we just talked about getting within 30 miles of the finish. And these are the little things that make a difference in one of these races. I mean, even in the big races too, but certainly in a sprint race like this. Good catch there, Jason, by the way. I mean, I love the prep. You see the gloves going on, the impact wrench coming out. And I think the belt's off at this point as well.
Well, and these guys have this down to a science. You know, they can...
So they'll look for a spot.
What, you think he can do this in about 30 seconds?
Really?
30 seconds? That might be a little rough. Under a minute for sure, Duncan can change his tire.
Well, I'm going to time it.
Yeah.
Hydraulic jacks will go down. Obviously, the spare off the back. Will they re-rack the flat tire?
No, but you still have to retract the jack too. So you have to remember, oftentimes you can get back into the truck before that jack is fully retracted.
There's people up here on your left if you want some help. We don't know them.
Once again, helicopter communicating with them.
Here we go, ready? Keep going a little further.
Big. Okay, I'm going to start the timer right now.
Okay. Well, we could hear Mark in the radio talking to him as well.
There you go.
And these tires, what is a tire weigh? 100?
Oh, it's over. I got 125 to 150 pounds.
Yeah, probably like 140, 142.
They're not easy to throw around. I co-drove in a trophy truck and had to practice doing this, and it's like you got to roll them up onto your knees. And
oh yeah,
there's a technique, right, to move the heavy weight. Yeah. And this is a typical 5-lug wheel.
Okay, so he's
There you
back
go.
in at 45 seconds.
There
Wow.
you go. Yeah.
That is
So-
crazy impressive.
One of the things, guys, that makes this really cool is that the helmets are Bluetooth through the PCI Bluetooth system. They're Bluetooth to the truck. So when he gets out and unplugs, Duncan gets out and unplugs, he can give commands right to that driver, up, down, coming in, unloading. He can just tell the driver exactly what's happening.
That's great info,
So
Rich, as
it
well.
really helps him knock another 10 or 15 seconds off a tire change.
But now how close is Tavo? And the thing here is Luke started 2 minutes ahead of Tavo. So Tavo, if he's in his dust, has this on adjusted.
It could be close.
Well, now we might see the same Luke we saw at the 1,000.
Yeah, I think that nice, calm, mellow Luke is now going to be throwing it down. He's already trimming trees.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Oh, nice line. Nice line.
Yeah, this section here, when I pre-ran it, there weren't a lot of tracks on it, but this actually looks like this is a fresh line. Because there's not very many tracks on that.
And who's to say Tavo doesn't have the same issue here before we're all said and done? I mean, I know we're say 30 miles. It sounds real like we're almost done, but that's a lot of miles, man. A lot of things can go wrong.
So that's, I want to see if we can see Luke's dust in Tavo's in card, but
Caution, check out, big sharp ledge. See crossings right here.
maybe a ways out there, but he's definitely not really close. And I feel like just looking at where Tavo is at, he's a ways back off of where Luke is at, or where Luke is at. The thing is he over 2 minutes?
Check that big dip.
Tavo, the first Mexican national to win the overall and the second to win and score trophy truck in the San Felipe 250 when he won 3 consecutive years in a row, 2013, 14, and 15. I said it was the second one. Carlos Ibarra was the first Mexican national to win the Score Trophy truck class in San Felipe, going back to 1998 when he was second overall to Mark Post and Jerry Welchel, who also won the Unlimited Class 1 in that race.
So look at this, the score tracker, which just updated. We're showing Luke at 248 and Tavo at 244.5 or 6. So, I mean, we're basically talking about a 4-mile gap. Say they're averaging about 60 miles an hour, maybe a little bit more. That's going to be 3.5 minutes to 4 minute gap, which means Luke would still have the lead. And looking at their in-car, where they're at on the course, that kind of meshes with what I'm seeing.
Right 5 feet. Stay right, straight over the hill. Stay left. Come back, please. Got it. So right.
I mean, Luke's fairly close to hitting the power line road again.
145 corrected.
Did he just say 145 corrected?
Something
45.
Yeah. Well, okay, that would be exactly what I just said. Because it's 145 corrected.
Duncan, can you confirm you want to re-rack at Morelia?
Just tell them to be ready.
That's a gamble right there, whether to re-rack or not this late in the race.
Yeah, because when they hit Zoo Road, which is crossing Morelia Road, which they're talking about, that's at like 260, so you have like about 21 miles from there. But if you have a minute 45,
you got
plenty of time to do a re-rack. I think I would
kill 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
Be safe, put a tire in there so you have it. Because they have enough time, they could still actually do a tire change and still win.
And a re-rack's overall probably 14 to 18 seconds tops by the time you decel and cell again.
Yeah, I would agree.
25 airplane.
Left-hand side.
Little twisty, then stay right. Go left and then right. Left 4 airplane. Caution, rock center. Little twisty airplane.
Good at 30. Desde. Mira, pero a la derecha. Pasamos a la vez. No. Run right tire. Run right tire. Y la pasamos bien. Izquierda.
While we're watching this crazy battle right now, I got news that Janie and Kylie are actually watching the race right now. So we wished you well earlier, but I just, again, want to give you a little shout out, let you know that the whole off-road community is wishing you two well, and we're so glad that you're okay, and look forward to seeing you guys back out here, or you girls.
Yeah, Cowboy Cerrone did a nice piece and obviously gave the girls some love, and more importantly, let everybody, the rest of us out here, know what happened. So certainly our thoughts and prayers are with you girls. Hope that you make a full recovery. We know it was a terrible situation, but from what we understand, full recoveries are expected. So that is great news. Also want to throw Jason Burgess a little bit of love as well. Buddy of mine that who was a spotter for Cowboy. He was able to fill me in a little bit as well. So team efforts all the way around to let us know what had happened, and that you girls will be okay. So glad you're watching. Hope you have a chance to relax a little bit and enjoy, and hope you get better soon.
Yeah, so everything I'm hearing is Tavo is 1:45 down, which is the split that that Luke and Jason were just given, and that would correlate to what we were seeing with if he's 3 minutes and 45 seconds back, 2 minutes of uncorrected, that's right where we're at. So
will the re-rack of the tire make a difference here?
I would re-rack if it was me on a 1:45 split. I'd take that gamble. Yeah.
Even if it took you 30 seconds to re-rack,
is there a downside not to do it?
You only have one left in the basket. A lot can happen.
Gotcha.
God forbid a DNF or something, but you know what I mean? Like, you have one left in the basket. With two in the basket, you feel a lot more confident going through stuff.
Speaking of spares, and we were talking about the straps giving up a little bit earlier on Bryce's truck, there's a good look at the spares and how they're mounted on this truck. I think it seems like everybody has kind of their own way of doing it, oddly enough, but that's how the Gordons have chosen to do theirs.
This is a classic Geyser spare setup. Yeah.
You'd see how silty it was across that lake bed too. So that gets really sketchy if you're in someone's dust and you're going 100+ miles an hour and you're basically driving blind.
Right rear suspension there and full motion.
Yeah, what you were seeing pop up there would be the very far tip of the sway bar. I wonder what they're doing. Oh, there they go. They just they switched the Motec over.
Again, the twin engine truck here, 2 engines side of this truck, 2 transmissions.
Correct. This is the oddball one per se.
So this is someone that we need to figure out where he's at on adjusted, because
he's in somebody's dust.
I'm pretty sure he's been in someone's dust all day.
Oh, that's a great point.
I want to go rewatch his in-car just to see him wiggling through stuff.
One of those lines off to the side, though, that you were talking about, he has chosen.
This is just south of Diablo. So obviously he's closing up on someone here. There's not a ton of room to make passes. He might be able to make a run on a parallel line on the lake bed. But what's tough on the lake bed is the main line is kind of wore in, and if you get off of that, you kind of break through the crust and it draws down on your truck and then you lose mile per hour. You go across this little valley, it's pretty hooped out, then he'll make a left at the end of this, and then you end up working your way over to Diablo. So he's a couple minutes from the lake bed. I really like the telemetry on this.
I know.
I was hoping that they were supposed to have a heart rate monitor on Christopher where we'd actually see his heart rate. Because I was talking to him about it, and he was saying how much it fluctuated, but I think he said he averaged about a 130 or 135 heart rate.
Yeah, through the 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ironically enough, it went down when he was at high speed, and it went up a little bit when he was lower speed, but a more technical area.
Well, in something like this, he's working a lot harder.
Yeah.
Than just
running across
on a lake bed or
right.
straightaway or something. So you can kind of, in those straightaways, take a deep breath. Right now, he's giving a lot of steering wheel
I love this telemetry. It's great.
Yeah, you see the gas brake pedal modulation there.
You gotta get someone to tape that cable up. That thing is just going crazy.
Starting the 6th year in the desert. Short course standout, of course. Really, where he really cut his teeth.
And last year he was my pick to win a couple races, and he kept having problems. And I really felt like once Christopher got a win under his belt down in Score, that he would maybe go on a run and rattle a few off. But then, unfortunately, something that was a little out of his control took him out of qualifying and put him in a pretty precarious starting position.
With that said, he has qualified really well in a couple of races. Well, speaking of the 1,000, qualified number 1 the last couple of years, right? So he definitely has the speed, and I think, to your point, for anybody to come out here and dominate anymore is extremely difficult. The field's so deep, the equipment is so good. We're saying, he's still pretty new out here, starting his 6th year, but 5 years deep. 2019 was still running short course. In fact, went undefeated that year through 7 events.
Yeah, I think I don't care if you took Max Verstappen out here or someone. If you don't have Baja race miles under your belt, you're not gonna be the top dog for a little while until you get some experience.
Yeah, and I think he's shown really well. Ton of speed inside of him. Really good decision making too for a young man.
I definitely think he's matured as a driver, and he has enough seat time down in Baja that I think he lets the race kind of come to him more now. He's going to start getting into, it gets really silty where he was, and then it's going to be hard for him to see behind whatever vehicle that was.
Good now, all the silt and the dust, he's way back now.
So I think Lofton is behind Bryce, which is what his helicopter is just telling him.
180 left coming up. 180 left, tight to you.
I would say this is by far my favorite telemetry setup.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One right.
Yeah, his and Polvoorde's appear to be the same. Very easy to pick everything out.
Keep her coming up a little bit.
So the dust up ahead, from what we understand, is Trey Gibbs.
Okay.
Chasing down his old truck.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jason.
The other thing too is, he's still a young guy. He could literally just be the traditional Baja god.
Okay, so Polvoorde is way over on a right-hand line right there, trying to make a run at him.
He can.
Well, he's got 500 horsepower in that other truck, right?
Well, the thing is on the specs, like they're not geared to go that fast. To be fair, they
should track him down pretty quickly here. Wish we could see the speed Christopher is going.
Yeah, 133.
Yeah.
Polvoorde's going to be about 15 to 18 miles an hour faster, maybe 20, maybe.
I mean, I think that's the fastest speed we've seen anybody go across here yet.
Yeah,
everybody else has been worried about temps, and he's just wailing on this thing.
Well, he knows that he's reeling Trey in right there.
41.
And a limited amount of time to do it, right? He wants to catch him on this bed, I'm sure.
But this goes back to when we saw Luke go across this.
Buck 40.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Luke was towards the end of it was like 105, 110, and
but he may have had
going 130 to 140.
Right.
But I think Luke might have had that gearbox temp rising.
Yeah, he was trying to manage temps there. That's what I was saying back then, is just it seemed like he was kind of managing the vehicle across the lake bed.
How long is this? How much time do they spend on this bed?
It's about 10 miles.
Can we see what his speed is? Can you guys catch any of that? It's too blurry for me.
I can't see a mile per hour.
110, 112.
Trey, tell your co-driver to wipe the GoPro. Yeah, we might see a big plume of dust in Trey's screen. Man, I think he's going to run. Man, he's going 140.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are they 110? The specs?
I'm going to say they're like 115,
they can
120.
Get to 120 is a little. Yeah. But you also have tire slip too on the two-wheel drive.
People out there too.
Yeah, don't spectate on lines, people.
He's still pretty far up there.
Yeah, he's too far away.
He's definitely gaining on him.
But what's going to happen here is you come out of this and you go up into these dunes, and there's a bunch of lines there as well. And it's really sandy. So I think Christopher, he's going to gain a bunch of ground just on sheer mile per hour across the lake bed. And then he will probably be able to make a pass in that dune section. While we're watching all this, Luke is past Zoo Road and working his way towards the finish line here. Or actually, he's almost to Zoo Road.
We see Christopher slowing down here towards the end of this lake bed as well, and that's where Luke was slowing down. So there's something going on here that's
I think
that these guys see or feel.
I think the ground's a little softer there.
I feel like this is where Luke was going the same speed.
Hear how the RPM's getting drawn down on his truck? Does that make sense to you, Jason?
Yeah, I'm just trying to watch his hand movement relative to what I'm seeing with the nose.
Did he just drop a gear? He's got 6
he's in
speed,
fifth
so
now.
he just dropped a gear.
So he's actually going slower than Luke did. So maybe it's just the northern part of the lake bed is really grabby.
It could very well be.
Especially, so the other thing that I think maybe happened to Polvoorde is he was out on a line that was packed, and he might have to be crossing over some of the virgin.
Luke's racking,
yeah,
probably.
He's racking.
See, he didn't want to take the risk. He'd rather have 2 in the basket coming through. It'd be nice to see what the time was. Like, was that 8 seconds or was that 14 seconds or?
Yeah. I mean, if you got a minute 45 to spare, be safe.
I would re-rack. Oh yeah.
Be safe.
Just for driver confidence, you know. It's a lot easier to drive hard with 2 in the basket.
So that was right at Zoo Road / Morelia Road.
The other thing is, like, notice how fast he got back up to speed.
Well, there has to be a sense of urgency for every driver. Man, somebody driving on the side over there.
What's funny is his left rear is blue now.
I know. I was just noticing
Before it was the right rear. But I guess as long as they're not red, you're good.
And even if it's red, to be fair, you saw him drive like a solid 80 seconds at pace with that.
Does blue mean it's losing pressure? I mean, is there a chance that it's?
I mean,
it comes back
it
up
could
once
be
it gets
it could be a sensor. It could be the antenna. There could be a few different things that could be wrong, other than it being actual tire failure. Yeah, these are fickle systems, to be fair.
T3. Derecha cerrada con T3.
So this is kind of the inverse for the telemetry.
I think the problem for Tavo here is we're not seeing Luke's dust.
Yeah.
And if he's not seeing Luke's dust,
he's too far back.
He's too far back.
Derecha 45 y luego viene un D2. D2, look, I can rock both. D2.
Knew I should have stuck with my gut on that pick.
Look, I can both. Stay right. Stay right. Derecha 65.
A beautiful day out here on the eastern side of Baja, California, Mexico, the peninsula. As we kick off the 2026 season, 53rd season for SCORE, a Class 11 car. Always interesting. The Bugs have quite a following. Of course, this race representing an important sport and tourism event as well on the annual calendar for the municipality of San Felipe.
83, race mile 270, all good. Tight right floor, caution.
Luke getting after it here.
3 minutes, door clear.
3 minutes back door.
Wow.
3 minutes, back door clear.
Airplane right by.
Something that stands out to me that I think really started to play out last year and then is playing out right here is that how important qualifying is in these races now, because Luke looks like he's basically going to go wire to wire. And you've got to be out front and just having that clean air and be able to set pace and run. You know, last year, a lot of the races, we had guys go wire to wire. And
I mean, like in this situation, Luke has, from our perspective, it seems like he's pretty much pushed 85-90% most of the race, and now he's turning it up. So he's more or less saved his truck almost 3/4 through the race.
So I just heard a camera at 270. Luke is first on the road and first on corrected time. That leaves 11 miles to go, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay far right, 3. Going right, keep going right.
He is definitely driving harder now.
270 right here, yeah, and I agree with you, Jason. I mean, this is the guy we saw at the 1,000 now. No more games, time to go.
The difference is at the 1,000, he did this for 3.5 hours.
Well, he had to. Again, it was a different animal. He had some trucks out in front of him, and he had to go a little bit earlier. This one, he's really controlled nicely.
yeah, so he's off of the whooped out Powerline Road, and now the course heads over towards these mountains, just to the left on screen there. And they kind of hug those mountains, and then they're gonna go back towards San Felipe, and it's the finish in the Malecon. So the thing to watch here is if we have that drone shot, is Luke's dust, and then where's Tavo's dust?
I got it. I just want to focus. Left 3. Yep.
Oh.
Right 4 over.
So crazy to me how that looks from a distance, because those look like little small bushes, and when you get down here in real life, they're pretty big.
Tight left 4, a tree outside.
You don't want to run over one.
Check out. Tight left 3, rocks full. Caution.
this is kind of a tight corner here.
That sounded like rear end chatter there, hard on the brakes.
Cut left 3 before the bucket. Right here, left 3.
And to the right is race mile 103.
Stay right.
Yeah, do we got a bottleneck in Matomi?
Now right. Tight, left 3, right 4.
Speaking of running over trees. Bushes. Sage.
Yeah, looks like you've got Gus and RJ's truck parked.
Yeah.
With another truck parked.
Like a spec truck behind them, it looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think RJ's truck, Gus and RJ's truck, is off to the side far enough to get around. It's
the spec truck.
It's the spec truck that's blocked the road here.
83, 1 minute.
Not quite enough room, I guess, to go to the left there. It looks like, unless the...
I sure as heck would be trying to go to the left.
Is that one car broke as well? Is that a one car?
I'm trying to see. I think those are 10 cars, actually. Yeah.
Okay, that Luke's past 260. This is more like 270, I think.
Yeah, no, that's what they said, 270. 270 plus.
I was just reading that graphic.
Oh,
on that
gotcha,
bottom there. He's really close to coming away from the mountains, and then there's not much left to the finish.
Yeah, I think the timing you had worked up earlier looks like it's really coming into play here as well.
Yeah, I was just calculating average speed, and I think he's on pace to, it's going to be right around 62, 62.5, I think. So what did we say, between 60 and 65?
And that left rear is back on the green again.
Yeah.
I think those rear tires, just the sensors are being a little finicky for him.
Yeah, TPMS stuff can definitely be finicky.
Major check up big rocks. Rock on the left. Stay left inside. Good. Rocks on the right outside. Major checkups, big checkup, slow down. Big narrow rocks in the corner.
Big checkup.
3 minutes. Back door is clear.
Tightens narrow rocks.
83, race mile 275.
Well, they have really had to check up, huh? Back down to first gear to work their way through this.
Mm-hmm.
So a UTV just took that line around those guys. I'm not sure why everyone else is parked there yet.
Yeah, it looked like that.
Looks
that
like there
10 car
might
would
be
be able
4
to fit
cars,
through there.
4
Unless the
cars
10
parked.
car was broke too, which would be really weird.
Yeah.
Rock on the left line, and then cut right.
Well, they could have had a problem that was starting, and then as soon as it stops, it rears its ugly head, and all of a sudden, oh man, I can't get going again.
Right. I just saw that shift light again. It is a quick blip.
He's very good at shifting. He rarely lets it fly out
he's
there.
right on the point, right where he needs to be.
And he's probably not even looking at it. I bet you he's just feeling it at this point with how much experience he's got.
And we're going to bring you a social clip here as well. Oh. Not a social clip I was expecting. Two-wheel drive truck. That is the 17T of Josh DeJong.
Oh, man.
Is that in Guatemote? I think that's the rocks in Guatemote. Oh, man. The left front didn't like that. So that looks to me, there's a high off-camber line that you could take, like kind of where those guys are standing, or there's a lower line that you could take. I think he took the lower line and took maybe the left rear off the car.
For our fans out there, if you can, tag Score International. whenever you get that stuff, and we would love to post it and show everybody else what you're seeing as well. We appreciate the fan support.
And that is a unique truck. That is an LZ engineering truck.
Score International. Yeah, custom chassis, right? That's a custom chassis, I believe.
LZ Engineering.
RDE.
Yeah, so that's LZ Engineering built the chassis. The front end is from ID Designs. Yeah.
Yeah, Tavo's not close enough.
Nope.
Looks like he's still back a couple, 2-3 miles.
Yeah, Luke's gonna win this by a minute and a half to 2 minutes, I think, unadjusted. I think this race did play out to be tougher on vehicles, and we had more attrition, and it spread the field out more than the past couple years.
Once again, getting very close here. The total race distance is 281.5 miles. So as you can see over there to the right, bottom of your screen there, race mile 270, approximately in that 270 range. And we saw Luke McMillin going through here a little while ago. I mean, it was, we'll call it 4 minutes ago, maybe even 5.
Yeah, somewhere right in that range. I think Luke's been kind of holding that 3.5, 4 minute gap, even with that reed rack that we saw at Zoo Road.
Copy.
Luke's right outside of town right now.
Javi Valenzuela working with Tavo here as navigator. Team manager Steve Lewis, which we know Rich Minga here in the studio has been chatting with from time to time. Spoke with him, unfortunately not the best circumstances earlier when Gus and RJ had their issues. And Tavo, who's had a good run here. Keep in mind, qualified 4th overall, 3rd in class. Finished up 13th last year. Wasn't a championship season for him. I'm sure would like to turn that around, but we believe now currently 2nd on corrected. But we'll see. There's some other trucks back there that might play into this before it's all said and done.
Yeah, as we're watching this, I've been going back through the tracker, and behind them, we've got Bryce and then Lofton, but it's too big of a gap for them to make up on adjusted. And then it looks like Harley, Lettner, Kevin Thompson. It's also...
Fans lining the side here. That's a good indicator. Look at the people on the side. We're getting close to the finish line here.
Yeah, this is the dunes coming into the finish. What I was going to say is I think that Alan and Pudia is stopped just north of Diablo and is not moving for quite some time.
I believe we're right about 4.5 hours here. Just a tick more. Luke looking for the finish line. Was 2nd off the line. And there it is. Fist pump. Great job by these guys. That flat tire turnaround was incredibly impressive. He and Jason Duncan doing a great job out here today. Might have just won the 2026 King Shark San Felipe 250.
I think there's something going on with his steering.
Yeah, there's, yeah. Probably pressure at
maybe just a little emotion there.
Well, he had Jason reach over and mess with the wheel, so I think he wanted to show him like that.
Here's what I've been dealing with for the past who knows how long.
Yeah.
And then that hoot that he gave out afterwards, I think that was probably a big hoot of relief, because getting that flat, leading the whole race basically, and having that flat, knowing that, oh man, I might be throwing this thing away. And then I think he may have been nursing an issue there.
Yeah, and I'm with Jason. I mean, I think his sense of urgency really came to life after that flat tire. He picked up the pace, and then they pulled in, did the re-rack, and I think that sense of urgency was heightened again. And to the finish line they went.
So now Tavo would have to pick up pace quite a bit to get there. Yeah.
I don't know if he has enough time to even.
He's almost back into town too. It's, you know, you never know with VCPs and speed zones and stuff.
True.
But I mean, Luke's a seasoned vet at this. I don't anticipate him missing a VCP.
Hey,
you know, huge congrats to Luke. I mean, he ran a great race. My gut was it was going to be either Luke or Alan, and Alan had issues, and Luke had a clean race.
Yeah. Team owner there, Mark McMillin, and some of their sponsors, DLM Properties, Monster Energy, BFG Tires, Method Race Wheels, VPSDG, Fox, and Fiberworks. We give them a little bit of love for an incredible effort here out of this team.
Yeah,
three-time score champ and has started off 2026 in a big way. We'll see how things break down. But he's going to make a run at a fourth championship.
Yeah, they did a great job. I wanted to let you guys know that I just got off the phone with Rodrigo Ampudia, and Alan blew a shock, didn't have a spare, and they ended up having some overheating issues as well. And they're just going to go for a finish, but they're up and running. They're way back, but they're up and running. So Alan Ampudia is not off to the start he's had in the last few years.
Good info, Rich. Thank you very much. Looking at the overhead console on this truck too. I mean, look at the beauty inside of that vehicle.
To Rich's note there, the way scores points play out, if you have a DNF, you're basically out of the hunt for the championship. Versus if you can actually at least get a finish, it keeps you in the mix. You know, obviously this isn't the position that they want to be in, but it'll be big for Alan if he can at least get that truck across the Malecone and take the checkers.
Yeah, good info.
Yeah, we're all men. We all go for the finish regardless. Just like Ricky Johnson's doing, he's going for it. Everybody's going for the finish. Means a big deal for the team.
Tavo getting very, thanks Rich, sorry about that.
The team
Tavo
morale
getting
too.
very close as well here to the finish.
Yeah, Tavo's there.
Yeah, I believe he's in a speed zone. So people at home that are wondering why he's going so slow right there.
So that's a nice testimony to how many safety elements that Scores put into this event, right? They run the motorcycle loop a little extra further to keep them out of harm's way. They have safety, they have speed zones in different areas that are potentially more dangerous. So it's a really good thing that that's come to light from all the technology.
You can see how big the hoops have gotten coming into
Yeah, it's just
town
crazy.
there.
It just doesn't, this view of looking at the track just doesn't look that rough. But, man, it wouldn't take much of a mistake right there either to eat that concrete abutment.
Oh, yeah, Wes can tell you, right before that bridge, those are some big holes, big holes.
Some big square edges in there. There's sometimes like pieces of cement that are actually buried in there. that you hit as well. So you have to kind of watch for those because you can flat spot a wheel or get a flat, and you don't want to do that by less than a mile out of town.
Looks like a beautiful day there, as we've talked about a couple of times. Sea of Cortez off to the right-hand side. Looked very calm. If you're wondering, San Felipe, about 125 miles south of the U.S. border.
Ya lo puedo bajar. ¿Ya se acabó? Sí. ¿Javi? Creo que encontramos el límite de las llantas usadas. 260 millas. Pero una, porque la otra la cambiamos. Obviamente, pues no funcionó.
Back on board with Bryce. 7 truck as always, Red Bull backed machine. Hams Oil, Toyo Tires is with him. Qualified 7th overall, 5th in class.
The thing that we need to keep an eye on now is how much time has Polvoorde been able to make up, and where is he sitting on adjusted time? Because he's not going to come in physically to the finish for a while here, but I think he's sitting pretty good on adjusted.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this ends up. By the way, I need a correction. That 7th overall and 5th was where Robbie Gordon qualified. Bryce qualified 8th overall and 6th in class. But yeah, I think we're all really curious to see where the 94 truck of Christopher Polvoorde ends up, knowing where he had to start and having a really good truck.
I mean, it looks to me like Bryce
What's up with McCackman
is
and Toby?
coming into town, and then Lofton is right behind him.
Yeah, so Bryce, who, as I said, started off 6th in class. Looks like he might be the 3rd one across the line.
Especially season opener.
So Polvoorde is just past 230. So he's about 50 miles out. And he started 45 minutes back.
Back into that average mile per hour and put a time on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close on him making a podium, I think, here.
That would be an incredible recovery. And let's go to the ramp.
McMillin Racing, Mr. Luke McMillin. So stoked. His whole family's here. The new baby's even here. I saw him down there. That's all. His eyes are on right there. Yeah, they're there. Got to give some love, Luke. Congrats, another win. It's been a minute. You had a rough season last year. Going for a championship this year, round number 1, unofficially. Just smoked the field, man. Congrats.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm so happy. That was just what a day, what a week, what a month, year. Getting here, it's been a little over a year since my last win. So I was all right, let's do this. San Felipe, I love San Felipe. Everything about it. It's just the best race other than the Baja 1000. I had so much fun out there. God, it was so brutal. I couldn't tell if I was going fast or not, but it was just like, well, I can't freaking see, so we must be going. I don't know how anyone's going faster because this is, I can't see. So we were just getting rattled, and man, it was a battle. You know, little gremlins in the truck here and there cost us seconds and stuff. I don't know if we officially won or not. You know, that makes me nervous. You know, I don't celebrate till Jose G comes out and shakes my hand, lets me know. So Jose, if you listen, I'm waiting. So. But great day nonetheless. You know, no matter what happens, great day for McMillin Racing and Monster Energy. Just a big thank you to Monster Energy for believing in me and my team and my family. You know, they've got a couple competitors out here, my teammates with Monster, that have had an unbelievable year. So to have them back on board, I just wanted to prove to them that we can do it, and here we are on top. And I'm just super stoked. You know, everyone at McMillin Racing. It's hard not to name names because I don't want to forget names, but God, everyone did such a great job getting this truck ready. You know, this truck, it's a team effort. Everyone at the shop, you know, Max Cromenhook, Roger Lopez, Tyler Canfield is the lead mechanic on this truck, but it's a huge team effort. I mean, Angel and Jason and Road Dogg, and the list goes on and on. Again, I can't do names because I don't know where I left off, but everyone on the team does such a great job. Everyone adds a piece to the puzzle, and then my co-rider Jason Duncan, just freaking flawless. I made 2 or 3 mistakes. He made none. He changed the tire out there in 45 seconds. It was unreal. It was so on point. It was ridiculous. All I have to do is hit a button, and I was nervous. I came over and jack select and up, and I waved over some fans to help us, and they kind of like, huh? Well, I don't know how they don't understand what's going on, but all by himself, 45 seconds was just crazy. I felt the tire go off. I felt him up there, heard the lug nuts perfect. Felt the next tire come on, heard the lug nuts go. He says drop it, and it was like, holy smokes. That was good, dude. That was freaking good, and may have gotten us the win. But a lot of things factored into the win. I mean, a lot of things. The truck, the setup, the sponsors, the support, my family. Here they come, my wife, my baby, and my daughter, and my 4-week-old baby who's down here. I wanted to win for him. A lot of people ask me, is your kid's going to slow you down? It makes me want to be safe, but I want my boy to grow up and say my dad's a fucking badass, and I wanted to win for him, and just got his first win, so I'm so freaking happy.
Well, first of all, his dad is a badass. You got to say hi to them. Like we're secondary. Bringing him in, and we got the other one coming. She's not going to hand that one off. He only a month old. Yep. Daddy's a stud for sure. Factory shirt. They all got the factory shirts on.
Of course. No, I got
but you know what? This makes it that much sweeter. You know, the bigger your family grows, you guys already have a legendary family, and the whole legacy of the McMillin Racing, 3rd generation. But to still be down here winning, I know it took a lot. You want to get in? Oh, take the hat off. Okay. Oh, we're bringing in the new one.
You're good.
Yeah, and how old is he? Get a shot over here.
Yeah, get him in there.
What's his name again?
That's Jet Thomas.
Jet. We got Jet right here. All right, #1 fan, but he doesn't even know it yet. He doesn't even know it yet.
You want to say something to the camera?
Oh, he's got some monsters coming in. He wants everything.
Oh, yeah.
But you want to say anything? You proud of Daddy?
Say good job, Daddy.
Good job, Daddy.
Your dad is awesome. He's the fastest guy in the world right now. So, well, congrats. Let's get back to the... First of all, Jason Duncan, what a legend. 45 seconds, bro? Some people can't even lift a tire in 45 seconds. You got it unracked, re-racked, in and out. Dude, that is huge. I hope somebody got that on video. That is insane. But you know, it takes a lot. You know, and this, I know this is really your driving force. Like, obviously you and the whole team, but your family is what really makes it that much more special coming down here. And he's got his hands full. He's like, yeah, we don't have no crayons or anything in here. Hey, but we got finisher medals. Nothing better.
For you, yeah, that's for her. Again, all the sponsors and everyone who supports me, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, they've believed in me and since day one. Nate and Colby and, you know, just everyone at BFG, Matt the engineer, just we talk, we work together all the time, and it's just so much hard work and effort. VP Racing Fuel, SDG, Fox Shocks, list goes on and on and on. So again, Monster Energy, I'm stoked to have them on board. They're just a great partner, and I wanted to get them a win. You know, we got them a win with the Beast Energy or Beast Drink at the Baja 1000, you know, in our first year. But we went through a dry spell for 1 year, but here we are, and I think we got it. So I'm super stoked. Big thank you to my entire team. Again, I don't know who I'm forgetting, but I'm just so stoked. I love San Felipe. This is our 3rd overall win here. 4th or 5th class win, and I'm just ready to celebrate, relax, hang out with my friends, go to the river, and enjoy this win.
He's all right. Well, you got to enjoy it. It's all unofficial right now. He's all, we're going to the river, whatever. Somebody else will tow this bad boy home. And we talk about what it takes to win. Not only having a good navigator, Jason, like being on point with the notes and the tire change. I think that's absolutely next. I think that might be a world record, 45 seconds. But it takes a lot of homework and all your work and prep and all you put in at home. And I know you pay such attention to detail, and you made some changes to the truck this race for this year. Because I know you're like, okay, we had a little bit of a dry year, but you did some changes. What were the big things you did different this year? Anything like major or just some small things?
Yeah, I know. I want to shout out to Joe Gibbs, Mark Cronquist, and Joe Gibbs. Thank you for supporting us, believing in us, and we just got that motor another way, JD1. So I know that's big for them. So congrats to that entire team as well. Thank you. Man, this motor screams. It just screams. It's such an advantage out there. You just get your gear ratios right, which is something we did. You kind of just put it down, and it just sings to the next quarter. But, yeah, just everyone did such a great job. I'm super stoked. Yeah, Jason Duncan, he's an awesome co-rider. The guys who came down for the last week and a half pre-running with me, we put in a lot of work. We also had a lot of fun, but we put in a lot of work every single day. Every single second of my life is I'm eating, drinking, thinking, sleeping, breathing, racing. I mean, just anything and everything I can do. You like that? Pretty cool, huh? So, again, just having my daughter in my lap, my 4-week-old son here, it's just the best. And I want to thank my wife for being so supportive. Hold on, honey, you're covering it. Yeah, and my wife for supporting me. I mean, we just had a baby 4 weeks ago, and she goes, go win the fucking race, you know? So that's what we did. She go, sorry for the F-bomb. Go win the race, you know? Just do it for Jet. And I said, that's what I want to do. I want to win for my son and my daughter. But, yeah, thank you. My mom, my dad, my mom's over here. Without them, this isn't possible. And, man, they're competitive. They just, I know that it makes my mom nervous to see me do this, but at the end of the day, she goes, go kick some ass. Let's go, you know? We like to win.
She knows it, and you're getting used to it for sure. I know, like you said, you had kind of a rough season, but you're back on game. Everything's working out, and I'm sure you made everybody proud from all your sponsors, your family. Jet's stoked. First win for him. Nothing better. So we're excited to see you up here on top of the podium. We're looking forward to just a stellar year here with the World Desert Championship Series, and hopefully get you with that #1 plate again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see Roger Lopez walking up here right now. That's our team manager, my father. This is just nothing but a team effort. Again, I hate naming names, but the entire shop, everyone's got to be so pumped. So I hope you're proud from home, Dale. Got to give him shit. He stayed home sick. Back bumper again, my bad. But gosh, another win. I'm thrilled. This is a great team, great family. I'm in shock. It's been a year, so I don't know. I'm just rambling at this point. But thank you, everyone. BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, Monster Energy. Thank you for believing in me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, we believe it. You know, it's not a shock to me. I was expecting it. And the cool part is now we get to, follow and watch your in-car and just watch it. And it was on. I was just sitting over here watching it. It's just absolutely insane to see you do what you do. Fastest driver on the planet, round #1 of the SCORE World Desert Championships, brought to you by King Shocks, and you did it. So good job. Go enjoy your family time. Go get the kids whatever they're going to eat. I don't know. She might be ready for a taco. Jet's not. He's still having some milk, I'm sure, but you're probably going to have a monster and a beer. Great work, and looking forward to the 500. We'll see you coming up in June, buddy.
Right on. Thank you. And actually, this strawberry monster is actually really good. I'll be having with a little mix in there. So thank you. We'll see you in June. I'm ready for the Baja 500. It's the one from me, so I got to get it. I've led it. I've won it. I've been DQ'd from it. I've been there. I've won it in class a couple times, but I'm ready to lock in, and let's go win that thing in June.
I'll be waiting right here. I'll have the same shirt on. We'll see you then, Luke.
Right.
Good job. Yeah, I got to get a shot, too.
And this one, we want you to pull all over your before you celebrate.
Okay, but I want to celebrate with him right here. This is the guy.
Right. Left 5, left 4. Thanks, man.
short, then right 4 tight. Right 4, then left 5 short. He took left up here. It's just the course. We shouldn't be out here.
The whole McMillin Monster Energy team, they come down and they do work for sure. Roger over here, team manager, does a great job. It takes a full army, so it's great to see them all come together and make this first round win happen. We got them stacked up, the first 4 trucks. They were pretty close. Luke was saying, hey, you know, it's still unofficial. You got to see VCPs and speed infractions or some things, but he's definitely a cool hand, Luke, a smooth operator. But right here, another champion for sure right here. Un Mexicano loco. Then the chants are huge here. He's got a lot of fans. Number 21, Tavo Vildosola. How you feel in second place? What a battle, man. You had your hands full. You got. It's never an easy race, but this one, you were definitely doing work.
Sí, digo, desde el principio la carrera empezó, desafortunadamente nos dieron la noticia que el 1L se volteó en la milla 12, muy desafortunado, pero íbamos atrás de Luke, atrás de Alan, peleando y pues todo el día peleando, la verdad. Alcanzamos a Alan, cuando lo pasé me ponché, me volvió a pasar, Alan Ampudia, de ahí lo volvimos a alcanzar en el Morelia, me dejó pasar y traía alrededor de 3 minutos con Luke y le dije a Javi, pues vamos por él, y le recortamos a 38 segundos, pensé que nos lo íbamos a chingar, pero pues desafortunadamente nos ponchamos del lado derecho y dañamos un gato y ya nos tuvimos que venir tranquilos a la meta. Pero muchas gracias a toda la afición de San Felipe, de Mexicali, de Tecate, de Tijuana, de Los Cabos, de La Paz, de todo Baja, que viene a apoyar a las carreras y al equipo Vildosola. La verdad, de todo corazón, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, por las banderas, por todo. Muchas gracias, los queremos.
Excelente. ¿Tiene limpio correr? ¿No hay ponchadas, nada?
3 ponchadas.
3 veces.
Ya, 3 ponchadas, una pasando a Alan, agarré una línea un poquito a la izquierda, le pegué una llanta, 100% mi culpa. Pero las otras 2 fue una después del Morelia, como la milla 190, y otra aquí en la milla 260 cuando lo traía Luca 38 segundos. Yo pensé que lo íbamos a alcanzar de 2:43 a 38 segundos y se ponchó la llanta y no estaba contento, absolutamente nada contento.
Mucho trabajo para Javi, el chingón. 3 ponchadas, dice, no más, güey. No más, vámonos, no mames, cabrón. So, todo bien correr. Well, felicidades. Second place. Very good job, man. Congratulations. And it's all unofficial right now, and it's going to be a long series. You're going for a championship. You're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, having a good San Felipe 250, whether it's second place or third place, we're here at the finish line, and that we're starting off the 2026 season with the right foot, and that's what we wanted to do. 2025 was a bad year for us. I didn't do the 400, got DQ'd at the 500, and we had that accident at the 1,000. So, but the even years are our years. So 26, here we come.
26, vamos, okay. Nos vemos en junio para 500. Vámonos. Felicidades otra vez.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a todos.
Good job, brother. Up the champs once again. This is going to be their 4th year if they pull it off. Rider records, Mike Prunty, but we got Bill Seekers on the bike. We're gonna bring him to Sus Hombre es muy caliente. Bill, great to see you. Congratulations, you brought it in, brother. I'm stoked. I saw Mike down there. He started the race. He's like, they're coming. They're bringing it in. You guys just.
Once again, we see some of the action going on here. Sam Baldy collected a tree or a bush right along the way on board with Toby Price. Keep in mind, Toby Price still driving that spec truck, basically their pre-runner. As we get to the end of this race and start doing some of our interviews, of course, a little bit earlier, just before the Tavo interview, we had Christopher Polvoorde still out there ripping, man. He's trying to close the gap here uncorrected.
Yeah, when I talked to Sam, he was saying he has a little side business doing landscaping. So if anybody out there needs their trees trimmed, he'll come by and do that for you.
It'd be an expensive job if he brings that tool to do it.
So we're on board with Toby. I'm showing Toby just ahead of Polvoorde. You know, I think kind of the big story that I see floating out there is where is Polvoorde going to land on adjusted time? I don't think, from all the estimates, the math I've been doing, I don't think he's got enough to crack the podium, but he's had a really strong run, and I think every time we look at his in-car, he's in somebody's dust. So, I mean, he's moving through the pack like crazy. That should be Toby's dust right ahead of him from what I'm seeing on the trackers. Yeah, I think he's going to be somewhere about 15 to 20 minutes off of Luke's time, which may put him top 5. I don't think it'll be good enough to get on the podium, though.
That'd still be a great day, very successful run. And I think one of these days like this, I mean, there's a lot to be learned here. I mean, even going back to qualifying, to deal with those emotions, come back here, regroup, figure out another way to navigate this course and make as much hay as you can, take advantage of what you can take advantage of. He'll come away from this weekend knowing so much more than you knew going into it.
Probably got a lot of great experience of driving in dust.
And he left that qualifying with a phenomenal mindset too. I mean, right away he was thinking, you know what? I'm just going to figure out a way to wiggle around these guys.
I was super impressed. I mean, obviously he's been taught to get his hands dirty. He immediately dove underneath that truck, started to do whatever he could do to get it fixed immediately. I mean, he's not just a show up with a helmet and driver suit driver.
Well, they do prep that truck in-house. You know, he is basically there the whole time.
But I mean, you could make the argument, and I'm sure many people do, that he's been fed with a silver spoon, given everything, and doesn't have to do that type of work. But if you're going to be successful in this world, you have to know how to get out of the truck and fix some stuff. It's just all part of the game.
Correct. No matter what you do in off-road racing, you will find yourself alone. Yeah.
Yeah, so and my argument is he might have had a silver spoon somewhere along the way, but he's clearly had to put the work in, and he's learned from his parents what that work ethic needs to be. He's been taught right, and he's doing a great job.
He also does a great job of marketing himself and being presentable to the public. If you look at his YouTube videos and social media, Chris does a great job of being an ambassador for the off-road industry and sport.
And mind you, he is still on the very beginning of his career. You know, he's definitely is he the youngest guy in the class right now? I think he might be.
That's a great point. I mean, he is, without question, one of the youngest. Yeah. I believe 25, 26 years old.
Max,
yeah. Max.
Oh, okay, yeah, but he's with his dad. That's
and he's been racing since he was 5.
Okay.
pretty sure Robbie had him behind the wheel of the trophy truck when he was.
But you know what?
still
Along
had
those same lines, Max has also been taught the same thing. Max did all the prep work and for the Stadium Super Trucks. I mean, he made sure all of those trucks were ready to go before he took them to the next race. So again, Max has really been hands-on as well.
And he did good at the 1,000 too.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, they came on. I think they finished 4th, and yeah, he closed that race out really strong.
Yeah, he ended up fighting with Andy at the end, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. They were closing the gap. We thought he might get on the podium there for a minute.
So this is pretty cool. We got Toby's in someone's dust, and then Polvoorde is
chasing Toby,
catching him, and all of them are on the Powerline Road. Actually, I think Toby might be off the Powerline Road where they head back west a little bit. But Polvoorde's definitely on the Powerline Road because you see the power lines there. And you got to dig through this kind of cross grain for a minute there, and then it's going to kind of open back up. And I think Toby is on the trail where it heads west, so he's a couple miles ahead of Polvoorde.
Hey, Christopher back in clean air now.
Someone else that we talked about earlier, but we haven't in a little while, is Rob Mack. And I'm showing Rob as our leader in the two-wheel drive trophy trucks. Rob's put in a good drive. In our trophy specs, there's been a great battle. Our number one qualifier, was Jason McNeil.
All right, let's go back down to the ramp and talk to Menzies.
Rock and roll, third across the line, number 7, the Red Bull Score Trophy Truck, Mr. Bryce Menzies. How you doing, man? Always good to see your smile up here at the finish. Good work here, round number 1, unofficially third. It's all unofficial, as you know. You never know. Some of these guys get a little crazy out there.
Yeah, we had a good day, man. We qualified 8th, which normally we don't do. I kind of messed up and left this thing in race mode and didn't put it in qualifying mode, so it was hard to shift. But started 8th, picked our way up to Robbie, caught him at race mile 40, and then I actually got Lofton and Husted both on the line in race mile 60, which was really cool. And then from there was a 5-minute gap up to Tavo, I want to say. So we just started pushing. We put our heads down, clean air. And by race mile 140 where we pitted, we were leading on time by 5 seconds, I believe, or something. So felt really good. And then after that, we started going, and I felt like some fluid down by my feet. And I was like, oh, no, that's not good. And all of a sudden, the brakes started going out. So race mile 170, we lost brakes. So I have a button under here. I turned it off, so I had hand rear brake. So for the last 100 miles, I was driving with a rear brake handle. So it made it for an interesting run, but San Felipe, man, it throws everything at you. This race course is brutal. It's only 280 miles, but it feels like a Baja 1000. So glad to be back down here. Last year I had some health issues down here, and I didn't even know if I was going to be racing ever again. So I got my son, my daughter, my wife, and man, it feels really good to just honestly be racing, get down here, have fun. The fans, the people, I love Mexico. Me and my dad, this is our favorite place in the world, is to come racing and enjoy it. And to come away with a third with some issues, we'll take it and on to the next. We want to go for a championship like we always say, so we'll be back for the 500. We got a Gen 2 Mason coming out we're going to do a bunch of testing with, and we'll see if we race at the Baja 1000, or Baja 500. But just want to thank all the fans. Thank you, Mexico, for having us. We love it down here. And I got my son with me, so it's a good day.
Yeah, absolutely a good day. So you were up 5 minutes, and I think Luke started second, so that would put you up 3 minutes. And I'm not sure exactly where you came in. So where do you think you're sitting? If everything works out, you think you're in third, or could you be up another spot?
No, I think it's third. Once we started dealing with the brake issues, we had to back it off quite a way. So. If we get third, I'm happy with that, honestly, with the situation that was occurring. So one flat all day with how rocky and gnarly this course is. So my hat's off to Toilet Tires. They've been doing a ton of development this offseason. And looking forward to the 500. We'll go home, kind of figure out what was going on with these brakes. It was hot out there today, that's for sure. But I love San Felipe, what it throws at you, how rough this race course is. And just glad to be back racing, man. To come away with the Baja 1000 win, and then to come here and actually have a really good run. It was a good day.
And then, like you said, you kind of went across that, but you got the new Mason Gen 2 coming up. I know it's almost hopefully going to be done if you get plenty of miles on it, but it looks done. I don't know. I've seen some stuff on social, but that plays into the head game too. When you know you have this does it get better than this? But it does with the Gen 2. So that's going to play into the head game and a better overall truck for sure. So you got to be stoked on that.
Yeah, really excited. We've been working on that for almost over a year now. So. Mason, the brothers are insane what they build. These trucks, obviously 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and who knows how many. And now they're coming out with another one that's hopefully even better than this one. So looking forward to it. They started it yesterday, and hopefully we're gonna go test it when we get home and start figuring out what's good, what's gonna break, what's wrong with it, and bring it to the 500.
It takes a lot having a good navigator, a good team. I know you got some other people to thank. All your sponsors, Red Bull's backed you for so many years.
Yeah, this is I want to say 17 or 16 racing, which is incredible. It's crazy. I'm like, man, I'm too old for this. My son's got to take over sooner or later. But my man Oren over here, just calling notes. We had an awesome day today. It was unreal with the brake handle and him calling notes early, changing a flat and super quick. So just got to thank everybody, Red Bull for sticking with me, Toyota tires, AMSOIL. It was hot out there today, and we got oil for everything, so everything was running cool. Fox shocks with how brutal it was. Just excited to come away with a good finish.
Congrats. We'll see you guys at the 500. Can't wait to see that new truck.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, good job. One smile with your little kiddo.
Justin Davis, quarterback.
Wait, you got 2? You better give me 2.
Any other classes?
So a good interview there, and of course Bryce Menzies talking about what we had heard along the way, that they had some brake issues. I heard you two guys chatting about that, and he was able to bring that thing home and driving the last 100 miles with a handbrake.
Yeah, that's a little sketchy, to say the least.
We'll see if he stays in third place in the corrected time, of course. So we're going to wrap things up here, but don't go away just yet. We'll tell you where to go and how you can continue watching at the finish line cam. But we want to wrap things up here and get some final thoughts. We'll start off with you, Fish. What are your thoughts on the day, the racetrack? Did it pan out the way you were thinking all along the way?
Fish?
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. It took me all day to do that. That's pretty good.
I have a whole bunch of comments I can say, but I won't do that to you, Austin. Well, I mean, let's look at the storyline. So conditions. I think we saw a lot of attrition. We said the course was tore up. What was that going to do? Well, we had a lot of people kind of drop out with various problems. Heat was a factor. We watched a lot of drivers managing temps. Pit strategy, fuel economy, that seemed like that went pretty smooth. Can RJ take the overall? No, that didn't go so well for him. I really appreciate him calling in and giving us that explanation. He's a pro's pro. He's won many championships and many races. So, I mean, my kind of heart goes out to what happened with him. I'm just glad he's okay and his co-driver. But now they got to try to retrieve that car out of Matomi. So that's going to be a long afternoon or evening, maybe night for them. Polvoorde, we're still watching him. I've been monitoring this right now. He's not that far out from the finish. I think he's going to be just off the podium, but I think it's a really solid run for Christopher, and I think this will do dividends for him in the future, because I think this is a great learning race for him. Probably learned a lot about lines, how to pass, how to drive through dust. So, this may lead to more wins for him in the future. Can Alan repeat and defend? Well, no, he had some problems too. So, I think that hot streak that Alan had been on, well, that's come to an end. So I'm sure he's going to come out firing at the 500. And then I think Toby's done pretty well. too, he's right behind Polvoorde. So running a spec in the all-wheel drive class, I mean, my shout goes out to Toby and Paul, because it's, again, they're bringing a knife to the gunfight there, and they were able to put their heads down and get through the race.
Great job, Fish. Wes would be proud.
Yeah, thank you.
I apologize for that, man, but great to have you with us, and great to have your insight and what you've been able to call. And I think a lot of your predictions, came to fruition as we watch those drivers. Certainly great to have you and your knowledge sitting here at the desk. Final thoughts here. Let's go to you, Jason. What are your thoughts? Where does your head go when you watch one of these races as a fabricator and an engineer?
Just seeing attrition, seeing things like that. This one honestly didn't seem that bad, And the other thing too that stood out is you had Bryce saying that he had to back it down on pace because of the brakes, but I think his backing down pace is still pretty ridiculous because I still think he's going to be well ahead of Polvoorde, and Polvoorde's been pushing really hard through this whole race. So to put that in context, that even though he's lost brakes and is still, oh no, I'm going really slow, his really slow is still ridiculously fast.
Yeah, very, very well put. Also great to have you here with us for us to bounce the questions off of you, how these trucks are engineered, how they function, how they work, how they're built. Great to have your knowledge here at the desk, man.
I love being here. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, good time. And one more guy, we don't want to forget him. He's up there at the action desk, and with 40 years of experience, you certainly are well aware of what's going on out there as well. Rich Minga, great to have you with us, man. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think technology, this is so incredible. To bring all this to the audience, it's just so cool. This wasn't available just a few years ago. And to see all the call-ins and the data and the in-car camera footage and what SCORE has brought to the table with all their sponsors has given us the ability to bring it all to you guys. So thank you so much for having us, and thanks for being involved. So appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your knowledge and obviously your connections inside of the sport that you have that run so deep, the people that are contacting you. It's what all the fans want to know at home. We want to know it here at the desk as well. So thanks for reaching out and making those connections.
I think that's a nice way of you calling me old.
I've got to do the same thing as you. I mean, I have to thank the production company here. The production has grown by leaps and bounds here in the last couple of years. BCII TV has done a great job. All of the hardworking men and women that are involved here with this production company that work hand in hand with SCORE, all the help from SCORE themselves to help us build this production, the onboard from all the drivers. Everything that the fans are able to see that we're able to utilize and bring to you. And there's more, and we want to bring more, but it just takes a little bit of time to get all of this technology working. But I promise you there's a lot more in the works that we want to bring to the fans at home. It's very impressive how far this sport has come in terms of production here in such a short amount of time in the last couple of years. And, of course, the SCORE themselves and the racers. As I have some final thoughts here, this whole thing laid out super cool to me. I mean, starting off with qualifying alone, when we took a look at the qualifying and how they qualified and how they were going to line up with all the mixed classes, and then of course that created some drama, opened up some doors, made some opportunities, and we were able to follow that and capitalize on everything that was happening there. It made for some big stories. Christopher Polvoorde, to watch him come from the back and dig hard as a young talent, super cool to do that. To watch one of the greatest of all time stumble, and my buddy RJ. I mean, it's just racing. That's what happens. It is extremely tough, and my hat's off, mad respect to everybody that decides to throw down, get inside of the sport, get your hands dirty, put on a driver's suit, put your life on the line, go out there and risk it all so that you can try to win for your team. There's nothing else like it, man. I love the sport. I love all the people here. Mad respect for you guys and what you've done. You've dedicated your lives to this, and we love bringing it to the fans at home. So we hope you enjoyed all the great coverage here. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. We're signing off, but please visit SCORE International website, YouTube, and Facebook pages, and look for our finish cam, and the stream will continue. You can watch all the coverage of the King Shocks 39th SCORE San Felipe 250. For all of my colleagues here, of course, Wes Miller, I'll get it right this time, Jason Hurd, Rich Minga, and the rest of the staff here, thanks for watching. We'll see you at the Baja 500.
proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The best views are earned. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now. Copy that.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
No matter what you drive, Optima brings power that never quits. Red Top and Yellow Top AGM or Orange Top Lithium deliver for your ride. Tested and trusted by the best. Optima, the ultimate power source.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles en lo que más necesitas. Y una gran variedad de productos para tener tu auto en buen estado. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
Somewhere in the world,
There's a place where every corner holds a new discovery. Want to find out? Here, comfort isn't measured by extravagance. It's measured by the purity of authenticity. What seems simple on these streets is a symphony of flavors at every turn, where history is served on a plate and the most revolutionary experiences are tasted one bite at a time. Like that first time standing before 12 volcanoes, feeling so unique. Or those giants in the middle of the desert who have waited thousands of years just to keep sharing their story with you. Here, vineyards stretching to the horizon are just part of everyday life. Dance, sail, run, and ride. That's a decision you could make at any moment of your trip. Let the wind guide you, the horizon inspire you, and the journey transform you. Here, what seems ordinary, like crossing a desert, enjoying the sea, and watching the sunset from a forest, is truly a treasure. This isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And what is just part of daily life for us, for you, it's an invitation to an unforgettable journey.